Ah, shit. Yeah. This house. Okay. Get up!
Jesus Christ! Do you know how many times I had
We gotta talk about. Shut up! It's Jojo's time. We gotta talk. We gotta talk about Jojo. Shut up! Get the fuck up! Shut up, Roland. Roland.
What?
You gotta talk.
Fix the audio.
Alright. What are we talking about?
I almost fell in the fucking pool.
Are you serious?
That's why we heard you fucking laugh outside and I started fucking dying. That was fucking A-grade comedy.
Here.
Oh god.
Edward, nice to see you this morning.
We were on Stone Ocean, right?
Almost afternoon.
Oh man.
Yeah, we're on Stone Ocean.
Why is this lecture so fucking long?
Yeah,
Because JoJo's really dense and to skip over it is sinful.
just like me.
Okay, we good. We good. We're back at it.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 6. Stone Ocean. Oh man.
Stone Ocean.
Okay, no.
Foo Fighters.
Okay, so anyway, the plot begins. So the part opens up. We get like a little scene. There's like a strange woman. She's alone in a jail cell, right?
Strange.
But she's kind of like freaking out. It's like midnight. She's freaking out. She's going around like, "Oh my god, I can't believe it. He saw me. He really saw me." And like she's making a big commotion. Like all the other prisoners, like female prisoners, are like, "Oh my god," they're waking up because she's being loud as hell for some fucking reason. So
Like you this morning.
Damn, shots fired.
Oh god, I shouldn't have dumped that bang. But anyway, Jesus. But anyway, one of the prisoners was like, "Damn, girl, why you bugging?"
We're spending a lot of time on this specific part of it.
I know.
It's really important.
This is really they're like, "Damn, girl, why the fuck you bugging?" So the weird woman, she's like, "No, you don't understand. He saw me. He really saw me." He was like, "Saw you doing what?" And they're like, well, the way the moon was looking through the iron bars, it looked kind of hot. So I started masturbating. And the guard, when I finished, I looked, and the guard was looking at me. He saw me masturbating. Oh. So we find out that this woman's name is in fact Jolyne Cujo.
Damn.
Or Jojo for the part. Man, what an introduction. And as stated before, she's in jail, but for what, I wonder? And she explains that she's actually innocent because she was framed for murder.
Whoa. Shit.
So fast forward a bit. And we'll flash back a bit, and we find out exactly what happened. So we get Jolyne. She's hanging out with her boyfriend Romeo, and they're just driving somewhere in Florida, like Florida people do. So out of nowhere, just like dude like walks into the middle of the road, but Romeo's distracted and he doesn't see it. So he hits the dude and he starts freaking out because this is his dad's car. And if his dad finds out he hit someone, he's gonna get in big trouble. Oh man. So she's like, "Come on, Jolyne, help me move the corpse. He's already dead." And Jolene's like, "No, we gotta call someone." It's like, "It's a corpse, Jolyne, help me hide it quick." So they hide the corpse. Everything's good, but everything's not good because they get arrested anyway. And then flash forward.
Well, hold up. Then she's an accessory to a crime. She should be in jail.
Yeah.
She's not innocent. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, flash forward, and we find out Jolyne was in jail because she's actually awaiting her big trial. So we see her, she meets up with her lawyer, and the lawyer's like, "Come on, Jojo, give me something to work with so I can help you out." She's like, "Don't call me Jojo. Only my mom calls me Jojo."
Also, the lawyer is a fucking elf.
The lawyer is a
canonically.
fucking elf.
It's an elf. Like that.
Lawyer is
His
literally
big
a
ass
fucking
ears.
elf.
He's got pointy ass.
He's a highly
The pointiest fucking ears I've ever seen. Link also shows up in this part, but that's later on. But anyway. See, Jackson knows.
Do I? Wait. Okay, we'll get there.
No.
Okay, so anyway. So they're talking about like their strategies. Like, okay, Jolyne, here's the plan. You're gonna like throw yourself on the mercy of the court and admit to these crimes, but you're gonna like plead innocent or however court shit works. I don't know. And then like while also during this meeting, the attorney like gives Jolyne some items sent to her from her parents, and one of them, this really weird amulet, right? Like from her dad. Ooh. So she opens up the amulet, and there's like a piece of like some kind of weird arrow inside or whatever. Arrowhead, you know. So she's like, what the fuck is this? My dad sucks. He disappears and then he sends me this junk. Ooh, so she picks up the arrowhead and cuts herself on it. Oh no.
Gee, blued.
So she gets pissed off because she cut herself and she like throws the thing. But she notices there's like string now coming out of the cut wound. That's weird.
There's a burp and it wouldn't fucking come out. Ignore me, I'm sorry.
So anyway, long story short, the trial happens and like the lawyer is like, well, you see, Jolyne, she did it. She's guilty. And Jolene's like, no, you're supposed to be helping me. Ah.
God damn.
But it turns out, so flashback, so when the guy got hit by the car, he wasn't actually dead. He was still alive. But when they like hit him, like later on, he did die. So then that was enough for the court to like, actually, Jolyne, you murdered that man. Ooh.
Secondhand.
Yeah. So either way, Jolene's like involved bad crime. She go prison. Ooh. And like it was all done because the lawyer was actually hired by Romeo's family to make sure Romeo gets off scot-free. That's why he was kind of pressuring Jolyne into like admitting to everything, claiming she can get like, well, they'll go easy on you. You'll
Those
get like 5
fuckers.
years top. She gets 15 years.
Yeah. That's fucked.
So yeah, Jolyne finds out about this and she's pretty pissed off. She goes to prison. The lawyer's like, I'm a lawyer and I made money. Ooh. And then like Jolyne uses her power to like, her new power to like unravel herself into string and like attach to the lawyer, right? So the lawyer walks out from the prison, gets in his car and he's like, ooh, I'm bad lawyer, but I make the money. And then Jolyne then uses her like unraveled string form to like choke out the lawyer while he's driving away. He's like well over 4 miles away, but she's still like choking him the fuck out, and he crashes and dies. But it looks like an accident because it's like, whoa, how did that happen? And Jolene's like, fuck this, I'm gonna get out of here myself.
And this is our protagonist.
Yeah.
This is our protagonist.
Jolyne Cujo.
Jolyne,
Fucking badass.
She's kind of sick with it for real.
Genuine baddie.
She's
genuine.
Kind of a baddie though. So anyway, Jolyne. Oh yeah, shit! I forgot to mention. On her way to the prison, Jolyne meets up with the one chick that was asking her why she was bugging in the prison cell. And we find out that chick's name is Hermes.
Hermes Costello.
I thought
Hermes Costello.
Hermes is a mistranslation.
Man, this sucks. Anyway, this chick's name is Hermes Costello, and she's in prison also. Ooh. And then they team up. So now Hermes is like this part's Joe sis? Joe bro, but like...
Yeah,
There's no Joe Bro, and we're about to find out that every character is a Joe Bro.
Joe them.
Joe them. Joe
This
sibling.
part's Joe them. Joe sibling.
sibling.
This part's Joe sibling, Hermes Costello.
Woo.
So anyway, Hermes is like, yo, Jolyne, if you want to survive in prison, you need money. So she gets money and blah, blah, blah. Fast forward a bit.
How do you get money in prison?
You smuggle that bitch.
Yeah, you smuggled in.
Hermes keeps-
reveals that she's
yeah.
like, she smuggled in money, not by like hiding it in her clothes or anything, but having like $100 bills surgically implanted in her breast.
Yes. Both of them.
Both of you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fucking sick.
It's kind of based for real though. So anyway, fast forward a bit. Jolene's first day in Big Boy prison. She meets up with her cellmate named Guess, like the fashion brand.
Whoa.
Named Guess. And like Guess is really weird and shit. She has like this like talking bird or whatever. She's like, come on, birdie, hop to my finger. And the bird like hops to the other finger, like loses its balance, like, whoa, whoa. And she's like, hey, birds don't go, whoa, ooh. So eventually we find out that Guess's stand, Goo Goo Dolls, right? So basically what Goo Goo Dolls does something to someone and they shrink down essentially, and they have to like follow her every whim, or else Goo Goo Dolls, the actual physical stand, will manifest and rip that person like to shreds. So Jolyne has to contend with this, but while she's shrunken down, she does some investigating, and like long story short, she manifests her stand fully for the first time. So you know how she was able to like unravel herself in the string? Well, she figures she can like unravel herself in the string and then clump up that string into a more like solid, sturdier form. And then this creates her humanoid stand, which she names Stone Free, like the Jimi Hendrix song.
Yo.
And she names it Stone Free because she's going to use it to break out of this stone ocean.
Yo.
I think her exact words are sea of stone.
Yeah, she wants to escape from the sea of stone.
That sounds so much better.
Yeah.
Shit sounds fire.
I wonder how it sounds in Japanese.
Yeah.
Damn, that's Goo Goo Dolls, am I right?
Yeah, so anyway, she manifests Stone Free. She's like, alright, fuck you, Guess. Ora, beats up Goo Goo Dolls, and in turn beating up Guess. So now Guess is like in bitch mode, and she's like, oh, Jolyne, you're so cool. Ooh. But she's not like a Joe sibling. She's just like
a bitch.
Yeah, she just starts like, kissing Jolene's ass and stuff because she got her ass beat.
Like fucking what's his face? Like the characters from Part 4 kind of.
Yeah. Like the characters Koichi.
Whenever they get their asses beat, they're just like, oh, we're gonna suck your dick now.
Yeah, so anyway, that's Goo Goo Dolls. Ooh. So Jolyne then proceeds to use her stand to like assert herself amongst the other prisoners, and like she becomes top dog, so people start leaving her alone. Yeah. So anyway, flash forward a bit. Jolene's walking around when suddenly just like little kid in a Chicago Cubs baseball uniform jumps out of a trash can, and he's like, Jolyne, you're gonna get a visitor today. Don't go though, cause you're gonna die. It's so fucked up, Jolyne. Don't go. So Jolene's like, you're 6. What are you doing? You're like, Jolyne, trust me. So then she turns around and like, but does anyone know? And then she turns back and the kid's gone. Whoa.
Aren't we in Florida?
We're in Florida, so this is just how Florida works.
Why is he wearing a Chicago Cubs thing? Is he not a Floridian?
I don't fucking know. I really don't know. They don't explain it.
Par for the course.
He's just there.
It's just Iraqi's just like, yeah, this makes sense. He's like, yeah, this makes zero
Can
sense.
we talk about how like literally every warden here is like a goblin?
Oh yeah. All the prison wardens are just actual fucking goblins. Like
we finally reached like peak goblin.
Like the head warden is like literally like a fucking creature. And he has like a hand puppet crocodile. They're in Florida and shit. He has a hand puppet crocodile that's like his vice warden and shit. It's crazy.
So
his eyes are like in eye sockets that are bulbs on his head.
Yeah.
Because
he's like a frog.
Okay. But yeah. Okay, so yeah, what happened? Okay, so Jolene's like, whatever, that's weird. And then suddenly, just like the guards are like, Jolyne, Cujo, you have a visitor. She's like, whom? That weird kid told me not to go, but I'm gonna see who it is. So she goes to the visiting room, and inside the room is none other than Jolene's father, Jotaro Cujo.
Who is the main guy from Part 3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jotaro Cujo with, I'm sorry, honestly, the worst fit I have ever fucking seen.
Are you fucking serious?
You know what?
I'm about to blow. I'm about to throw hands.
I get that he's like in his 40s now, but like bro has like the leopard print pants that go into like the boots. He has like a fucking purple overcoat with like the green stripes and this giant ass star on his ass.
He's trying to gain power by looking bare.
Let's go. What the fuck?
Honestly, best fit I've ever seen a
So let's
40-year-old
go.
in.
Jotaro comes in with like the worst fucking fit I've ever seen. Rare Rocky L. But anyway,
Common or Rocky W, actually. But go on, I guess.
So anyway, so Jotaro's like, all right, Jolyne, I came here to bust you out. There's some big shit going on, and you gotta get out of here because it's not safe in prison. Surprise, surprise, I guess. So anyway, she's telling him. So basically, Jotaro explains that Jolyne's entire situation was like planned, like set up by someone who was a follower of Dio, and they're trying to use Jolyne to get to Jotaro. And he explains that this man is none other is John Gallier, a disciple of Dio. Whoa! So John Gallier set up the whole thing. Like so, back when Romeo and Jolyne were driving around, John Gallier actually pushed the guy out in front of the car, causing everything else to happen. And then Jotaro reveals that John Gallier is in fact another prisoner within this prison, and he's gonna try and kill them at any moment. So then, John Gallier starts attacking them because he's like in the next prison building, like a mile over. But he's like a trained sniper, but he's blind. But listen, look, the reason he's such a good sniper is because of his stand, Manhattan Transfer. And Manhattan Transfer is like literally just like a floating keychain with like keys and shit. I was like, ooh.
It shakes around.
And it like reads the air currents and relays that info back to John Gallier, and he uses that info to like do like crazy trick shots and shit like that. So they're dealing with John Gallier. Yeah, they're dealing with John Gallier. Shit's going down. It's pretty fucked up. Wait, what happened? Okay, so meanwhile, in the chaos, like another stand pops up. So we find out that this stand name is Whitesnake, but the user is nowhere around. So they're like, oh shit, what the fuck's going on? What's Whitesnake doing here? Ooh, ah.
Ting tang.
Walla walla bing bang.
Whoa, bang bang. So now they're fighting Whitesnake and Manhattan Transfer, and then the kid in the Chicago Cubs costume outfit, he jumps out. He's like, Jolyne, this is what I was talking about. You shouldn't have came here, Jolyne. It's so dangerous. And then John Gallier's like, yo, there's a kid here. Fuck him. So he tries to kill the kid. So now Jolyne's like, oh man, I gotta protect this kid. And Jotaro's like, no, don't do it. So they go into like, they're fighting in the sewer pipes, and now they're in the basement. And then shit's like, oh wait, what's up?
Bone.
The bone's not important. Don't worry about it.
Okay, whatever.
So they're fighting in the basement now. Shit's fucked up, and then the shit starts like not making more and more sense, less sense than it was already making. And Jolyne's like, huh, that's really fucking weird. So then upon further realization, she realizes like, wait a second, nothing's adding up. Like she's talking to Jotaro, and Jotaro's like, who the fuck is John Gallier? It was like, wait, no, this isn't real. And then she wakes up and she's back in the meeting room. So the entire fight that just happened never actually happened, right?
It was a fucking dream.
It was a fucking dream because Whitesnake came all over them and then knocked them
What's terrible is that it's not literally what happens, but that's what it looks like. Because the entire room they're in is like sludge, and it's like fucking white goop. So yeah, it looks like he came all over them.
This is my kingdom come.
So Whitesnake sprayed just like acid or shit everywhere,
yeah.
And it's like it like causes people to hallucinate while like also dissolving them. So he's planning to do that so he could get in and like steal Jotaro's like oh shit wait he's gonna fuck up Jotaro. So
So there is no blind sniper.
The blind sniper is real, but like he wasn't like sniping at them. He's actually waiting outside in the hallway. He's not that important from this point on.
Okay.
So anyway, So shit happens. Jolyne and Jotaro manage to like wake up, and then like Jotaro's like, all right, Jolyne, I need you to lean over to the right for a bit, like bring out your stand and move it to the right. So Jolyne does that, and then Jotaro uses Star Platinum to like rock Jolyne's stand
Like,
in
just
the face.
fucking punch him.
And like the force of like him punching Stone Free launches Jolyne out of the door and into the hallway. So yeah, good parenting here. So Jotaro gets up, they're running and shit. Meanwhile, the other stand that caused like the whole illusion in the cum room is chasing behind them. And like, so long story short, they don't get away. White Snake catches up to Jotaro. It like grabs a hold of him and it pulls out like two like compact discs out of his head. And then Jotaro's like, oh man, Jolyne, I always loved you, and then he like passes out and shit. So Jolyne breaks out of like the prison for a bit to take Jotaro out to like where there's like a Speedwagon Foundation like sub waiting for them, because the plan was Jotaro was gonna break in, grab Jolyne, and then get out, and then they're gonna get on the sub to like safety and shit. But now, like, shit's changed, and, like, whoever, like, has Jotaro's disc or whatever is still inside the prison. So Jolyne opts to take Jotaro's, like, unconscious body to the sub so he can get away while she goes back and, like, gets his disc back.
Why does he need the disc again?
So, it turns out, White Snake's ability, aside from, like, making, like, cum illusions, is so the two discs, it's able to like extract like people's like attributes and stuff as like compact disc. Like
Okay.
it touches them and then it like ejects out of their hand.
There's two different
So what
kinds.
discs did they eject?
So the two discs that he took from Jotaro were Jotaro's memory disc. So like all of his memories and shit, and then his stand disc containing Star Platinum.
So he stole fucking Star Platinum.
Yeah, and then because of like the memory disc was already bad enough, but because of like your stand essentially being like your soul made manifest, Jotaro falls into a coma and he's like slowly dying now. So Jolyne has to get like that back so he can like save Jotaro.
So we live in a universe where you can get stand poisoning and also die from not having your stand.
Yeah, your stand like violently removed from your being. So yeah.
Stands are fucking bullshit.
So yeah, that's the plan. So Jolyne is now like, all right, I gotta find my father's disc.
Woo! How is she gonna do that?
How is she gonna do that?
Part 6, everybody.
Whoa! That's the main goal.
That's the main goal of part 6. We got it. So meanwhile, cut to Hermes Castillo. So remember the amulet with the arrow piece that Jolyne got pissed and like threw away?
Yeah.
Well, it turns out Hermes Castillo found it. No, wait. So it turns out I think she found it.
Yeah.
And then like she gave it to Guest. That's how Guest got Goo Goo Dolls. But she also found it, pricked herself, and she fell like gravely sick. So meanwhile, all this is going on. She's in the infirmary. So she wakes up in the infirmary and she's like, "Oh man, I shouldn't have pricked myself on that weird sharp thing. Ooh, wow." So she realizes that there's like stickers coming out of her hand, right? So she's like, "What the fuck is this?" She takes the sticker off and then she just like puts it down somewhere else. She like throws it, hits a boot. Now there's 2 boots. So she's like, "What the fuck?" so then she reaches down, peels the sticker off one of the boots. The 2 boots mash together back into one boot. So she's like, "What the fuck?" So then it turns out this is her stand ability, Kiss, named after a Prince song. Ooh.
Not after the band?
It could be either or, but I don't really care for Kiss. So
Okay.
Fuck Kiss.
fuck Kiss.
They had a really good cameo in Mall Cop 2.
What the fuck?
Alright, continue.
So yeah, basically the general gist of Kiss is that it creates stickers. It places a sticker on an object and then causes that object to like duplicate itself. And when the sticker's removed, the 2 objects crash back in together. But while they're combining, it does like cause damage to the object. So yeah, Kiss.
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 So while she's like reeling, that she's like, what the fuck? I'm able to like duplicate shit. Oh man, that's crazy. A janitor walks by. She's like right by like the prison bar or whatever. The janitor is like mugging her and shit. And she's like, hey, stop that. So she gets up, chased down the janitor, and it's none other than some random fuck dude named, he's an incel. I'm pretty sure he's an incel. He's incel vibes, Thunder McQueen.
No, dude, I fucking love this character so much.
So this guy's name is Thunder McQueen, and he's like, oh man, I'm so sorry, it's just, I've never had a woman, you're so cute, oh, like that shit. You're like, oh man, a cute woman talking to me, ooh. And Hermes is like, what the fuck you, give me my money, you dumbass. So then he's like, oh, you're so mean to me, god damn it. And he like starts taking off his belt. He walks over to a nearby bathroom stall and he hangs himself. And he hangs himself with the belt. And then Hermes is like, what the fuck, man? And so then while this is happening, out of nowhere, like propeller blades start growing out of Hermes' neck, and then it hangs her. So then she's like, what the fuck? So she goes and like gets like Thunder McQueen down, and then she's like, what the hell, man, was that about? What's going on here? And then so it turns out this is Thunder McQueen's stand ability that he
The
was
fucking
granted,
janitor has a stand.
that he was granted by Whitesnake. Whoa.
Whitesnake is taking people's stands and then giving them to other people to fuck with Hermes and Jolyne and shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did we bring up that Hermes took his one of his discs? One of McQueen's discs?
The memory disc?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, it's after at the end of this fight.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so it
Well,
turns
they
out,
find it in the toilet.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it turns out Thunder McQueen's stand ability that he got from Whitesnake is Highway to Hell. And what Highway to Hell does is that every time Thunder McQueen tries to kill himself, it inflicts the same effect on like someone else like nearby. This person, in this case, being Hermes. So then immediately after, he's like, wow, you really tried to save me. You're so nice. And then Gyro's like, yeah, man, don't kill yourself. Oh, think about your cat's gonna miss you. Ooh. And then he's like, you're just saying that so I don't kill myself. And you're trying to save yourself. The world is so cruel. So then he tries to go and drown himself. And then like, Highway to Hell then causes like a liquid bubble to form around like Hermes' like head. And she starts suffocating and shit.
And what's Hermes thing again?
Kiss.
No, like what is her involvement in all this?
Try not to fucking die.
Trying not to fucking die right now.
How is she related to our female Jojo?
They talked at the front, and then like weird shit starts happening to both of them, and then they later on meet.
Got it. Okay.
So yeah, basically, long story short, Hermes then finds out.
Brought some fucking homeless dude.
Yo!
Yo, welcome,
Bro, we
welcome.
slept here. What the hell?
Oh fuck!
Make space.
I'm gonna drink more thing and get my shit.
My harem. So where were you, Ed?
Okay, so basically, long story short, Hermes stops Thunder McQueen from like drowning himself, and then he's like, "Oh man, you're so kind." And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "You're mean." So then he's like, goes to like kill himself. Like, what the fuck? He goes to kill. So he plans on killing himself by electrocuting himself, and he does that once, and it like shocks it like. Highway to Hell activates, shocks Hermes, but it wasn't enough to kill Thunder McQueen. So he's like, oh, I know, I'll get some salt water, douse it on myself, and then electrocute myself. So that happens. Long story short, he doesn't electrocute himself. Hermes stops him from killing himself, and in turn killing her. And then he's knocked out, and then like a memory disc is like ejected from his head. Ooh, so she takes it, puts it in her head, and then she sees like Whitesnake talking to McQueen and like, hey, McQueen, you're so cool. You should take this stand ability and kill yourself. You should kill yourself now.
Cut.
Eyes over heaven.
Okay, so anyway, Hermes knocks out Thunder McQueen, takes his memory disc. She looks in it and she sees Whitesnake encouraging him to kill himself. with his brand new stand abilities as a treat. So she's like, oh man, this is so weird, and then things happen. She meets up with Jolyne, and she meets up with the Chicago Cubs kid again, and this kid's name is Emporio. Ooh, Emporio! Say hi to Emporio, everyone.
Hi, Emporio.
He's the nerd of this part. He carries the team. So anyway, Emporio and then blah blah blah. They're talking. And she's like, oh man, I saw this weird stand. And Jolene's like, that's the stand that took my father's stand disc. And Emporio's like, yeah, the stand user, he's somewhere in this prison and he's the enemy. We have to beat him. So they're like, okay. And then Hermes takes another look at the stand disc memory, not the stand, the memory disc from McQueen. And she finds out that Whitesnake actually has a stash of stand disc hidden somewhere inside the prison. So they reason that Jotaro's disc might be somewhere amongst that pile. So they set out to go find it. They notice like the scenery around it's like outside, sort of like in like a farm area, just like a tractor. It's hidden like a tractor wheel. So they go search for that. Meanwhile, cut to like two prisoners in that same spot. They're doing some work, prison work or whatever. One of them's like, ooh, I'm so tired. And he goes to like sit down on the tractor. Out of nowhere, just like weird monster, like Black Lagoon creature starts attacking them, and it kills both of them. Whoa, that's so weird. Ooh.
Is it a stand?
Hey, stop talking. Anyway, fast forward to like the next day. There's like the guards are like, all right, y'all, we're gonna go out and search for these two missing prisoners, and we want some volunteers. So a bunch of randos volunteer, and then Jolyne is like, hey, maybe we can find the stand disc. I'll volunteer. And then Hermes is like, hey, maybe we can find the stand disc. I'll volunteer. So they both volunteer. They go out to search, but since they're like walking around in like open Florida world, the warden's like, to make sure you guys don't escape, we're gonna outfit you with exploding collars, right? Florida.
When was this written, by the way?
Like 2001 or some shit.
And it's set in 2011.
Yes. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention set in 2011.
Like late 90s,
Post
early
the invention of
2000s.
Suicide Squad in comics.
So yeah, outfit with exploding collars. One of the guards has like a little control thing on his wrist that he can detonate at will. But then the collars also detonate if they like go out of range of like what is it?
The warden.
Yeah, out of range of like the control thing of like what 50 meters.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's 50 meters. It's
50
specific
meters.
amount.
So he's like, all right, crew, we're gonna head out. So the guard with the thing hops on like a four-wheeler and starts driving out, forcing everyone to like sort of like run after him because they're like, prisoners, you aren't people. Rehabilitation, what's that? So,
That does sound like America.
yeah, Florida. So anyway.
Slow rider.
So anyway, they're out and about, they're searching, they make it to the farm, and the guard's like just being an asshole. He does something, like Hermes almost falls in alligator poop, it's so fucked up. And then like Jolene's like, all right, we're gonna check out that farm over there. So she goes to check out the farm, and the guard's running over. It's like, hey, you dummy, what are you doing? Get back to work, searching for these prisoners. Ooh. So then something happens. The guard like disappears. I guess he's gone, but he's not. He's standing near like a lake, right? 1 minute he's there, 1 minute he's not, and then according to the collars that start beeping, he's like moving away very, very quickly, like faster than anyone should be moving. So one prisoner, some random girl, she's like, "Hey guys, I don't feel so good," and then her collar blows up, killing her instantly. Oh man! So then they gotta find out what the hell happened to the guard and like catch up to him. So blah blah blah, stuff happens. They find out that they run into that same like Black Lagoon looking monster, and that monster is in fact a stand by the name of Foo Fighters. Ooh. So the crazy thing.
The best.
So anyway, the weird thing about Foo Fighters, right, is that the stand user is also itself.
Yeah.
This is because Foo Fighters is a colony of sentient plankton created when like created when Whitesnake was like, hey, I need something to guard these, but I can't have a person guard these all the time. I know, and then he like throws a stand disc into a lake, and then like out pops Foo Fighters like, whoa, I can think. Like, whoa, I can think, whoa. So Foo Fighters is the one defending all the stand disc and shit. And then because it's like a colony of like plankton, it's like, whoa, what the fuck? Ooh.
Finally, it took fucking 6 parts.
It took like 11 hours to get here.
Jesus Christ. We're still not even talking about SpongeBob yet.
That's new. So anyway, Jolyne and Hermes start fighting Foo Fighters, and like Jolyne, so Foo Fighters grabs a hold of Hermes and starts dragging her away also. So and like they're dragging her into like the bottom of this lake. So Hermes is like, Jolyne, don't worry about me. You gotta get the guard. He's right over there. Bring him back to everyone else. Forget about me. So Jolyne's kind of the goat, right? So she like starts chasing after Foo Fighters, but she realizes she can't exactly swim, but she can run faster than she can swim. So she uses her stand ability to unravel herself and make like a kind of like water bridge using like her string, and she's like running across the water now while she's like placing this like path of string. It's fucking dope as hell. She's doing that, catches up to Foo Fighters, brings out her stand stone free, and like beats up Foo Fighters. But when she does that, she notices out in the corner of her eye one of the randos like staggers a bit as she's beating up the stand. So she's like, wait a second. So she saves Hermes, she saves the guard, brings them back, and now they're like, all right, who's the imposter? Who's sus?
Why does this happen so much?
This happens a lot in this
My
series. I
God.
never realized.
Never thought about it.
Guarding.
Okay, so anyway, so they're like, hey, who's the imposter here? So it turns out what Foo Fighters did was after killing the other fucking guys from like the missing prisoners, it reconstructed all their like biomass and shit into the other 2 randos that joined them, and it turns out all 3 of them are Foo Fighters. Like,
So
you're
everyone
Foo
is
Fighters,
sus.
he's Foo Fighters, are there any more Foo Fighters I should know about? Like that.
Everyone is
so then they fight some more, they fight, and then Jolyne ends up like about to kill Foo Fighters, but then she realized like, Foo Fighters, you're kind of cool. And then Foo Fighters, you're kind of based. And Foo Fighters like, whoa, I could be based even as a plankton? It's like, yeah. So then Foo Fighters like, all right, Jolyne, you're breathtaking. And then they go, if Foo Fighters lets them investigate the stand disc pile, and then they don't find anything.
Oh yeah.
Well, wait, they don't?
No, they don't.
No.
Yeah.
Do they?
I thought they found. No, they
find Jotaro's stand.
Yeah, I was
Because
about
they
to
found
say
something.
they found Jotaro's stand disc.
Yeah, so they managed to get Star Platinum back.
Oh, that's significant.
Yeah, that's pretty significant.
But-
That's the thing that the lack of is killing him, right?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, specifically that is killing him. So they get that, and then Foo Fighters walks up. So remember the first prisoner that like blew up? So Foo Fighters found her corpse, rebuilt it, and is now living inside her body.
Doesn't look like that. Artist depiction.
Artist depiction.
Yo.
So Foo Fighters is now the secondary Joe sibling of the party. Yeah.
Wait, we don't like Foo Fighters.
Wait, no, Foo Fighters is a friend now.
Foo
Yeah,
Fighters
Foo
is
Fighters is a
based.
friend now.
Why?
Because-
Jolyne was like, Foo Fighters, you know what, for a plankton, you're pretty smart.
Got it.
And Jolyne's like, and then Foo Fighters like, whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she was like the only reason Foo Fighters is fighting us is because because it was just trying to defend the stand disc. So it doesn't actually give a fuck about Whitesnake.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Got it.
Like a newfound purpose in life, like that. So
That's
anyway,
an awesome party member. That's so cool.
it's so cool. Foo Fighters.
She like. Can we talk about how she like doesn't
Oh.
know what the fuck anything is?
Yeah, because
Like,
because Foo Fighters is like a plankton, she doesn't know fucking anything about how like humans do things. So she's walking around, she sees a puddle of water, she's like, whoa, water! She gets down on her hands and he starts like licking it up and shit.
She doesn't know what a fuck a cup is.
Yeah, so then Jolyne's like, stop being weird, use a cup. So then she's like, oh, cool. So she grabs a cup and starts like scooping up the water from the ground into the cup and like just starts like, like yeah, but yeah, Foo Fighters, really, really great character. Oh man. So anyway, fast forward a bit. The gang back at the prison. They're playing catch. Whitesnake user. We find out Whitesnake's user, a man by the name of Enrico Pucci. Ooh. And not only is this man Whitesnake's user, but he's also the priest of the prison. Ooh. So we see him at the confessional. There's like this lady convicted of like stealing shit and gambling, and he's like, "Hey, lady, I could get your sentence reduced if you do me a little favor." Ooh. So he gives her the stand, Marilyn Manson. And what the stand Marilyn Manson does, basically you make bets, you bet money and shit, and then like after the bet, Marilyn Manson collects the money. But if you don't physically have the money on you, Marilyn Manson just starts collecting shit it can sell to raise the money. So she uses this to like get the stand disc, essentially. Try to get like the stand disc back. So how it works, the gang, they're out playing catch with the baseball or whatever, and then the Marilyn Manson user is like, hey, I bet you can't catch the ball 10 times in a row. So they're like, oh yeah, bet. So they throw the ball, they catch it 10 times in a row. It was like, hey, I bet you can't catch the ball 100 times in a row. So they're doing that, shit's getting real, ooh man. But then it's like the end of like their prison recess time and they gotta go back inside. So a guard interferes, but they deal with it, and like Hermes manages to like, she like misses the ball, but she like manages to catch it by like a piece of gum she's chewing. She places a sticker on it and it attaches to the ball. Then she rips off the sticker of the piece of gum in her mouth, and it causes the sticker, the piece of gum holding the ball, to fly back up, and she catches it that way. But that was cheating. Oh no, so Marilyn Manson activates, and because they bet like $1,000 or so, but because they don't have $1,000, Marilyn Manson just takes her liver to sell.
Okay.
So they're like, oh shit, she's gonna use that stand to steal stuff and maybe even to stand this. So then long story short, shit goes bad. They're like now playing, Jolyne offers to like, I bet I could catch the ball 1,000 times. So now Foo Fighters and Jolyne are like passing the ball back and forth while they're being herded back into the prison. They're like walking around the prison, throwing the ball back and forth. Marilyn Manson user tries to like fuck them up by like turning the lights out at one point. And then another point, she like throws them. She like gets the ball to like fly into the elevator. So now they're, whatever. Long story short, they beat the shit out of her.
Wait, it's like, hey, Jolyne, I was never told who I had to play catch with, and she just throws the ball at her 1,000 times.
Yeah, she catches the ball to like a string from Stone Free, and then has Stone Free like yo-yo the ball off of her skull like 1,000 times. Oh my God. It was great. It was really great. So yeah, afterwards, after they beat Marilyn Manson users, they're like, okay, so we got the stand disc, we got to get it to Jotaro. So Jolyne uses like some money she scrounged up from like being sick around the prison to like buy her way to the front of like this telephone line, and then she calls a Speedwagon Foundation representative, and he's like, all right, well, you're in prison, so I don't know what we can do here. We'll figure something out. We're gonna send someone to come and get the stand disc in the courtyard. Be there in 20 minutes. So now they gotta get to the courtyard in 20 minutes and deliver the stand disc to the carrier. So meanwhile, on their way there, Jolyne, she's running there, and then she runs past like a hole in the wall, and then Emporio's like, hey Jolyne, and like grabs her and drags her through the hole in the wall. So it turns out this is Emporio's ability, burning down the house.
My goat.
Emporio is a fucking stand.
Yeah, this is Emporio's stand.
6-year-old
So what
kid.
burning down the house does, it's able to like let Emporio interact with ghosts, specifically ghost objects. So the room that they were that he's like using burning down the house to like hide out in around. This is how he gets around the prison, by the way. So the room that they're currently standing in is a room that was there that used to be a part of the prison about 20 years ago, but then it got burnt down. So now they're inside the ghost of this room.
That's why it's called that.
Yeah.
I just
The
realized
ghost
that.
room.
I feel
That's pretty fucking
stupid.
cool.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking cool. And then he reveals that he can also like make like ghost food. He has like a ghost chocolate bar. He has a ghost pen.
And who else is in the ghost room?
Oh yeah, but inside we meet two of Emporio's allies that have been working with him. We got a man by the name of what's his
Weather report, right?
Weather Report. Yeah, Weather
Oh, I
Report.
heard about
obviously.
Weather Report.
Yeah, Weather Report. He's pretty cool. And then another person by the name of Narco Anasui.
Narc Anasui.
Narc Anasui.
Yeah.
Oh, funny thing, quick aside, funny thing about Anasui is that in the manga, Anasui first appears like in the distance and Jolyne like looks over at her and she's like, hey, who's that weird girl over there? And then when they finally meet, Anasui's a man. The reason behind this is that Araki planned for Anasui to be Jolyne's love interest in this part. But because it was like 2001 and it's being published in like Shonen Jump, a magazine like targeted towards like 10 to 15-year-old boys, the editors were like, boys don't want to see lesbians, get that shit out of here. So he changes Anasui to a man, but he keeps her clothes the same. Out of spite.
And it's fucking sick.
So yeah, funny little aside. So these two are Emporio's allies, and Emporio's like, all right, Jolyne, I want Weather Report to go back you up on this because there's some weird shit going down. So it was like, okay, cool. So they go in. So they leave the ghost room and now to run into the thing. But meanwhile, some guy's like crawling on the fucking ceiling, attacking them. Like
Does this just come out of nowhere?
Yeah.
they're like Weatherport was like they get out and Weatherport's like, hey, I think someone's watching this. Don't pretend you don't see them. And they're going, but then the guy makes the move. He's like crawling on the ceilings and shit. He has suction cups on his hands for some reason.
Wait, so it's not even a stand, it's just some guy?
It's just some guy. This is it's just gonna follow. It's just a guy, and then this guy is none other than Lang Wrangler, like the jeans. So they have a
These aren't Wranglers.
they have a quick scuffle on like the stairwell, and they get away. But before they do that, he like spits at Jolyne, and the spits hit her on the leg, and she's like, "Ew, that's kind of gross." And she runs off. So meanwhile, they're like they're on their way. They're like talking to a guard, trying to like convince the guard, like bribing the guard to like open the gate so they could get out to the courtyard and shit. But then like the guard, she touches the table, and then. She touches the table's touching a mug, and the guard touches the mug, and he's like trying to sip his coffee, but his coffee starts like floating out of the cup, like zero gravity and shit. And then Jolyne realized that she's also floating, and everything she touches starts floating. Oh, that's so weird. So it turns out this is Lang Wrangler's stand ability, Jumping Jack Flash. How Jumping Jack Flash works, anything he touches loses its gravity and becomes like floating in 0G, and then everything those objects touches also becomes zero gravity. So then the fight takes them inside like some giant what is this room, Roland?
Like it's like a warehouse.
Like a warehouse in the prison. They're fighting in the warehouse of a prison. Like Jolene's like floating around zero gravity. She's like, oh, what the fuck? Oh. Lang Wrangler, he uses jumping. This is really cool. He uses Jumping Jack Flash. So Jumping Jack Flash, it's like a humanoid stand, and like on its wrist are like gyro centrifuges and shit, and that's what it uses to like keep itself centered and shit. So he also is able to he's also able to like open it up and like load in objects to then like shoot out with the centrifugal force and shit as like bullets. So he's like loading up like nuts and bolts and shit and like shooting Jolyne in the zero gravity space. It's pretty sick. So then because of Jolyne touching everything in like the zero gravity, Lang Wrangler's like, you know what, fuck it. He opens up like a window, and this, because everything's zero gravity, it causes like all the air in the room to start rushing out the window like space. So now they're fighting in like they're essentially fighting in like space now. Space
in a vacuum.
In a vacuum, yeah, zero gravity vacuum now.
I don't think that's how that works.
Who fucking knows?
Whatever. They explained it better than I did. But yeah. So now Jolyne's starting to like suffocate and like have her blood boil because she's like essentially floating in space now. But meanwhile, she has Weather Report with her. So Weather Report manifests his stand ability, Weather Report. This isn't like a Foo Fighters situation. Like Weather Report has amnesia, so he just names himself after his stand.
Got it.
So, Weather Report's stand ability lets him manipulate the weather to like any degree he wants. So he uses this to create clouds, and that he draws like the remaining oxygen in the room that before it's sucked out, and he condenses it into like these cloud suits they put on. So he's essentially makes like space suits for them, so they can survive in this vacuum. And now they're like floating around in like astronaut uniforms, fighting this like dude that's crawling on ceilings. It's pretty sick. So long story short. They beat the shit out of Lang Wrangler. And
That's typically how these things go.
And then it turns out Lang Wrangler was sent by none other than Enrico Pucci to stop them from reaching the courtyard and retrieve the stand disc. But like they take care of him, so it's all good until Jolyne takes his like Lang Wrangler's like ID card because he's like a special prisoner with like privileges and shit.
I thought he was he a guard though?
No, he wasn't a guard.
Okay, whatever.
He was also a prisoner. Like I think he was like also another janitor, like it's under the Queen.
Maybe, yeah.
But yeah, so anyway, that happens. They go out. They try to escape, but then Jolyne runs into Enrico Pucci. Oh shit! And she's like, she doesn't know who he is, so she's like, "Please, father, let me get to the courtyard. It's important." Oh man, So then Enrico Pucci's like, "You know what? I'm a man of God. Go right ahead, Jolyne." So Jolyne's like, "Oh, thank you, father." Ooh, ooh. So she goes out to the courtyard and she sees a dude standing there, and she's like, "God, that's the Speedwagon agent. I'll go give him the stand disc." And then it turns out the guy is a prison guard. Not only that, but he has like a memory disc sticking out of his head, a disc placed there by Whitesnake with orders to shoot Jolyne on sight. So that's what he does. And Pucci's like, "Ha, I'm so smart, I planned ahead." Ooh, ooh, ooh.
And then Jolene's just dying on the floor.
Yeah, Jolyne's like bleeding out now. And in Weather Report, he stays behind in the room. He's like hiding behind something so like Pucci doesn't see him. But he senses something's wrong with Jolyne. So as a last ditch effort to save Jolyne, he uses his stand ability to cause frogs to rain.
What? I remember seeing the scene. Seeing a clip of this.
For clarification, it's not to save Jolyne, it's to save the stand disc, because that's what he was demanded to do. He knows this will kill Jolyne if he does this.
Yeah,
Fuck
because
Jolyne.
not only are these normal frogs, they're poison dart frogs. And they start raining down. It just starts raining like poison dart frogs.
What the actual fuck is going on?
Yeah, it's
My favorite scene in the dope.
It's pretty crazy. Like, Pucci's like investigating. He's like, "What the fuck? These frogs are touching like $800 pants."
This show gets so much better as it goes on.
God.
Every time you think they can't come up with something new, that like fucking crackhead, like they just fucking come up with something crazy.
What if it just fucking rained
Literally-
frogs that killed you if you touched them?
This guy literally snorts a line for like every page.
You have to if you're gonna work as a mangaka.
Yeah.
They get like 4 hours of sleep a night.
So yeah, basically, Jolyne realizes that the frogs are really dangerous when they like actually hit the ground, because then this causes all their poison shit to splat everywhere. So what she does is she uses stone free to like make like a net over herself that catches the frogs, but it's not enough because eventually the poison starts seeping through the string and threatens to kill her. So then, eventually, it stops raining and shit after like Pucci does like some really crazy shit. He, like this is really funny. So like a guard comes in and is like, "Whoa, Father Pucci, what's going on?" It's like, "It's raining poison frogs, you dickhead, let me in." So then the guard's like, "Oh, it's raining poison frogs, don't worry, I'll be right back, I'll go get some help." So Pucci, like he gets, like, "Whitesnake, give me a disc." And Whitesnake hands him a disc, he tosses it, and then he like tosses it so it like hits a frog as it's falling, and then on the disc, he has orders to fly forward 20 feet and explode. So while the guard is like running away to get help, the frog flies past them and explodes in his face. And then it's pretty funny. Whitesnake.
Are you gonna talk about Pucci's little quirk we learned about here?
Oh yeah. So then while this is also happening, Pucci starts like losing his cool because he's trapped outside with the poison frog. So the thing he does to calm himself down is he starts counting prime numbers. And this is because prime numbers can't be divided by themselves.
Or they can only be divided by themselves.
I thought it was because they can't. I don't know.
Every number can be divided by
I don't
itself.
fucking math, Roland.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't fucking remember either.
Prime numbers are only divisible by 1 in themselves, and he counts them in his head because it's like, ooh, they're not divisible. They cannot be defeated.
Yeah.
Roland, math lecture when?
I talked about doing a quantum physics.
Jesus Christ.
You did not do a quantum physics lecture.
So long story short, it stops raining frogs. Everyone's like, Pucci's like, haha, I succeeded. So he sends out Whitesnake. Also, fun fact about Whitesnake that I don't think a lot of people know is that Whitesnake also, much like Spice Girl and like Sex Pistols, also has its own personality. But because this personality is just like Pucci too, a lot of people don't realize it as much because he's like he's like having a full-on conversation with Whitesnake. He's like, Whitesnake, what do you see out there? It's like, well, there's the disc and Jolion's dead. Ooh, ah. So fun fact about Whitesnake, it's its own person. Yeah, base snake. So he walks over to Jolyne's corpse, which is now just covered in frogs, but it turns out it's not covered in frogs because right before that, Jolyne used her stand ability to like tie up the frogs before they hit her, and she makes like a little frog vest. So she jumps up and is like, ha, I'm alive, Whitesnake, and I have the disc. And it turns out I found the carrier from the Speedwagon Foundation. So it turns out the person the Speedwagon Foundation sent to pick up the stand disc isn't a person at all, but it's like a literal carrier pigeon. So Jolyne hands the disc to the pigeon, and the pigeon starts flying off. So Pucci's like, God damn it, Whitesnake, here, take this gun and shoot that pigeon out of the sky. So we have like that clip of like this of the fucking stand holding up the gun. And it's like trying to shoot the pigeon, but the sun's getting in its eyes, so it can't see properly.
Well, no, because also the gun's out of ammo.
Also, the gun is out of ammo.
Well,
God damn it! So it's
Shoot that fucking bird.
standability gun.
Whitesnake is goated.
Whole horse been real quiet since this. So yeah, the pigeon gets away, and Jotaro gets his stand disc back, and he stops like dying. Ooh, let's go.
Yeah. Whitesnake is the stand you want to see.
Oh, also, the name of the pigeon is Savage Garden.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go.
Oh,
And that was the name of the mission.
Yeah,
Operation
Savage Garden. So yeah. So yeah, that's that bit. So meanwhile, afterwards, Whitesnake gets away and comes back to Pucci and shit, and then we get a little flashback on Pucci's motives. So it turns out Pucci was also a disciple of Dio, but not only that, he was like really good friends. They're really good friends. They're roommates even.
They were roommates.
Yeah, with Dio. So also during that 5-year period where like Dio was like MIA before the events of Stardust Crusaders, he met up with Pucci and they became friends and shit. And like Dio talks to Pucci about like obtaining heaven. So we don't know what heaven is, but Dio apparently wrote instructions on how to get to heaven in one of his journals. And we see a flashback of like Jotaro like reading said journal, and he's like, this is bullshit, and he burns it. But the reason Pucci once is trying to like get to Jotaro is because he knows that Jotaro has read the journal and has it somewhere in his memories.
oh.
So that's why he took his memory disc, but then he also took his stand disc out of spite because he killed his boyfriend. And then he got Jolyne involved also out of spite because her father killed his boyfriend. So Jolyne's like dealing with like a whole bunch of like shit that she's not involved with.
That's
It's kinda
true.
fucked up. So yeah, that's Pucci's motivation. Get to heaven with Jotaro's memory of Dio's journal. Ooh. So meanwhile, Hermes and shit has been pretty quiet, and FF Foo Fighters. Can I just call her FF?
FF, yeah.
FF faster. So FF explains that Hermes voluntarily came to the prison, so she like willingly got herself arrested so she could kill Sports Max. Now, who is Sports Max? Sports Max.
Like the fashion brand.
Like the
Sports
fashion-
Max.
That's a fashion brand?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They make like shorts and shit.
Oh, I really thought it was
Yeah.
a goofy ass fucking name.
So Sports Max is a gangster that murdered Hermes' sister Gloria Costello. Oh man, and she's there for revenge. She's there for blood.
Let's go.
Incidentally, though, it's revealed that Sports Max is also in cahoots with Pucci, who gives him his own stand ability, and that stand is Limp Bizkit.
Yeah!
Tell us about Limp Bizkit.
So I'll explain it. I'll get to it. Trust
Okay.
me. So Hermes manages to corner Sports Max. Well, he has like hobbies and shit. One of his hobbies is like taxidermy and shit. So he's like in this room, like just working on like stuffing animal corpses and shit, you know. So Hermes manages to corner him, and like she kills him. She successfully manages to kill him by like trapping him in like a sewer pipe filled with shit, and then he suffocates in it and dies. Unknowingly though.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up, but he was kind of shitty already. So,
Continue.
so this is when Limp Bizkit activates, and Limp Bizkit, basically what it does, it creates zombies out of like dead shit nearby. So Hermes like, haha, I killed you, you piece of shit. And then all of a sudden she like starts hearing like growling and shit and like alligator noises, and she looks over at like the stuffed alligator and she's like, what the fuck is that? And then all of a sudden there's like, she gets like her leg bitten into, so it creates like invisible zombies. Limp Bizkit. like it revives the thing, but like they're invisible and it attacks her and she's
It's like it imbibes their soul.
yeah, like their soul.
How did they make this apparent in a comic medium?
Sound effects.
Sound effects, and then like eventually when the blood goes flying, the blood splatters on the zombies, so you see like, yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah, like Invisible Man style. It's pretty sick, pretty sick. So she manages to like kill the invisible zombie gator and invisible zombie bear, and she's like, oh man, that's crazy. But then she has to contend with invisible zombie Sports Max. Oh no. She wins the fight and it's like, oh. Oh, fun fact, Limp Bizkit's localized name is Flaccid Pancake.
Yeah. Okay.
But it turns out Pucci specifically gave Sports Max that ability because he needs that ability to further his plan of achieving heaven. Because flashback again, as like a parting gift to Pucci, Dio gave him one of his bones. And so
That's such a Dio thing to do.
so Dio so
One of his bones or one of the bones from the body he stole from the Joestar family?
I mean, it's essentially his bone, you know.
Yeah.
You know.
It's called Dio's bone.
Dio's bone.
Okay.
So he planned to use Sports Max ability to revive Dio with his bone, and that works. But it's like a baby or something.
It's this little green baby just walking around.
Wait, it's green?
It's green.
Yeah, green baby.
Green baby.
Baby. Ooh, let's go.
Let's go. Dio's baby.
Dio baby. So they find out this is all a part of Dio's plan, and it's like, oh man, that's so fucked up. Ooh. So and then because of this, like Jolyne gets in trouble with the guards yet again, and she's sent to solitary confinement in the punishment ward. Oh man. Oh, what's up?
No.
Oh, solitary confinement in the punishment ward. And so everyone knows that Pucci's going to use Jolyne's isolation to try to kill her, so they all make a move to go to the punishment ward and back her up. Yeah. So then Narco Anasui, he gets involved finally. and he uses his stand. He's like really enthusiastic because Araki intended for her to like be Jolyne's love interest. So now he wants to go there to save Jolyne and prove how cool a boyfriend he can be. And I don't like him. He's kind of an incel. So yeah, he uses his stand, Diver Down, and Diver Down is also kind of a mid stand because it like does stuff that stands were able to do in part 3, but Araki retconned it, so like only this stand can do it. It's just, so what it does, it's basically ability to like phase through stuff and like dive into people and rearrange them, and like that's cool and all, but like you see this happen like in part 3 and shit. Like Jotaro at one point uses his stand to like grab his heart and like keep it from beating. So Dio is like, oh, what's up?
We're coming up to time soon, so just find a stopping point.
Dio is like tries to like, oh, is Jotaro really dead? And he uses a stand to stop his heart. And like Diver Down does this, but it's like, oh, yeah.
Continue.
But I mean, to be fair, this guy has been writing this manga for how many years? Like, you're gonna repeat stuff.
Yeah. But like take like an entire established concept rule for like all stands and then just giving it to like one stand, it's kind of lame.
Yeah.
Rare Rocky though. You can't. Writing's hard. So anyway, they're in the punishment ward, and like shit goes down. There's fighting and shit. So Pucci is going to the punishment board not just to like kill Jolyne, but also another part of his plan requires the sacrifice of 30 sinners. Wait, it's 30, right?
I don't remember the exact number. Let's just say 30.
Yeah, let's just say 30 sinners, and like the worst of the worst people are being held in the punishment board. So he plans to sacrifice them to like properly revive Dio Baby. So while that's going on, shit starts going down. And then we get another flashback of Pucci and Dio talking, and right now they're talking about stands and like what. And so Pucci asks Dio like, "Hey, what do you consider the weakest stand ability?" And meanwhile, Dio's like, "Well, there's no such thing as the weakest stand ability because stand abilities can be like pretty fucked up depending on like how clever you are." As seen with like Bastet, which is just like an electrical socket. But like, if I had to say the weakest stand ability, it's this one I've heard about where it's just like a little guy, it's just a little like flat fuck on the ground, and it sends out these tiny little electrical signals out everywhere. But like anyone nearby, they receive these signals and they just get really fucking pissed and start beating the shit out of stuff indiscriminately. So it turns out Pucci tracked down that stand ability, stole it from its user, and placed it in like some random dude inside the prison, inside the punishment ward. So then this causes like he manifests the stand on accident because he doesn't know what the fuck's going on, and then it causes everyone in the punishment ward to get pissed off and start beating the shit out of each other. So it's just a mosh pit now, and Dio and Pucci wants to use this chaos to like sacrifice people and all that shit. So, meanwhile, a guard nearby, he starts feeling some type of way because of the stand. The stand's ability, the stand name is also a survivor, by the way. So yeah, he succumbs to survivor's influence, and he starts getting pissed. He starts wanting to beat shit up, start wanting to mosh and shit. And then it turns out his fighting spirit to go beat up shit is so powerful that as a result he ends up manifesting his own stand.
What the fuck? Wait, you can just do that now?
Yeah, he's so fucking amped that he just manifests the stand.
Just birth fucking abilities.
In this stand,
through rage.
yeah, and this stand is Planet Waves. And what Planet Waves does, and it's able to like summon meteors from outer space to come and hit shit.
Wait, never mind. Different. I thought I was. Keep going.
It's very straightforward for a stand ability.
Yeah, so Jolyne, she starts fighting the dude, but as she's fighting, she starts getting pumped up and amped too. And now they're both pumped up and amped. They're just fighting each other for no fucking reason, by the way. They're just like, yeah, let's go.
And are these all women?
No, the guard is a dude.
Got it.
Whatever happened to Jolyne's gunshot wound?
Oh, she just like she turns into string. Foo Fighters injects plankton in it. It's whatever. they heal.
That's kind of gay.
Plankton have healing properties, don't you know?
But yeah, Planet Waves, they start fighting each other, and then like she eventually like kicks him in the face or whatever, and that's that. So now that's out of the way. So now they gotta like focus on getting the hell out of here or some shit. But meanwhile, there's another prisoner there, Kenzo, and Kenzo is essentially like, who's that guy that died recently? Charles Manson, essentially. That's what he's in prison for. He like Charles Mansoned a bunch of people, like like death cult, Hollywood death cult, and shit like that. But oh man, this part is so fucked up. So
this dude's
fucked up for like
Stan.
the wrong reasons. It's like I'm reading it, I'm falling asleep, kind of.
Yeah.
Like Charles Manson is making you fall asleep. This is kind of crazy though.
So basically, Kenzo, he's really good at feng shui. You know what feng shui is, right?
I do not.
Feng shui is basically like you place objects around and you arrange them in a certain fashion and you like do things in a certain way and it like puts out vibes that help you out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, feng shui. So it's cool if you don't because Araki spends 3 pages talking about what feng shui is anyway. So yeah, this is what I'm talking about when I say like this fight kind of had me like. Yeah.
Wait, you don't have time to let him explain the concept to you for 3 pages? And
No, but like this happens during the fight. Like so basically, this ties into Kenzo's stand, Dragon's Dream. Now, what Dragon's Dream does, it reads like the feng shui vibes of the room. It instructs Kenzo. It doesn't instruct them because the stand itself is also sentient, but it like agrees to be like a neutral party in the fight. It just like points where the feng shui is, and anyone who fucking understands feng shui can use that to their advantage and shit. But it's kind of one-sided because only Kenzo knows what the fuck feng shui is.
So he just goes around vibe checking shit.
Yeah, he just uses like vibes to like beat the shit out of everyone.
I love that.
And meanwhile, Anasui, he's watching. He's like, he's using feng shui. Did you know in the 1300s, feng shui was used in the construction of ancient Chinese castles. They had them facing a certain this goes on for.
What the fuck? It's off the top of your head.
It's like the whole point of JoJo is just randomly like fact checking people in the middle of the fight.
Rocky reads like a Snapple cap and he's like, this will make a banger 5 chapters. When you're in zero gravity, you pee yourself.
Does that happen?
Yeah,
that happened.
We didn't talk about it, but it happened.
yeah, back in the jumping jack flash fight, Jolyne's floating around. I was like, oh, Weather, I kind of have to use the bathroom. And Weather's like, just go. I already did see. And you see his piss floating.
And it's like, yeah, when you're in zero gravity, all the blood rushes to your head and you gotta piss.
Yeah.
You know, at first I was convinced that the author of JoJo was gay, but he's putting her in a lot of fetish situations. Enter with her masturbating.
Yeah, oh my god. Fuck.
I think he's just trying to appeal to the 14-year-old boy market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
Yeah, so what the fuck was I even talking about?
Dragon's Dream.
Feng shui.
Chinese castles?
Yeah, we just beat the guy, right? That's what
they beat Dragon's Dream, my least favorite stand fight. Oh man.
Fucking. I was so not excited. Yeah.
I guess the feng shui doesn't really help him that much.
It doesn't help him that much because the stand itself is neutral. It's like, damn, they beating your ass.
Damn Kenzo.
Yeah, it's like, damn, Kenzo, you getting your ass beat.
Alright.
God. So yeah, anyway, they managed to do it. Ooh, big fight. Yeah, so anyway, Pucci succeeds in his plan to sacrifice all 31 sinners within the punishment board, and this causes them all to turn into plants. And then the roots, like annihilation style. So then, like the plant's roots all leave the prisoner's body, and they like congregate in the center of the punishment board, which is already conveniently like circle shaped. So it meets in the middle, creates this giant tree, and then Pucci like places the deal bone baby zombie whatever shit inside the tree, and then this gives it a proper physical form that is the green baby.
Ooh.
But he already
green baby.
I mean, this is where it becomes the
Now he's the real green baby.
Now he's
this is the real green baby.
She's not old enough for Pucci to get on with, so quest not complete.
Quest is still in progress.
What?
We got a plan for that. Don't you worry.
Yeah. So anyway, the green baby out. Pucci got the baby for real. And like to keep the others, they're like, yo, Pucci, and he has a green baby. So to keep him off their tail, he gives like a stand to like some prison guard that would turn into a criminal, ACAB, you know. So that he was a criminal, and they give him the stand, Yo-Yo Ma. So Yo-Yo Ma is like a little butler stand. It's like, oh man, I can tie your shoes for you, haha. And then like you turn around and like immediately tries to kill you and shit, that kind of stand. So they figure out it's bullshit. They beat it up. Well, they don't beat it up because the stand itself is literally invincible. So they track down the user. They beat it up. It's illegal. So yeah. Meanwhile, Foo Fighters is finally confronted with her creator, Pucci, and there's like a whole fight. They're fighting and shit, and like, during the fight, Foo Fighters manages to run out of water, and things are looking pretty bad. Ooh, Meanwhile, cuts to like the green baby, or fight Jolyne and Anasui. They track down the green baby, and like they notice it's just like crawling away because like a fucking baby.
It's a fucking baby.
So like, quick, grab that baby. So they're running to grab the baby, but as they approach the baby, oh god, as they approach the baby, they notice they're not getting any closer to it, even though they're physically walking forward towards the baby. But not only that, everything else around them is getting bigger. So then they're like, wait a second, let's back up. And then, I think Anasui takes a rock and, like, tries to throw it at the baby. But he throws it, and as it gets closer to the baby, they notice it, like, shrinks into nothingness. So this is the green baby stand, green grass of home. And what green grass of home does, it automatically protects the baby by anything that approaches it starts shrinking. So that's why it looked like they weren't like moving anywhere, because they were actively shrinking and shit. And then it turns out if you get too close and like shrink enough, the actual stand will like come out and attack you. It's like a little goblin man.
It's like an Achilles,
kind of like a Goo Goo Doll situation.
It's like the Achilles race. Yeah.
What?
Like the Achilles race where he has to run, and then like there's whatever. It doesn't matter.
This seems like a bad stand for a baby because it means no one will ever be able to come and help it survive.
I mean, the baby, it's cool with Pucci.
Oh,
the baby's
okay.
cool with Pucci. It's just like fuck.
It's also a good thing that the green baby's just kind of a fucking catalyst for what happens later.
But oh wait, the baby also notices Jolyne and is like, oh Jolyne, ooh, cuckoo gaga. And then this allows only Jolyne to come and like pick up the baby. You're like, oh baby.
Wait, so are you telling me that the baby literally is just like, oh, okay, cool?
Yeah, because the baby also, I forgot to mention, also has like the Joestar birthmark.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, because it's made out of Dio's bone, which is
yeah.
also Jonathan's bone.
Yeah.
Oh, this is what you mean about them having a child.
I mean, they had Jojo also.
They had Jojo too.
Well, maybe I'm a few, like, illegitimate childs.
Quite
about
a few.
Quite a few actually,
Yeah, so anyway, shit happens. Foo Fighters, it comes back to Foo Fighters in a fight for Pucci, and unfortunately, Foo Fighters does die. Oh, it's so fucking sad. But it turns out Foo Fighters does in fact have a soul, and she's able to ascend to heaven, and it's really sad and touching, but it's proof that she was in fact a living thing. Oh man.
You want to talk about how she died, because it's pretty fucked up.
Oh yeah, this is really fucked up. So in their fight, flashback to the fight between them. They're fighting. Foo Fighters is running low on water. She's like, oh man, I need some water. She notices like a sink nearby, and she like runs to go get some water. Pucci makes another disc, throws it at the sink, and like the disc has orders like become boiling water. So Foo Fighters, she starts drinking the water and starts boiling her alive from the inside out, killing all the plankton, and then that's how she dies.
Damn.
That's pretty sick. I love how
That's
far
tight, bro.
the discs have also gone
Right.
in like originally just removing something for someone, and now
Yeah, but you can like create them with like
orders.
specific orders and shit. Yeah. So yeah. Meanwhile, During all this chaos and confusion, Pucci does manage to grab a hold of the green baby, and he uses the memories he got from Jotaro's memory disk, what he read in the journal, to utter like the 14 14-word secret password Dio wrote down in his journal to achieve heaven to the baby.
Could you recite them all?
I don't have them written.
I'm gonna look them up.
Huh?
I'm gonna look them up. You continue.
Penis, vagina.
And after reciting like Dio's like email password to the baby's like, oh cool, and then he fuses with Pucci.
Okay. I'm still pulling him up. Oh shoot.
And then this causes Pucci to undergo like a little mini transformation, and his hairline turns into a star. It's kind of crazy.
Okay. Spiral staircase, rhinoceros beetle, desolation row, tart, beetle, rhinoceros beetle. No, rhinoceros beetle again, singularity point, angel, hydrangea, rhinoceros beetle, singularity point, secret emperor.
So he says this all to the baby, and the baby immediately knows what's up.
It's like, oh shit, when you start telling me rhinoceros beetle, singularity point, secret emperor.
The baby like, this man's spitting. Anyway, fast forward, Jolyne's a little sad because Foo Fighters, the best character in Jojo history, just died.
Not.
And like
press F for FF.
So Pucci, meanwhile, already like feeling with like his Dio baby fusion form, he leaves the prison because he's done there. He's got what he needs in the prison, and he has to go elsewhere to finally achieve heaven. Meanwhile, Jolyne finally gets like the memory disk back from Pucci because Pucci doesn't need it anymore. It's like, I've already won. Take your shit back, you bitch. And he leaves. So Jolyne, Emporio, and and Weather Report are like, all right, guys, we gotta get the fuck out of this prison and stop Pucci from achieving heaven, whatever the fuck that means. So while they do that, they're approached by Mew Mew, another guard in cahoots with Pucci, and her stand, Jailhouse Lock, named after the Elvis Presley song Jailhouse Rock. Whoa.
Oh, we fought this guy in a D&D game.
Oh yeah. Well, we played. Remember when we played fucking forever ago? We played fucking JoJo D&D.
Jesus.
What's Jailhouse Lock?
Forever ago. That was 6 months ago.
Jesus
That's a long time.
Christ. Oh my god. Anyway, so Jailhouse Lock. What it does, it gives you goldfish brain.
No, wait, that really is what it does though.
Basically, how it works is, while under the effects of Jailhouse Lock, you can only memorize 3 new pieces of information. And if you learn like a 4th thing, the first thing of the 3 you forget. So Jailhouse Lock's user uses this to sort of like trap Jolyne in a bootleg time loop, essentially. She also does like some really cool, crazy shit. Like she pulls out a gun and like shoots out 4 bullets. So Jolyne reacts to like the first 3, and then she notices the 4th one and forgets the first bullet she saw. So she dodges 3 of them and gets hit by the 4th one. It's pretty cool shit like that.
They consistently find the coolest usage of every power they introduce.
Yeah. So how do they manage to beat such a indomitable stand? Well, Jolyne. Oh god, this is crazy.
Oh,
so Jolene's trying to figure out who the fuck the user is because she keeps fucking forgetting. So she gets around this. Jolyne and Emporio team up. Jolyne manages to create like a binary code printing of Mew Mew's face using stone freeze string. So she's like using stone free to like make like a whole portrait of this chick, track her down and beat the shit out of her. So that's that. I'm not doing it justice. It was pretty hype in the manga when I was reading it. I was like, yo. But yeah.
Is this part animated?
Not yet.
We're actually we're past the part that's animated now.
Where did the animated part end?
That was
Right at the end of when the frog raid happened. That was
Yeah.
the last thing that got animated.
Yeah.
So yeah, they do that, and then they're like, all right, y'all, let's get out of prison. So meanwhile, cut to Pucci. He's walking around Florida, right? And he's fused with the baby, and he's like looking really weird. Shit starts happening. Like he walks past the kid, and the kid ages like 15 years.
What?
Like yeah, weird shit like that. He's kind of confused and scared. He's like, oh god, what's happening? But everyone escapes from prison. And they like send both of Jotaro. They send like the Jotaro memory disc back to Jotaro so he can like finally become a character again. And yeah. So this is where we find out that because of like all the shit going down with Pucci and like his Dio baby fusion form, this sent out a signal to all of Dio's children who now start to like converge on Florida to help out Pucci.
Oh no, are we at Villain of the Week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Yeah.
So first up,
Dio babies, we're gonna get at you.
Pucci is held up in front of a hospital by this weird dude named Ungolo. So Ungolo's trying to like rob Pucci blind, but unbeknownst to, but then it's revealed that Ungolo is one of Dio's sons. Realizing this because he has like the Dio baby inside of him, Pucci grabs him and tells him to wake up his power. This causes Ungolo to fall on the ground, and then like he starts manifesting his stand ability. Meanwhile, nearby, like the little stick figure dude on the traffic sign just jumps off the traffic sign and starts walking.
That's fucking hilarious.
But what else happens, Ed?
And then, meanwhile, back at the prison, while this is going down, Weather Report also manifests a star-shaped birthmark.
Oh yeah. Wonder what that means.
So, then cut to Weather Report and Anna Sui. Everyone, they're driving around looking for Pucci, and then Pinocchio runs up. It's like, hey, I'm Pinocchio. Like, what the fuck?
Literally.
They like run over Pinocchio. And then not only that, they look around and then they realize there's like fictional characters running around Florida and shit.
They just now realized this?
Yeah, they're like, wait a second, what the fuck? Anna Sui is like, Anna Sui is like attacked by a man who transformed into the big bad wolf. So apparently, this is Ungolo's stand ability, Bohemian Rhapsody. So what it does, this is like a global thing. So this is happening like all over the world. Fictional characters are like jumping out of books, out of TV screens, out of everything. And like they're just talking to people. People find a character they really vibe with. And if they touch that character, they become that character. And start start living out the rest of that character's like story and shit in a way. So this sounds cool and all. You see a kid about to like literally Spider-Man shows up at one point. A kid's like, it's Spider-Man, I saw him first.
There's
and
no way he had the rights to use
he doesn't. And you just see like Spider-Man's, the very edge of Spider-Man's hands, like reaching down to like grab this kid. You see like Mickey Mouse's tail from around the corner. Like, it's so fucking funny. This is the funny shit, Roland.
What if I vibe with the traffic sign man? What happens to me then?
You start directing traffic.
Oh yeah!
So yeah, you see like an old man, he meets up with the prince from like Sleeping Beauty, becomes the prince from Sleeping Beauty, and rides away on a horse with Sleeping Beauty with his happily ever after shit like that.
Beauty.
And it seems cool until you realize, oh fuck, wait, what happens here? What was the name of the story? You know the story of like the 7 lambs and the wolf, right?
Sure.
That shit.
No.
Okay, so in this story, there's a wolf and 7 lambs, and like the wolf is the bad guy. He eats like the 7 lambs, and the mother wants to get revenge on the wolf. So while the wolf is sleeping, she cuts open the wolf's stomach, stuffs him full of stones, and then dumps him in a river where he drowns.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck?
So yeah, Anna Sui meets up with the wolf and unknowingly touches it, becoming the wolf. This causes him to like be attacked by the mother of the lambs, who wishes to cut him open and stuff him full of stones. So while he's fighting that, Weather Report runs into a painting of Vincent van Gogh.
That's not a fictional character.
It's a painting though, so he runs to a painting of Vincent Van Gogh, and then he starts becoming Vincent Van Gogh because he notices his ear falling off. He's like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna kill myself."
What the fuck is going on? He just randomly became like a fucking fever dream.
So basically, how did they get out of this one? How does the gang get out of this one?
How do they?
I know.
No, yes, come on.
I know how, so I'm not gonna say
no direct
anything.
answers. People who don't know, just guess.
Wait, what was the question?
How do they stop a Stan whose ability is to bring fictional characters to life?
They summon. Oh.
God.
They find a fictional character that's fucking like omnipotent, I guess, or some shit.
Right, Tyler?
Yeah, my guess is that they communicate with God and then.
Find the Bible.
That
would be peak fucking fiction. I actually don't remember.
God shows up.
Literal God.
Okay, so basically, what happens? Whether using his like Vincent Van Gogh abilities, because he's currently Vincent Van Gogh right now, so he uses his newfound artistic abilities to create a character whose power is to eliminate all fictional characters.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So he does this, and the character's like, "Oh, fictional characters, get out of here!" And this fully neutralizes Bohemian Rhapsody. And then Angelo, realizing that he's lost, becomes despondent.
Yeah.
And then he just like loses the will to live.
Is this guy Link? The Link you were talking about earlier?
No, the Link guy is like at the Speedwagon. It's
Oh, okay.
Oh, also, fun fact, this kind of ties in with the song Bohemian Rhapsody because of like
How?
no,
Because
like,
is this the real life? Is this just fantasy?
and then like the pacing of the fight matches the song, how it starts off like low key, things spiral, it's like this big mess, and then at the end, Angelo loses his will to live because nothing really matters. Common or Rocky W, let's go.
Rocky the fucking master.
So after all of that bullshit, it cuts to like Jolyne and like Hermes are on like a girl boss mission, right? They track down Jolyne's boyfriend that got her into this mess, Romeo. They confront each other and like there's like a big thing, not a fight, but it's like a big like, I can't believe you, Romeo. Romeo's like, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so rich. Ooh, Jolyne, I love you, baby. Ooh. Jolyne.
Oh, wait, isn't he in prison for 5 years?
No.
Romeo got off.
He gets off scot-free. Everything gets pinned on Jolyne.
Oh,
Yeah,
gotcha.
That's why Jolyne got 15 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jolyne's, whatever, Romeo, I still like you. You're still kind of cute, and she lets him go, but not before Hermes places a sticker on his ear, and then she just like rips the sticker off and then like slaps him upside the head. And so that's the end. He's fine, but he's like, oh, Jolyne, oh. Yeah, so that's that.
And cut. Go.
So then they leave, and we run into the next Dio's son, Cowman, aka Rakeel. Now,
Cowman.
his outfit.
Yeah, you know his outfit. He
Yeah,
just has
no, I
cow
know.
print.
Yeah.
It's just
I
cow
remember.
print all over. I call him Cowman. So anyway, Rakeel, he's like this nervous wreck of a dude, hypochondriac type beat. He's like, oh man, I can't do anything. But then he manifests his stand ability, Sky High, named after the song Sky High by Jigsaw. The song also slaps, by the way. I got into Jigsaw because of this one song. Oh man. So anyway, Sky High. Oh god, fuck. Okay.
Fuck.
Sky High. I'm trying to figure out how to like properly explain. Okay, so you guys know about cryptids and shit, right?
Yeah.
So you guys are familiar with like the flying rods.
How about you explain that to people who aren't?
Okay, so like sometime when was this? When it was like, I don't know, cameras were a thing. Like early cameras, like I'm gonna say 80s, 70s type. Yeah.
We're talking like late 1800s, right?
Yeah,
No. This specific cryptid.
No, do you know about the rods? Okay.
Okay, so basically, back then, people were like taking pictures and shit, and like they were finding like weird stuff of like like these rods flying around, like a rod, and then it has like a spiral fin thing, and it's just like flying around. People are like, whoa, cryptid. But it turns out it's just cameras, like shitty shutter speed. Like when a bird flies by, it like catches it as just like a stretched out rod.
Gotcha.
And shit like that. But Araki in Jojo universe, these are real creatures. He writes like he has a whole page going over like the biology of rods. But anyway, so these flying rods, they fly around and shit. They're super fast, and they feed off of like body temperature and shit. So Rikill stand Sky High. Sky High, by the way, is like a little fucking bracelet, and it has like one of those like rubber frog things on top, and he uses this to control the rods. And so he uses the rods to like steal body temperature from like Jolyne and Hermes, and this also lets him control like their muscle contractions and shit like that. So he's like puppeting them around with these rods flying around. It's crazy. At some point, Jolyne sets herself on fire or something. Yeah. Long story short, they beat Rico. You know the vibe. Meanwhile, they track Pucci down to a hospital where he's discussing with Gio's last son, Donatello Versace.
I thought it was Donatello versus.
It's Versace.
Alright, whatever.
Donatello Versace, ooh. So this causes Donatello to awaken his stand, Underworld. Now this stand is really fucking funny. Oh my, like his entire backstory is super funny because apparently as a kid he already had this ability, but it was manifesting without him knowing it. And what Underworld does, it lets him, it like brings up past events that happen in an area and then like makes them happen again through like happenstance and stuff like that. So he had a really shitty childhood because when he was a kid, he was walking around one day when suddenly a pair of shoes lands in his lap. Like it's thrown from somewhere else and it lands in his lap. And he's like, whoa, a free pair of shoes. But it turns out these shoes were stolen, and the guy who stole them threw them off a building somewhere and to get rid of him. And he gets caught with the shoes and he gets arrested because the cops think he stole the shoes and he's sent somewhere off and he's forced to dig holes.
Wait a second!
What?
It's like
So it
the
turns
book
out-
holes.
Oh.
So it turns out because of his stand ability, he was forced to live out the plot of Holes. You good, Tyler?
Alright, continue.
So this is why he had such a shitty childhood, but he finally manages to channel this energy properly, and he uses it to attack Jolyne and Hermes and Emporio. And he does this by, there's like a plane crash that happened nearby.
Plane?
Jesus fucking Christ. It's not in Italy, it doesn't count.
Yeah.
So he revives the memory of the plane crash and traps Jolyne and Hermes on that same plane. And it's about to crash, but it's... fuck. So anyway, realizing they're in a bind and this plane's about to crash, Jolyne manages to get in contact with Emporio, who's like wandering around Florida right now, and he has like his little ghost computer walking around with. And it's super funny because this is written in 2001. Araki wasn't really sure what like future computers would look like, so instead of having like a nice slick little laptop, Emporio's just like walking around with like one of those bulky giant computers and shit. It's funny as shit. So he gets a call from Jolyne. Jolyne's explaining the situation to him, word for word almost. It's like, okay, Emporio, we need your help. Me and Hermes are trapped on a plane that's about to crash. Well, it already crashed, but because of its ability, it's about to crash again. We're somewhere underground, and we need your help. Emporio, can you help us? And Emporio's just like standing there.
This is like the fuck.
Like, like literally, actually, like, what? So with some research on his ghost computer, he manages to find out that on this plane, there was one survivor, and he was sitting in a certain seat and whatever. Because of that seat, he managed to survive playing blah, blah, blah. There was like two survivors, right?
Right.
It was like some random guy and then some girl that was sitting right, like this kid sitting right next to him. So he relays this information back to them. Meanwhile, I think Donatello Versace also gets involved, so he's on the plane now, and he's trying to take up one of the seats, so he can survive the plane crash or whatever. Long story short, there's not enough seats for like all three of them. So considering the plane crash already happened, these aren't real people. Hermes takes up the seat, pulls the one guy out of his seat, sits in it to survive. Meanwhile, Donatello and Jolyne are going at it. But it's like, oh man, shit, what do we do? Donatello manages to secure the other seat. Oh man, the plane crashes. Jolyne's not in the seat. Oh, it's so fucked up. So what Jolyne did, she unraveled herself entirely into string and inserted herself in Hermes' nose. And then doing that, she was technically in the same seat as the guy who survived, so they both survived. And yeah, that's the end of that fight or something like that. Yeah, sure, I guess.
What the fuck?
Kurt just sat on Hermes' lap.
Right, like, what the fuck? Like, what?
Whatever. So basically, sometime later, things happen. Weather Report receives. We get weather reports back. We get weather report and Pucci's backstory. This is a doozy. So it turns out Weather Report and Pucci were brothers.
Woo!
Twins, in fact.
Woo! Twin.
So the backstory goes that they were separated at birth. Some crackhead's baby died, and while Weather Report and Pucci were still in like the baby zone or whatever, the crackhead took Weather, like stole Weather and pretended to made it look like the other twin baby died and raised Weather as her own. So then, meanwhile, stuff happens. Pucci goes on, becomes like a little priest boy at age 15. Weather like grows up in Florida and becomes like a Florida man. Long story short, they meet up again. Pucci's sister, she comes home one day. She's talking about how she met this really hot guy named Weather Report. And she's like, ooh, man, Weather Report, ooh. So Pucci does some snooping around and finds out he doesn't do some snooping around. He finds out from Weather Report's mother. She's like in the church, in the confession booth, confessing her sins. And she confesses to like stealing a baby and raising it as her own. Pucci puts two and two together and realizes that the baby and her sister's new boyfriend is in fact his own brother. And he's like, oh man, I can't have my sister dating my brother. That's incest. So he does the logical thing and contacts the KKK.
That's not a joke, by the way.
That's not a joke.
That's real.
So he gets the KKK involved, and they're like, "Hey, there's this light-skinned black man, and he's dating a white woman. You gonna take that?" Pucci's black, by the way. The light-skinned black man dating a white woman. You guys gonna take that? They're like, racism, move. So the so Pucci and so Weather Report and Pucci's sister are out on a date. Meanwhile, the KKK pull up and lynch Weather Report. And then the sister, so distraught at the death of her new boyfriend, kills herself.
What the fuck? But wait, what about Weather Report?
Yeah, Weather Report manages to survive the lynching. I think something happens. I think this is when he first manifests his stand, and it causes some shit to happen that breaks the branch, and he survives. But then Pucci's like, oh man, this is all your fault, Weather Report. So he takes his memories and frames him for the murder of his sister, which has him arrested and placed in prison.
Damn.
So meanwhile, cut back to the present. Weather Report finally gets his memories back, and remembering all this, he goes sicko mode because he's pissed. And this causes him to manifest a new stand ability, Heavy Weather.
Oh fuck. Oh god. I wish you the best of luck in this one, Ed.
You wanna pause right now?
We
have 4 minutes.
Do I want to do this and get cut off midway or
Yeah, just let's cut right now.
Okay, so where was I? Okay.
We just learned about Heavy Weather.
Okay, so upon receiving his memories back, all the fucked up shit that happened between him and Pucci and his sister, Weather Report decides he just says fuck it and he goes sicko mode. So using his restored memories, he unlocks a new stand ability for himself called Heavy Weather.
Woo!
What does heavy weather do, Edward?
So, what Heavy...
Just like
Okay, so what Heavy Weather does, it creates rainbows up in the sky. But these aren't just ordinary rainbows, right? Because when these rainbows have like a sort of like cognito-hazardous property to them. So when you look at them, it triggers like this deep instinctual ancestral memory, and it causes people to like start thinking that they're a snail, and they begin to act like snails.
What?
That
did not go anywhere I was expecting.
And they start like crawling around like they're snails. They start like eating grass and shit. At some point, like someone gets salt thrown on them, and they start like screaming and writhing.
What does this have to do with changing weather?
Because it basically creates the fucking apocalypse.
Yeah.
Because rainbows exist.
Yeah, rainbows. It has to do with like the atmosphere and shit.
Yeah, but basically, this happens right at the end of the underground fight. So Jolyne and Hermes are running out the hospital, and they turn into snails.
Yet another weird fetish situation.
You know what's fucking crazy about this too is that
Does it start raining snails too? Or is
I
it
don't know, but the thing that's crazy is that it's not actually in the beginning. You genuinely think that they're snails. It's not actually revealed like how it works until the end of the fucking battle.
Yeah, Araki like starts drawing them as snails.
Yeah. So
they're not actually turning.
You just think that they're fucking snails.
Yeah.
Holy shit, Jolene's a fucking snail. What the fuck?
You got Joe Snail, Snail, Weather Snail.
Jolyne Joe Snail.
Weather snail.
But because of this starts like wreaking havoc all throughout Florida because people are looking up, they see this rainbow, and they become a snail. So shit's going down in Florida. Oh man.
Florida man.
So meanwhile, they managed to escape the hospital. They're with Donatello Versace. They like beat him up and like force him to do their work for a bit. So they're driving and shit. Donatello turns into a snail and like unable to like drive the truck they're in because he's a snail. He crashes into Weather Report, and I think this kills Weather Report or something. Doesn't? Because I know he dies. I know he eats shit, but does he eat shit this early?
I don't know.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, he eats shit here. But right before he eats shit, Pucci manages to get in close, and he like steals Weather's stand disc to like put an end to Heavy Weather.
So how does he do that? And because the Pucci doesn't turn into a snail.
Cut.
Are you recording me right now? You little slut.
Oh, fuck. Pucci lied to me.
Anyway, snails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck Edward. So, oh yeah, so we were talking about fucking Heavy Weather, right? So, the thing is in this part, there's a weird thing is that Pucci isn't a slug where everyone else is. Why is that?
Oh, so you see, I mentioned before how Pucci has the ability to like insert attributes and remove attributes from objects using the disc of Whitesnake and stuff. So he doesn't look up at the rainbow, but by looking around and like I think he sees it in a reflection. If you see it in a reflection, it doesn't like affect you and shit. Yeah. So he gathers that people are looking up at these rainbows and turning into snails. So he gets around this by having Whitesnake remove his vision.
Damn.
That's fucking metal.
Oh yeah! How did he do that?
With Whitesnake.
Yeah, but just take out his vision disc.
Yeah. That's what.
Vision removed. He's able to move about freely while everyone else is like turning into snails. And he rushes in on like the now dying Weather Report because Weather Report got hit by Donatello who's driving a truck, but he turned into a snail while driving and lost the ability to drive. So sad. And like he takes out Weather Report's stand disc to put an end to Heavy Weather. So that's that. Weather Report dies. He's like, oh, Jolyne, I loved you. All that shit. So, So Pucci manages to escape to his ultimate destination, Cape Canaveral. Meanwhile, he leaves a weather stand disc behind because a stand so powerful can only be used by someone with the proper willpower, and everyone else is like full of shit. They can't use this shit, so he tosses it aside and heads to Cape Canaveral. Jolyne picks up the stand disc as like a memento of weather, but she realizes that she can't really use it. No one can really use it, so she just gives it to Emporio to hold on to, so they can deal with Pucci and deal with the disc later. Yeah.
And their main goal right now is just to stop
Pucci
Pucci from getting to heaven.
From getting to heaven, yes.
Because they're assholes.
Yeah. They're prisoners. They're trying to beat up priests so bad.
Can Vaughn have rough? I know I just kind of like took it, but go ahead.
Okay, so the last thing Pucci needs to get to heaven is he has to arrive at a certain like, what's it called? What the fuck is it called? Like on the grid and the location coordinate.
Yeah.
He has to arrive at a certain like list of coordinates written down by Dio in a journal, and these coordinates happen to be at the Kennedy Space Center. So.
I've been there.
Yeah, see, you've been in Jojo.
That's crazy.
You've been in Jojo.
We have all canonically been in Jojo.
This whole time.
You're canon, Tyler. How do you feel?
We're all.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Before all this happens, the gang are like driving, looking for Pucci, and Anasui's looking around. He looks. I think this is like during like the Bohemian Rhapsody fight, but Anasui looks at a sign for Disney World, and he's like, "Where the fuck's Mickey? If there's no Mickey, it ain't Disney." Yeah, that shit. But anyway, yeah, so Kennedy Space Center, the gang gets there, and this is where Pucci, as he gets near the ideal conditions laid out by Dio, his new stand ability begins to activate. And this causes the gravity of not only Cape Canaveral, but I can only assume the rest of the world to shift. So, like, you know how we're like standing flat on the ground, gravity's acting this way. So because he activates his ability, gravity shifts so it's facing this way, turning the entire world on its side. Ooh, kind of crazy.
What is the name of this ability?
So as the gang corners him, they're like climbing up like the Kennedy Space Center now, and they encounter him. They face off against Pucci, like, "Pucci, you dickhead." And Pucci's like, it's too late. I'm so close to achieving heaven. And he reveals his new stand, Sea Moon. Woo! Sea Moon.
So is Whitesnake like gone now?
So Sea Moon is a result of the green baby fusing with Pucci. Mm-hmm. And like you can see this as now like Pucci, it's now like Sea Moon is like a humanoid stand, but it has like where Whitesnake had like accents of like black and like a black mask on. Sea Moon is like now where it's black, it's like green, like the green baby. It has the green baby's face and everything and shit. It's pretty sick looking stand, honestly. So Sea Moon's stand, he loses the ability to like use disc and shit like that, but he gains the ability, as we've seen, to freely manipulate gravity to his will and shit. So he's using this, the gang fights, boo boo boo, you're fighting. Drill, one special thing he could do is that anything he punches, he can turn the gravity in on itself, causing it to implode.
Okay.
So after a few close calls, it's no use, and he does manage to land a hit on Jolyne, causing like her entire chest to begin to implode on itself, killing her instantly. Meanwhile,
oh, so Jolyne's just dead now?
Yeah, Jolyne's just dead. Roland, shut up. Jolyne is dead.
Okay.
And he turns and with Jolyne out of the way, Pucci turns his attention on Anasui and Hermes, and he begins duking it out with them. Meanwhile, Emporio is helplessly watching when he gets a phone call from none other than Jotaro Kujo, who reveals that he's actually at the Kennedy Space Center as well, and Jolyne is alive and well. Ooh. So we cut back to Jolyne, and we see that while she did get punched in the chest by Sea Moon, and its ability did in fact activate, she used her quick thinking and turned her entire chest into a Mobius strip. An object with no inside and no outside, therefore neutralizing Sea Moon's ability to turn shit inside out, saving her life.
Yeah. Tyler, isn't that genius?
That is pretty fucking sick.
Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, things are getting real tense now. Everyone's there. Jotaro's there. Jolyne, Pucci, Anasui, Emporio, Hermes. They got Pucci surrounded, and right now he's like using gravity. He's like standing in like a door frame that he got from somewhere, and he's steadily floating up towards the final proper coordinates. And everyone's like, "Quick, we gotta stop him!" Jotaro goes in for a time stop. And he manages to hit Pucci, but it's not enough. And Pucci, he's rising up into the air. He starts glowing and shit. He's like, "This is it. This is heaven. I've reached it." And there's a big flash of light, and then everyone stopped. And then it was like, ooh. Everyone wakes up in front of like the space center. Now gravity's back to normal, and they're like looking around. Pucci's nowhere to be seen.
Wow.
So they're like, "Oh shit, what the hell happened? He reached heaven, but where is he?" Ooh, they're
In heaven,
looking around.
bro.
Yeah, dog.
So he looks around, and then they like quickly put 2 and 2 together. That they realize, they look up and they realize there's no sun, there's no moon. Instead, there's just a steady like beam of light going and going. And then they realize that it is night sometimes, but it's also day other times. And then they put it together that Pucci is somehow causing time to accelerate, which is why the sun is constantly rising and setting, and it looks like just like a single beam of light in
It's
the
like
sky.
a belt
Oh,
in
so
the
it's just-
sky.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's
rapidly
pretty.
changing from day to night.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Over and over.
Because time is.
But not only this, this also is affecting like inanimate objects, as we see like different clips and bits from around the world. Like there's like a lady, she walks up to like one of those automatic doors and it just blinks open, and when she tries to walk through, it blinks shut, killing her
Oh my
instantly.
fucking god.
Because like time is moving that fast now. There's like a person, he's like, "Oh man, we're out of meat. I'll check the meat locker." So he walks in and freezes to death instantly. There's like we cut to like Shonen Jump headquarters. We cut to Shonen Jump headquarters, and like various mangaka are like calling in like, "We can't make these dates. This is too crazy." And like, "What are you talking about? Rohan Kishibe is making all the due dates just fine."
Wait, Rohan's just been keeping up with
Rohan's been keeping up with his manga deadlines, even though a single day is like 2 seconds now.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah.
What a weird and sad flex.
Weird flex, but
Fucking
okay.
crackhead, man.
So meanwhile, we cut back to the gang. They realize time is accelerating, and not only that, Pucci's back, but he's like moving like sonic speed now, zipping all around them. He's like, "Ooh, gotta go fast. Ooh, I'm plus on everything." And shit. So that's going on. They're fighting.
The only way to beat Sonic is to have Roland play him.
So yeah, it's revealed that Pucci isn't affected by the flow of time, but everyone else is. That's why he's like moving around so fast, because like, yeah. And they're fighting and shit. We get a cool little moment where like Jotaro does manage to get a time stop off as like Pucci's like attacking Jolyne, and he looks up at Pucci, who's like diving down at
Why is
Jolyne.
Pucci attacking Jolyne? He got what he wanted.
Yeah, but he wants to like rid all of them. He wants to like get rid of the Joestar bloodline for his next big plan, so he can have a world without the Joestars entirely. I'll explain
Okay.
it. I'll explain it later. But like in the time stop, Jotaro sees Pucci about to jump on Jolyne, but not only that, he sees a knife. He sees a bunch of knives because Pucci copies Dio in this moment, throwing a bunch of knives at Jolyne.
Oh my-
This causes Jotaro to like flip his shit because he gets like PTSD from fighting Dio, and then he starts going crazy. He's like, "Woo, woo, 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 woo." But it's no use because time resumes. It's not enough. He does save Jolyne in that moment, but then this leaves him open for Pucci to come in and like just karate chops his head, splitting him in half, killing him.
Fuck.
Just as Toph predicted in part 3.
Wait, what did that happen in part 3?
Toph predicted that Jotaro would die by having his head split open.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
Jotaro's dead.
So yeah, Jotaro is dead.
Who's talking?
The stand from the
Oingo Boingo.
brothers.
Yeah, Toth, yeah.
Toph.
Oh!
Yeah. Fate, baby.
Fuck.
Fate.
Do you believe in gravity, Tyler?
Oh fuck me.
No, answer that. But anyway, so yeah, Jotaro out of the way. Pucci starts picking off everyone one by one. He goes for like fucking Hermes. Hermes is dead. He goes for Jolyne is dead, but Anasui uses Diver Down. Like another ability Diver Down has, he's able to put the stand in someone else and have that stand take the damage that person would receive. So he sacrifices himself to save Jolyne, killing him. Everyone's floating in the ocean, like rapidly decomposing because time accelerating and shit. It's pretty fucked up. And he's going after Emporio next, but Jolyne manages to tie Emporio to a nearby dolphin and have him like go off, sacrificing herself as Pucci closes in and kills Jolyne.
Is that a cup funeral?
Yes.
So meanwhile, everyone's dying now. The only person who's left is Emporio. He's riding on this dolphin, and as time begins to speed up more and more, the world starts to fall away, and we reveal this is a part of Pucci's plan to attain heaven. So.
Hey, Mikayla.
You missed a lot.
Hi.
Yeah.
You missed a lot.
Pucci gets a new stand at this point he's using. This stand is called Made in Heaven, like the Queen song. And so what it does, it has the ability to speed up time, and he's using this to speed up the flow of time to the end of the universe, therefore recreating like the big crunch and shit. So while this is happening,
Wait, so this dude has had like 3 different stands now.
yeah, because
this
like
is
it
his third
evolved
stand.
over time. Yeah, but basically, what happens is the world starts to fall away, and everyone starts to start floating. Like everybody, like the entire population of the Earth, every living thing is now floating in this void as they're like transferred over. As like time accelerates, the big crunch happen, creates another Big Bang, which causes a new universe to be created, and every person from the previous universe is brought over from the old universe and placed into the new universe. But then,
Oh, I'm sorry. I just showed you my clown mug that I
Yes,
got at the
it's
first store.
cool.
Look at it.
it's very,
It's a
very,
clown.
very comical, very
Yeah, it's on roller skates.
Yo, that clown has its ass like on the mug, bro.
the
Yeah,
fattest
it does.
ass I've
Yo,
ever seen.
don't be-
Wow.
And I also got this mug.
What's that one?
This one says catching up is satisfying with a really cryptic painting of a dog. It's my mug. I collect mugs.
Olivia from work was like,
Okay, so anyway, every living thing is brought over from the old universe into the new universe. Now, this is why Pucci was so determined to like kill the Joestars, because now that they're all dead, they're unable to move over to the new universe and experience the heaven he's created. Because Pucci's idea of obtaining heaven, he wants heaven for everybody. And he goes about this by now the universe resets, time speeding up. In that void, everyone's able to like look at their fate. So everyone now knows exactly what's going to happen to them, and then they're placed in a new universe. And he says that now that everyone knows their fate, they're able to go about their lives stress-free, and this is truly heaven. But he kills the Joestars, and like dead people are unable to move over to the new universe, so he denies them of heaven. Yeah, you got all that.
Yep.
wasn't there like one guy who's not affected by it?
We'll get there.
We're good.
We'll get there.
So yeah, Emporio wakes up in the new universe, and he's back at that room, and Jolyne and Jotaro are having that meeting he warned Jolyne about. So he bursts in there, only to find that it's not Jolyne and Jotaro, just replacements created that look kind of like them, but not exactly, and he starts freaking out, because what happened? This is when Pucci appears, and he starts tracking down, and he explains like everything I just explained with like moving on to the new universe, heaven, and all that shit. And then he tries to kill Emporio then and there, but Emporio, with his quick thinking, manages to go into his ghost room. But then Pucci jumps in there, and they're fighting in the ghost room. Pucci tries to use the time acceleration, but because of the nature of the ghost room, that entire zone is free from the time acceleration.
That's so cool.
So this causes the universe outside of the ghost room to reset again.
Oopsies.
But during this reset, Pucci
Pucci does.
Pucci, like in his fight against Emporio. Pucci is. This is funny. Pucci's like a grown ass man. He's throwing hands with an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
Oh,
And the 8-year-old is holding his own.
The 8-year-old is winning, by the
What's his
way.
name? Is that young Emporio?
Yeah.
Emporio.
is like literally like.
He's like 10 or
Yeah.
something.
Fuck.
Yeah. So yeah, Emporio's holding his own against Pucci, but in the fight, Pucci realizes the weather stand disc he was holding on to, he like accidentally pushes it into Emporio, and then this catches Pucci off guard. As it turns out, Emporio does in fact have like the willpower and fortitude to wield heavy weather. So, with his new stand ability, Emporio uses heavy weather to increase the amount of oxygen, like the oxygen density within the room. And then because of Pucci's time acceleration effect, this causes like the oxygen to become more and more toxic faster than it should be. And Pucci eventually suffocates, collapsing to the ground and letting Emporio deal the killing blow with heavy weather.
Nice.
That's fucking metal.
So this man like briefly wields 2 stands. Just because it's fine.
Oh, what's up?
I want to say that like when Araki first wrote this arc, he thought it was his magnum opus.
Yeah, he really did.
And like he
was like, how do I top this?
Yeah.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But like there was a big moment where he's like, I don't think I can write anything better than this.
This is the end of JoJo.
This was going to be the end of JoJo.
Yeah, so Emporio kills Pucci right as the universe is resetting, and because of like the own rules of Pucci stand, Pucci is erased from existence as the universe resets by his own hand. That's pretty metal. And then so now the battle's over. Emporio exits the ghost room, and he's like standing in this field. Like all of his friends are dead, or literally they don't exist
And
anymore.
all the JoJos are dead.
Yeah, they don't exist anymore. Everything's done. And he's standing in this field, walking down this road, when suddenly a car pulls up next to him. And like they're like, hey kid, you need a ride? He looks in the car and it's like Jolyne, or rather Irene, in this new universe. And he looks inside and he sees like alternate universe counterparts of like all of his friends that were killed just moments before. And he starts crying. He's like, whoa kid, whoa, calm down, cool. Hey, what's your name anyway? So through tears and like sniffling and shit, Emporio says, my name is Emporio. And he hops in the car with them and they drive off as part 6 ends.
And this final arc is called What a Wonderful World.
Wonderful World. That's the name of the final arc. Yeah.
Jojo!
JoJo!
Yeah, fuck part 4. This has been my favorite arc.
So when does the acid wear off?
When does the acid wear off?
A lot of people consider this like a good ending per se, because now like all the Joestars and stuff are reborn in this universe, but without any of like the bullshit associated with Dio and stuff. So they're able to live like normal full lives, as we see, because this version of Jolyne is like engaged with Anasui, and they're going to like meet Jotaro to get his blessing and shit like that. So like everyone's living like happy lives now. Skill ball run! Whoa! Alright, so after, as Roland explained, after part 6, Araki viewed part 6 as his magnum opus, and he had like no real idea of how he can continue the series from this point onward, because everyone's dead. Like, where do you go from here? So he decides to sort of like soft reboot the franchise at this point. So part 6 is the end of like the original JoJo canon, original JoJo universe, and we jump ship to a new universe which is established in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 7, Steel Ball Run. Woo!
Alright, what's Steel Ball Run?
Okay.
Run the steel.
I'll get into it. So, meanwhile, in another universe, we cut to see this dude running through the desert, right? This dude, he's like running through the desert, and he's being chased by like Native Americans. And then it's revealed that this dude also is a Native American, and he's like earned the ire of his fellow tribesmen because he was caught with English literature. Oh, by the way, the year is 1880, and we are in the United States.
Yeah.
So this man is revealed to be named Sandman, and he's earned the ire of his tribesmen because he was caught with English literature, and that's bad because that's the language of the white man who's stealing their land and making their lives miserable and shit. So after briefly evading like his tribesmen, he runs into his sister and he explains his plan and like why he's getting caught up in like all the teachings of the white man and stuff, and he reveals his plan that he's going to enter the Steel Ball Run race and use the prize money to buy back his land because this isn't their land anymore. He has to play by their rules. So yeah.
What is the
Steel Ball Run?
What is the Steel Ball Run? So the Steel Ball Run, we have this explained by the person who's like organizing the event, a man by the name of Steven Steele. So a thing Araki starts doing from this part onwards is like, because it's a new universe he starts like reintroducing like old characters, but they're like remixed and shit, you know. So Steven Steele is this universe's equivalent of Speedwagon.
Got it.
Yeah. So Steven Steele, he's like having a press conference explaining the Steel Ball Run. And what is this? It's like a multi-stage horse race across the United States. So starting in California, and then it ends in like what, New York?
The San Diego. New York, yeah.
Yeah.
It starts in the San Diego beach, leads to New York.
Yeah. With a grand prize of $50 million, which is a lot in the 1800s, let me tell you. So, this causes like a bunch of people from not only the United States, but all over the world to flock to the United States to enter. And there's like a few notable people entering. We got like this cowboy dude named Mountain Tim, he's entering. We got this Mongolian guy named Thought Hand. And then we get this weird British dude, Diego Brando. He's entering. He seems to be a fan favorite. Ooh.
Just
and then,
like a little added detail is that the point of this race is to prove that like horses are still a viable mode of transportation.
Yes, that's
so
also
you're allowed to
the point
pick
of
any way of traveling that you want. You could go by car, by horse, or you could just walk the whole thing if you wanted.
Or you can run the whole way, which Sandman chooses to do.
Yeah.
Well, but yeah. Along with this, there's like a recently emancipated slave named Poco Loco, who joins the race too. I think he teams up with Sandman, right?
I don't think so. No.
Whatever. Poco Loco joins. He's like, yeah, let's vibe. So yeah. At the sign-ups for the Steel Ball Run, we see this strange Italian man, Mamma Mia. He's
Italian?
coming. He's coming up to enter, and this man is none other than Gyro Zappelli. Ooh.
I wonder if Roland likes his character.
Bro, it's my favorite JoJo character. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Roland went as Gyro to like one of our college's Halloween parties.
Wow.
Shut the fuck up. We're about to talk about Gyro fucking Zappelli.
Yeah. So, Gyro Zappelli, he's entering. And then while he's entering the Steel Ball Run, a thief runs up on him. So Gyro, being a Chad, challenges the thief to a duel. So the thief pulls out a gun, and Gyro reaches down to his holster and pulls out a steel ball.
That's like the equivalent to this.
So the duel starts. He dodges a bullet and he throws the steel ball, hitting the thief in the shoulder. But it doesn't only hit the thief in the shoulder; it kind of like hijacks his arm. And like against his will, the thief raises the gun to his head and shoots himself in the head.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Yeah!
I blinked out for like 10 seconds there. I went from a
He
thief
threw
running
the
up to
ball
him to
at the
some-
guy's shoulder and it took over his arm.
Damn.
You know, there's been a lot of suicide in these last 2 chapters.
Yeah.
Rocky was depressed.
So, meanwhile, a bystander is witnessing this dude in a wheelchair. He witnesses this, and like he goes to like pick up the steel ball that Gyro threw, and as he touches it, he like feels this weird sensation, and he's actually finds that he's able to stand up out of his wheelchair for the first time in years.
He's able to stand.
But he's caught off guard, he freaks out, drops the steel ball, and drops back into his wheelchair. So he starts begging Gyro to like tell him what the fuck just happened, because he wants to use this to cure his like paraplegism, you know? And this man is none other than Johnny Joestar. our Jojo for the card, everybody.
He got no legs. He can't stand.
Really?
This man cannot stand. So we get a brief little flashback on Johnny Joestar, and it's revealed that Johnny Joestar was like this genius, hotshot horse jockey, top of his game. He got the money, he had sauce, he had the paper, he had the clout,
But
he
then
had
he got
the juice.
Yeah.
Then he got fucked.
He had it all, but one day he got caught up in like a petty little street fight with like some dude, because so Johnny got caught up in his big head and stuff, and he became like a little asshole and shit. So one day he's like taking his girlfriends out to see like some play or whatever. He cuts in line and the guy's like, yo, fuck you, pulls out a gun and shoots Johnny in like the stomach or whatever. This hits him, like the bullet travels, hits his spine, and he loses his ability to walk, thus losing his ability to like be a proper horse jockey, and his life falls apart. It's up. So after
That's why you don't cut in line to the theater.
Yeah, bro.
So after encountering Gyro and standing for the first time in like a decade, he's like, "Holy shit! Wait, teach what was that? You gotta teach me!" Oh. So Gyro was like, "Yo, fuck off! Get away from me, you sick man! I gotta enter this race." So Johnny's like, "You know what? Bet." So he uses like the last of his money to buy himself a horse, and Johnny enters the Steel Ball Run race.
Without any legs.
No legs.
Wait, he has legs.
He has
His
legs. He
legs,
can't
but
use them.
He's
They were
paralyzed. He's paralyzed from the neck. Like they were healed while he was holding the ball, and when he dropped it, he lost his ability to
Yeah.
walk.
So,
Oh.
So he joins the race to find out how to like cure himself. So yeah, Johnny struggles to get on the horse, and then we're in there. So the start of the race begins. Steven Steele and his team, they get on a train to go to like the next point, like the first checkpoint of the race. Meanwhile, everyone
They're just taking a train this entire race.
like Steven Steele, like he's organizing the race and he's like taking reporters to go at the
Oh,
where the
gotcha.
first checkpoint is, so they can like prep up and get ready, set up and shit. Meanwhile, the race starts. Also the race is split into 9 stages. So yeah. The race starts, Gyro takes the lead, he's going, he's zooming. Meanwhile, some dude named Hermes Abdul and teams up with Diego Brando. They try to like take out Gyro, but like Gyro uses a steel balls to like knock Hermes Abdul off his horse, and that's the last we see of him, bro. Meanwhile, he's then ran up on by like Poco Loco, and they do a thing, but unbeknownst to them, Poco Loco has a stand ability by the name of Heya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does Heya do?
Heya is
Fucking
Okay.
useless.
Okay, one of my favorite stands, because Heya is just like good vibes. It's so Heya is like heavily implied to be the alternate universe counterpart to Cheap Trick. But unlike
What did Cheap Trick do again?
it hung on the user's back and like threatened to kill it if anyone saw his back.
Got it.
Heya also hangs on the Poco Loco's back, but it doesn't kill anyone. Kill him if anyone looks at his back instead. It's like whispering in his ear, and it's like, yeah, man, you got this. You can do it, Poco Loco. I believe in you. You just keep your head up. You got this. So it's just encouraging him and like just giving him the good vibes he needs to like, yeah.
I mean, that's pretty powerful in an anime.
It's pretty powerful.
It's pretty fucking
It's
good.
really fucking powerful, as we see later on. But yeah, because of good vibes, Poco Loco beats Gyro, manages to take the lead. Meanwhile, like Sandman, he's there. They're all racing, and they blah blah blah, poo poo poo. And yeah, after that, Gyro manages to like win the first half of the Steel Ball Run race.
The first ninth.
First night of the Steel Ball Run race, and yeah. Meanwhile, we get like a little flashback to like Steven Steele's backstory, his own thing, as like his wife Lucy Steele brings him lunch. Now, so Steven Steele, you know, as in JoJo fashion, he's like a grown ass man, but his wife is like 16. But
Oh yeah.
but let's wait, stop.
Okay.
So it turns out Lucy Steele, his wife, comes from this like family that was down on their luck, blah blah blah, blue blue blue, and like Steven Steele, they were originally planning to sell off Lucy to marry some stranger to get the money, but like because Lucy helped Steven Steele way back, not way back, but like a little bit ago when she like gave him the idea to start the steel ball run race and like thus getting him like letting him become like a rich dude. So he repays the favor by like quote unquote marrying Lucy Steele. So they're not, so while they are married, their relationship is more like they're just friends. It's just so like nothing weird. Nothing weird, it's just yeah. Don't cancel him, please.
Sounds like a fictional marriage written by a gay guy.
I thought you said he wasn't gay.
I'm going back and forth.
Okay.
Back and forth, I have my doubts. So cut back to the gang, they're at the racing and shit. So because of like Gyro, he did something that like endangered Sandman and he got caught for it. And as a result, he's been penalized by being forced to start at 21st place for the next segment of the Steel Ball run. Meanwhile, Gyro, then he's like, whatever, fuck it. He finally accepts Johnny as a student and begins teaching him the ways of the spin.
Bro.
Spin!
And Johnny's hoping to use the power of the spin to regain his ability to walk. Let's go.
Yo!
Meanwhile, Steven and his wife, they're about to a murder scene, showing this reveals that like contestants are starting to like actively attack and like murder each other for this prize money. So to get to the bottom of it, he calls in Mountain Tim, another dude I mentioned before who's participating, because Mountain Tim is like a sheriff and he wants him to investigate. But Mountain Tim, also grown-ass man, falls in love with Lucy Steele and agrees to help out Steven just so he can be near her, the 16-year-old child. Let's go. Oh my God.
Who's Lucy? Like also like Lucy's a counterpart to some other character. Right?
Oh yeah, I believe Lucy, she's like the counterpart to like Erina, I'm pretty sure.
Alright, I
Is
guess.
she? Yeah.
That makes sense, it fits, I guess. I'll go with it.
I know, because Rocky like does a thing where he just blends multiple characters into one new character. We'll get into that in part 8. But yeah.
Literally everyone leaves.
We're still here. Let's go. We are
Alright,
always.
continue.
Mountain Tim agrees to help because he's a pedophile. So the second stage of the Steel Ball run begins, and the gang now has to cross like a desert. Oh man. Specifically 1,200 kilometers of desert. It's crazy.
It's a lot of kilometers.
So Gyro, he enters the Steel Ball Run race and he seems pretty determined to win for like some weird reason. We don't know why yet. But because of this determination, he opts to take the most dangerous fucking route through the desert as a means of a shortcut. And then like Johnny has no other choice to follow him. So they're going through and then they're attacked by like another racer by the name of Miss Robinson.
Meet the Robinsons.
Miss Robinson. So Miss Robinson, they're going at it. He's like throwing.
Or it's just Simon and Garfunkel reference.
What's up?
Or
Simon Garfunkel reference.
I don't know.
Yeah, go on.
He's throwing like exploding cactuses.
Okay, maybe
This
not.
isn't like a stand ability. He's just throwing exploding cactuses. Shit.
Good to clarify.
But Gyro like beats the shit out of him on horse. Like a lot of fights are on horseback. It's pretty sick. And like he beats him like throwing steel balls and whatever. Ooh, boo, 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 boo. They fight, and after the fight, it's Mountain Tim, and he's following behind. He investigates the horse tracks. And he's like, these aren't the right ones, and he keeps going. So later on, Johnny and Gyro stop and like make camp for the night, so they can get an early start the next morning. And while that happens, Johnny makes some progress with the spin and stuff. He's like, he starts to understand it a little bit, not enough to like do anything crazy, but he's like, hey, things are clicking. Meanwhile, they're attacked by Andre, Benjamin, and L.A. Boom Boom, the Boom Boom family.
What in the fuck?
The Boom Boom family, bro.
See, okay, so as if it's not obvious already, the three they're fighting. They're a reference to the group Outkast. Ooh. Specifically, one of the founding members, Andre 3000. And like their names are just all of Andre's like his first, middle, and last name. He just split up amongst 3 characters. So you have Andre Boom Boom, you have Benjamin Boom Boom, and then you have LA Boom Boom.
I like how you can see Rocky's music phases throughout the parts.
Yeah.
Yeah, as like
in
time
the state.
progresses and
Yeah,
shit.
it progresses from like rock. He's like getting into rap now.
Yeah.
He's starting to listen to Hey Ya and Roses and shit.
Oh my god, Rose is such a fucking banger. Jesus
Hell yeah.
Christ.
Name an Outkast song that isn't a banger.
I can't. So yeah, they start fighting, but then like during the fight, Gyro realizes that his leg has been magnetized by their stand, Tomb of the Boom. Ooh. So I say their stand because Tomb of the Boom is a really unique stand, and that it's being shared by all 3 members of the Boom Boom family at once. They
Okay.
pretty.
Like,
Yes.
Yeah, stands
Yes.
work a little differently in this universe, as we
Which
come
is
to
good.
find out later on. So, but yeah, his leg's magnetized, and he's like, "What the fuck is up with that?" But then, like, they fight a bit, and then they manage to like escape. But before that, they're like sprayed by some of Andre's blood. He throws on this magnetizes them. Oh shit! Ooh. So meanwhile, after they escape, Benjamin manages to disguise himself as Johnny Joestar, and he jumps. He jumps gangs fucking Mountain Tim, who's forced to reveal his stand to defend himself. And Mountain Tim's stand is Old Lonesome Me. So what Old Lonesome Me does, it just, God, this is so fucking dumb. He produces a rope from his body, and then he's able to freely move his body parts along that rope.
That could be really cool.
So it's like stone free.
It's kind of...
It's a worse stone for
It's,
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
basically
worse
you
stone
just
free.
make zip lines for the rest of your body.
And like we get some of his backstory. Oh wait.
I think he can suck up water and stuff through his
That's nice.
fingers too. Yeah, he can.
I don't know, whatever.
It'd make
Anyway.
massaging yourself really easy.
That's what you need right
Anyway,
now.
during their little kerfuffle, Benjamin manages to spray some of his blood on Mountain Tim, magnetizing him as well. So then eventually, Gyro, Johnny, and Mountain Tim manage to meet up, and they're cornered by the Boom Booms, who form like a triangle around them, and they're gradually closing in. And then this causes Tomb of the Boom's main thing to activate. Since they're all magnetized, as the Boom Booms close in on them, this causes the magnetism between all 3 of them to become even stronger, like pulling them together and threatening to like crush them. And then like the goal is the Boom Booms want to get close enough so the force of the magnetism crushes them to the point where they like vomit up their like guts and stuff, killing them and shit. Because they've been doing this a while. Like one of the murders that Mountain Tim was investigating was like a dude, but like his intestines were like hanging out of his mouth like a good 30 feet. And they're like, what the fuck? So this is what was going on. So Tim presents his power to Gyro and Johnny, and he's like, all right, we're going to get out of here. And Tim explains that this is a stand, and Tim explains what stands are to Gyro and Johnny. And he's like, oh, ooh.
Which, by the way, none of them have stands, right?
None of them have stands, I think, but it's revealed. So Tim, a backstory. He explains that he got his stand ability. He was traveling through the desert when he unknowingly wandered into like this natural phenomena called the Devil's Palm, which is like some 5 spires of rocks and like inside just like sand, and it's really fucked up. And he wandered into this, and like due to like being in the desert for quite a bit beforehand, eventually collapses with this like trusty rope right beside him. And then like after a bit, he woke up and his rope was gone, but he found out that his rope was actually integrated into his body, creating Old Lonesome Me. So yeah.
What?
This is how stands work in the new universe.
Yeah, you can just get them.
Well, no, you get them from the Devil's Palm.
Yeah, from the Devil's Palm.
Which sounds like alien meteorite.
Yeah.
God, I can't wait to see how this fucking works apart. Jesus fucking.
Jesus fucking Christ, indeed.
Cut.
Okay, So, the Boom Boom's closing in, things are looking pretty bad for the group, but then it realized Johnny manifests his own stand.
Oops.
As it turns out that during like the big fight, they too have wandered into a devil's palm. Oh man, so Johnny manifests his own stand, which he promptly named Tusk. I forgot the reason why he named it Tusk, but he named it Tusk, like the Fleetwood Mac song.
I guess that was why.
And it's a song that has how many acts?
Three
Gotcha.
Irish accents, so you know it's about to go down.
So it's Tusk Act 0 or Act 1? I forgot.
So Tusk Act 1. Tusk
Okay.
Act 1 is like a little pink guy, he's floating around, it's like baby mode.
Baby.
It's kind of used, the stand, like the physical embodiment manifestation of the stand, it's kind of trash on its own, but it's the ability it grants Johnny, which is important. Because we're already set in the West, we got cowboys and shit. So naturally, it's fitting for Johnny to use his fingernails as like bullets, and like using the power of the spin. This causes Johnny's like fingernails to start spinning, and he's able to like fire them off like a gun.
Okay.
And then regrow them.
Yeah, and then like they regrow slowly and shit.
Well, they regrow at the pace that fingernails usually do. So,
Yeah.
He's gotta be careful.
So right now he has like the stand ability to defend himself with, but it's kind of like limited, and he has to like be smart when he can use it because human biology.
Yeah.
So yeah, using his newfound stand ability, he manages to kill Benjamin, incapitates L.A., and then like they're like, "Hey, L.A., what the fuck's going on?" And L.A. reveals that he was hired, like the Boom Booms were hired to kill Gyro, and they're like, "Cool, fuck you," and then they just leave L.A. in the desert to die.
Damn. That's fucked.
So their little time passes, and Johnny's like asking Gyro, like, "Hey, why are you entering this race anyway?" So it's revealed that Gyro is a citizen of the Kingdom of Naples, where he learned how to use the spin from his father. And Gyro's family, they're like long family line of being like executioners for the King of Naples and stuff. And they use the spin to carry out these executions to make them like painless and shit like that. So the reason Gyro wants to win the Steel Ball Run race is that for his first execution, he's ordered to like kill this little kid named Marco. And the reason Marco has been like condemned to death is because like through association, where he just happened to help out a lord who was conspiring against the king of Naples. And Gyro's like, "Hey, that's kind of bullshit." And his dad's like, "Whatever, man, just deal with it. Kill the kid. Let's go get like spaghetti."
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia.
Italian?
Yeah, they're Italian.
Yeah, they're Italian.
Italian executioner. Didn't they used to be doctors?
Yeah, they start off as doctors and they're like, "Yo, killing people."
So they're spin doctors.
Oh.
Yeah, that's something that I don't know about.
That's a band, Spin Doctors.
Yeah. Yeah. I forgot to mention that, but yeah. So Gyro wants to enter the Steel Ball Run race to like so he can use the prize money to like buy Marco his freedom, because Marco is innocent and shit. So yeah. Oh yeah, this is so fucked up. But yeah.
Oh god, Jojo is so fucked up, dude.
So yeah, this is Gyro's motivation. He wants to win the Steel Ball Run race to save this little kid back in Naples. So some more time passes, and like a terrorist from Naples named Oyakamova.
That's his name, I forgot. I knew it was like Oyakamova.
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 And he arrives because he wants to kill Gyro to get revenge against the kingdom, because he has beef with like the executioners and shit.
Okay.
So Mountain Tim confronts Oyakamova, but he's incapacitated because Oyakamova uses his stand Boku no Rhythm wo Kitakure. And so I'm just gonna shorten it to Boku no Rhythm. But Boku no Rhythm's stand ability is that he's able to place bombs on, like place like hairpin bombs on like literally anything.
Oh, kind of like part 4.
Kind of like Killer Queen, but like the bombs are like physically there. They appear as like little like stopwatches and shit, and they're like on stuff, and like how they activate. I think they activate on like touch or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Something like that. Like the slightest thing can set them off. So he attacks them So he attacks Valentine like that.
Oh, I think they're time bombs.
I mean, they can be time bombs, but he just has like a trigger on them. They trigger
Alright.
with like movement and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so during the fight, this fight's pretty wild because like he can place the bombs on anything, like I said before. So he does it. So like one instance, he like lights something on fire while he's ahead of Johnny and Gyro, and then he places the bombs on the smoke. So the smoke is blowing on them with like the bombs attached to it, and they're like, ah, shoot. Another instance, like eventually they end up in a river and shit, and he starts placing the bombs like on the water, so the bombs are flowing at them. It's like, oh. During this fight, Gyro gets badly injured, like his leg I think gets pretty fucked up. But they manage to take down Oyakimova, and they continue to race. So we get some more backstory on Gyro. It just fully explains like the whole Marco situation. It's not really important. And yeah.
Cut.
So where was I? Okay, so the gang beats Oyakimova in the stand Boku no Rhythm, but Gyro is pretty badly injured. His leg's fucked up. So he gets help from some family in Naples. They send over something and they give him the coordinates to go get it. It's this thing called like zombie horse. Literally nobody knows what the fuck zombie horse is. It's like a string that heals you really good if you use it to sew up wounds.
But can't you also just use spin to be better?
I know, but he needs zombie horse for this.
Got it.
So they get, it's just a means because like they don't have like a natural like stand healer on their team. So this is how they heal themselves up after every fight.
Yep.
So they get zombie horse and that's that. Meanwhile, oh Jesus Christ, this is early. Okay, so meanwhile we get a flashback. Joseph of Arimathea, man. So like you know the guy who like took Jesus Christ down from the cross and shit.
Yep.
Yeah. So we get a flashback of Joseph. He's like drawing a map, right, of like an unknown, undiscovered continent, and he puts like down several points of interest on this map. And it's
Where is this continent in the middle of the Atlantic?
It's somewhere. I don't know. Some place. No one.
Is there any reason why you ask?
I'm trying to figure out if this is like a lost Atlantis thing or if it's just a random continent.
It's a pretty random. No one knows about it. It's like
Okay.
kind of underground. And shit. So anyway, we get a flashback. Joseph drawing this map, and it's like he puts down several points of interest on it. We don't know what this means, but we cut back to the present. And Johnny and Gyro, they're like going about their business during like their racing thing when they're suddenly attacked by this German dude named Fritz von Stroheim. So he quickly gets his ass beat because it's like whatever.
Oh.
Like get out of
He
here.
doesn't even have a stand.
He doesn't even have
Loser.
a stand. He's kind of mid here. Nazis.
Mid-gear?
Mid here.
He's kind of mid here.
He's mid.
He's low. He doesn't have a stand.
He doesn't even have.
Whoa.
He's bottom tier, bro.
He literally just got the ship yet.
But yeah, after Gyro Donnie like very quickly deal with Stroheim, they're like, okay, what the fuck's going on? Because like, what, like 6 people just tried to kill us in the span of 2 days. What's going on? I know it's 50 million, but like, come on. So, so while they're doing this, Johnny suddenly realizes that there's a mummified arm in his arm.
What? Oh,
In
how long
his
has that
arm?
been there?
Huh? What's it?
Inside his arm?
Like it's like inside, but it's like sticking out a bit, and he's like, "What the fuck?" So, meanwhile, we cut to Steven Steele, and he's meeting up with the President of the United States, a man by the name of Funny Valentine.
Oh. 07. 07.
Oh, seven, what?
07.
What? What?
That's an emote for salute as 07.
What?
In what?
Why?
Oh,
Like
in
you
text.
type like the
Yeah.
letter O and 7.
And it looks like a guy going like this.
Oh,
07.
Yeah, okay.
y'all spend too much time on the internet.
I play MMOs. I don't know what he's doing.
07. I'm on
You don't play
political
MMOs, you
YouTube.
just
I
play
don't
Final
know.
Fantasy 14.
Is that not an MMO?
That is an MMO.
that's not-
Please continue the lecture.
God, okay, yes.
Final Fantasy 14 isn't an MMO, is it?
Yeah.
It's not MMOs though, it's an MMO.
Whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, it's an MMO.
But anyway, so Steven, he's meeting up with the President of the United States, Funny Valentine, and with him, Funny Valentine possesses a map, the same map that Joseph wrote down, that Joseph made way back when. and he has all the points of interest circled because he wants the secret treasure planted on the map, and these are relics known as the Saint's Corpse.
Wow.
Like different pieces of this corpse scattered throughout the United States.
Who's that belong to? Whose corpse is it? Like who's?
I don't know, shit.
No one important, apparently.
Just some random saint. But anyway,
Some random guy.
But anyway, it's here that it's heavily implied that the Steel Ball Run was actually just like a cover for Funny Valentine to go about collecting all the parts of this corpse. And the mummified arm inside of Johnny's arm is like the arm of the corpse. So yeah, unknowingly they already got a head start. Ooh.
Wow.
Great, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have an arm
Yeah,
in my arm.
That's pretty good. You got an arm in your arm. That's pretty good.
So Johnny and Gyro, they're on their way. They're about to reach Monument Valley when they're suddenly attacked by an associate of Funny Valentine, Pork Pie Hat Kid.
What are these fucking names?
Pork Pie Hat Kid attacks them using his stand, Wired. Now, what Wired is...
I remember Ed like freaking out when he was talking.
Yeah,
I don't want to explain this.
So what Wired is, it's basically how it works is Pork Pie Hat Kid has like a reel inside of his mouth, and attached to the reel there's like the string and shit, and then at the end of the string there's two hooks. Hat Kid, God, what the fuck? Hat Kid, his name's Hat Kid from now on. Hat Kid is able to send these hooks out through like any body of water, and then like he can use the body of water as sort of like a scrying orb. So right now he's looking at Johnny and Gyro from like a bird's eye perspective. He's able to send his hooks in and like sort of like fish and shit.
Yeah,
Damn, okay.
like they go into the puddle and then come out of the sky.
Where they're at. But
so
he's also able
it's
to...
like that SpongeBob episode.
Yeah, it's literally that SpongeBob episode.
That has nothing to do with this, by the way.
Yeah, but he's also able to like put objects on this puddle and then like have the hooks come out through like a similar object at the location. So he throws out like a feather. He throws a feather on the puddle, and then like a bird's flying over Johnny and Gyro, and like hooks start coming out from the bottom of the bird. It's pretty wild. But yeah, this happens. Some shenanigans happen. Johnny starts doing some weird shit with Tusk. Tusk, the stand itself, starts like talking to him. It's like, hey, move air cruz. He's like, sorry, I don't speak Italian.
I don't speak Italian.
And then the stand disappears after telling him to like move his ass. So he's like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is going on? And Johnny realized, at this point, Johnny also puts two and two together and realizes that the Steel Ball Run is a cover to track down all these Saints' corpse parts and shit.
And at this point, Johnny and Gyro are labeled as terrorists by the
Oh yeah, the
of the
president
United
also labels them as terrorists because they're getting in his way, and that's what you do when you're a politician. So,
And this is the 1800s still.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's the 1800s still.
So it's morally acceptable.
Yeah. So yeah, Johnny also realizes that because of like he gets his legs start tingling a bit when Tusk tells him to like move. So he's like, so now Johnny wants to start getting all the corpse parts because he believes if they can help him like regain his ability to walk and stuff. So he's like, fuck all this race shit, fuck the spin. I want some of that. So during the last bit of the second part of the race, Johnny finds out the next location of like the next part, and like Gyro's like, all right, let's go shoot. And then like Diego, he pops up. He's a bit of an asshole, and like he wins first place. Gyro wins like third and fourth and whatever shit.
As a reader, does anybody care about the race at this point?
We have like minor things because like Gyro still has to win the race to save that kid, so we have that going on. But like Johnny wants the corpse parts, and so that's why he continues to stay in the race and stuff like that. So it's like,
And then also $50 million.
$50 million also at stake, so that'd be pretty nice to win. Yeah. So meanwhile, at the end of the second part, of the race, everyone's resting up in like the Rocky Mountains somewhere. Meanwhile, Lucy Steele, she overhears Steven and Valentine talking, and she's like, oh shit. And like she also notices that Valentine already has like the heart of the Saint corpse like buried inside of his own chest. You like see it like pulsating and shit, so it's kind of gross, kind of stinky. It's kind of stinky. So Gyro and Johnny meet up while they're resting, and they encounter Diego, who's acting like pretty weird. He's like running around like pecking at shit. he picks up a bug, eats it, and then he starts like eating rocks to better help digest the bug. And you're like, bro, what the fuck? I get you're British, bro. Yeah. So eventually they're like, you know what, Diego, you're acting weird as hell. You're acting kind of sus. What's going on? So Diego responds by turning into a Utah raptor.
Diego turned into a fucking dinosaur.
Okay. And so Diego, now transformed, starts attacking Gyro and Johnny, and he has like his Araki watched South Park, so he based Diego's Dino Vision off of Smoothment and shit. so they used that's the whole fight. It's like, oh, movement, ooh. Yeah, that's the whole fight.
Did you just say South Park?
Not South Park. Jurassic.
Whoa!
Jurassic Park.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Fucking
Jurassic Park.
You watch South Park, bro?
My bad. Jurassic Park.
I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
So that's happening. They're fighting inside the building. They're like, quit, Gyro, Johnny, we gotta get out of here. So they get out of the building, only to find the rest of the village has also been turned into velociraptors. So they're like, what the fuck is going on here? No, this is super funny, by the way, because Gyro's like, what the hell? The village has been turned into dinosaurs. Meanwhile, Johnny, like the 1800s American man, does not know what the fuck a dinosaur is. He's like, what the fuck is a dinosaur? And Gyro's explaining like fossils and shit to him.
This is gonna look great animated.
And it's not like clicking with Johnny, because Johnny's like, what the fuck is a dinosaur? That's super funny.
Dinosaur.
So also, while this is going on, we get flashback Diego's backstory. Ooh, man. So right now, Diego backstory, he grew up poor, working on a farm with his mom and dad. His dad was like, fuck all this yee shit, and left, leaving his mother and Diego to like fend for themselves against the abusive farm owners and shit. So yeah, and then because of this like poor, a thing about Diego's mother is that she was a really nice lady, super kind lady, but like everyone else on the farm treated her like the worst, absolute worst piece of trash and shit for no fucking reason. And then this really stuck with Diego, as he saw his mother was like the kindest person on the face of the earth, but for some reason she was forced to deal with all this terrible shit. And it's because of this where he's like, fuck the world, like the world's denied my mother like the good and all the good shit she deserves, so fuck the world, I'm evil now. Yeah. So he became a horse jockey, got rich. His mother died though, unfortunately, and that pissed him off even more.
I know how she died.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is really fucked up because like there's some, so during like one of the meal times, the farm owners are like handing out like this hot porridge and shit in the bowls. Everyone has like a bowl assigned to them, but unfortunately, I think Diego's bowl, he loses it or something.
No, it gets shot through. Someone punctures the bottom.
Yeah, someone punctures like the bottom of like Diego's bowl, and he's only getting one of those, so he can't eat without the bowl. So his mother, being the absolute saint she is, like holds out her hands, and then the guy's like, okay, and like dumps the hot porridge into her hand, like scalding hot. It's like, go on, Diego, eat. And Diego starts eating with like tears in his eyes. It's so sad. And then like because of this, she gets like these really bad burns that get infected, and then she dies from the sickness.
What over dramatic animation is this?
That's so fucked up.
Yeah, so because of this, Diego is black-pilled.
Fuck the world, bro.
Fuck the world.
If that happened to me, I would turn villain instantly.
Yeah, Diego's black-pilled because his mother was denied the respect she deserves as a human being. And yeah.
And now he's a dinosaur.
I don't
So
even
now
remember
he's
any-
joining the Steel Ball Run to like flex and shit.
I don't even remember any of that. Holy fuck.
Oh, so yeah. So cut back to the fight. They're fighting. Diego lands a hit. Dino Diego lands a hit on Gyro, which causes Gyro to begin turning into a dinosaur.
Wait, why is he a dinosaur again? Do we know
We
this?
find out later. So, long story short, Johnny loses the left arm. No, Johnny also gets hit, starts turning into a dinosaur. That's when the stand user pops up, Dr. Ferdinand, and he reveals this is the work of his stand, Scary Monsters. And it just lets him, he's an archaeologist, and he wants to turn people into dinosaurs.
You know, pretty
Dinosaurs are
straightforward.
Yeah.
He's also working with the president. And Johnny finds the left eye of the Saint's corpse, but I think he loses the arm of the Saint's corpse. Diego grabs the arm. They kill Dr. Ferdinand, and then there's like some weird shit goes down because Diego's next to Dr. Ferdinand's corpse and he's unconscious with the left arm, and that's the last we see of him for a bit. But yeah. Anyway, Diego inherits Dr. Ferdinand's Scary Monsters.
How the fuck?
So now Scary Monsters becomes Diego's stand.
Wait, how does he do that?
With the power of the left arm of the Saint's corpse.
Oh, gotcha.
So yeah, now we get yet another flashback of Funny Valentine from Funny Valentine's past, and we find out his reason. So it turns out,
He's the president and he's mean.
He's the president and he's mean. He became the president because he was fighting. I think he was fighting like what, British soldiers or something.
He was fighting in a war.
He was fighting in some kind of war earlier in like the 1800s.
War of 1812, maybe, I don't know.
But it's like the 1880s.
I don't know.
Probably Civil War then.
Civil War.
Probably the Civil War.
Is he Union? He's Union.
I don't know. Nazis are good guys in this show.
Well, he's the villain, so that would still track. Whatever, he's in the Civil
I don't know.
War.
Either way, he becomes a prisoner of war, and they're like, "Oh, you like your country so much," and they like carve the flag of the United States into his back, and he takes it because he loves his country so much. He becomes a politician, and yeah, we get more of that later on. But yeah.
Cut.
Are you good? Okay, so. Cut back. So now during the final dash of the third stage, Gyro challenges Diego again. Shit happens. And Johnny, he's had enough of Gyro shenanigans because Johnny has a goal and Gyro supposedly has a goal, but he's not doing his best because he's kind of losing the race. So he calls Gyro out, says that he lacks the drive for the steel ball run. Gyro's like, "Fuck you, cripple," and then like leaves him.
Fuck you, cripple.
They get mad. Things get heated. And Diego drives off on his horse. He drives. Yeah. So, meanwhile, another racer already gets ahead of them. Some chick by the name of Hot Pants. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot, is this the scene?
The scene.
So Hot Pants crosses the line ahead of them. And then Gyro's like, "You know what, Johnny, you're right. I do kind of lack that drive to win." Oh, man.
Oh, shucks.
I'm a
Beta.
So meanwhile, they're like a little bit outside of Kansas City. Gyro and Johnny finally meet up with Hot Pants, and they like briefly fight for a bit. So during this fight, Hot Pants reveals her stand, Cream Starter.
What the fuck?
Not to be confused with cream.
Not to be confused with Cream. Cream Star.
Yeah, Cream Starter. So what Cream Starter is? It's like a bound object stand, right? So it takes the form of like a little spray bottle, and then like you spray it out, and out comes human flesh. You know.
Yeah.
What? Her human flesh.
Yeah.
Her own flesh.
Her own flesh. So basically, how Cream Starter works, it's able to like spray out like human flesh, and it draws that flesh out from whoever's like spraying the bottle. So when she uses it, it draws some of her flesh. You see like one of her hands like shrivel up as she does it. But she's able to use this. She could like spray shut like people's mouths and eyes and like other orifices, like heal up wounds and shit. Pretty crazy ability.
She can just spray herself through
She's
things?
spray herself like through like cracks and gaps and shit. Kind of wild. She's also able to like reverse it and like take people's flesh to store it in the can and shit. It's wild.
To store in the can.
Store.
The flesh.
But yeah, they fight for a bit.
Canned flesh.
Wait, is this... when they meet Hot Pants, isn't that when the scene happens?
What scene?
The fall off your horse?
Oh yeah. They're like, hey, there's that person up there. Hey Johnny, tell her to eat shit and fall off her horse. And Johnny's like, you do it. So Gyro gets up and is like, hey asshole, eat shit and fall off your horse.
Why?
Because they hate Hot Pants.
For showing.
It's like, hey Johnny, tell her to eat shit.
Yeah.
And Johnny's like, do that yourself.
Yeah.
Like, eat shit.
Yeah.
Fall off your horse, asshole.
That's my favorite insult in the entire series.
Fall off your
horse.
This is the best scene.
But yeah, that happens. So after a brief fight, Johnny, Gyro, I think, did I mention this? Gyro got the left eye of the corpse, and it's like in his eye, so he's got like super cool vision.
He's got Jesus vision.
Got the shine
Christ,
gun.
shut up.
He's
Got the fucking.
He's got super cool vision now in his like left eye.
All right.
Like he uses that super cool vision.
Swag.
He like scans like Hot Pants' back, and he sees the word like turbo on his spine. So it's revealed that Hot Pants already found the spine of the holy corpse.
Oh. The spine says turbo on it.
Yeah.
This is in reference to the Pixar movie Turbo.
Turbo, yeah. One man Rocky really sure is a enigma.
Oh, that's my favorite stand, Enigma.
Or an enigma. Okay, so anyway, they're fighting.
Accurate.
And they're like, you know what, this is getting us nowhere. Hot Pants reveals that she's looking for the corpse parts for her own reasons. So they're like, sure, whatever. Let's truce for a bit and get out of this woods. So they're walking through the woods. They walk past some funky looking tree. Johnny's like, hey, little funky little tree. So they walk through the woods some more. They pass by some funky little tree. Johnny's like, hey, look, a funky little tree. So they walk. Hey, wait a second. Hey, wait a second. So it's revealed. So then that's when a man named Ringo Rodigan reveals himself, and he's using his stand ability, Mandem, to trap them in like a little time loop. So Mandem, it's like a funky little stand. It like appears as like a little head, right? But then it has like these like tentacle things attached to like Ringo, and then it like ends on like attaching to like his wristwatch he has. And how it works is Ringo's able to like set back his wristwatch a maximum of 12 seconds, and it rewinds time 12 seconds.
That's pretty weak.
No, but he uses this. He's like a gunslinger, like a duelist, and he uses that to ensure he always gets like a fair duel. So if like he duels someone and they like cheat, he like rewinds it back to the start of the duel.
Also, wait, did you just fucking say turning back time is weak?
By 12 seconds in this universe?
I mean, time-based stands are always like the main villain.
This is like the first time-based stand we see in this universe.
Fair. I've just seen people reset the universe. So
Yeah.
Everyone else so
Like,
far we've seen has like rope fingers and sprays flesh. This guy is like reset, control Z.
Come on
Fuck
down
you.
to Cowboy World. We got rope finger, spray can, fish hooks, ball. Dinosaur. Okay. But anyway, so Ringo Rodigan challenges Gyro. Wait. It's Gyro he challenges, right?
He challenges Gyro to a duel, yes. By the way, Ringo Rodigan has like a skull goatee.
Yeah, he has a goatee with like a skull cut into it.
What?
Like, it's
Shaped like a skull.
kinda raw.
Kinda raw.
That's so fucking cool.
So yeah, we get Ringo Rodigan. He challenges. Who does he fight? I gotta know. I really gotta know.
He fights Gyro for the first time.
No, I gotta figure this out. Okay, cut this out. But anyway, he fights. No, I swear it has to be Johnny though, right?
Does he fight? I don't know.
No, yeah, he fights Johnny because he says that Johnny lacks like that fighting. No, it's Gyro. It's definitely Gyro. He fights Gyro because Gyro's just called out on like his lack of drive. So, Road again also calls Gyro out on his lack of drive and challenges to a duel so he can help him become a true man and enter the real man's world. Ooh.
Mandem.
And like Gyro tries to always like take like Gyro starts the duel and he starts using his spin to do like all these fancy tricks and stuff, but Ringo's not having it and turns back time each and every time. And he's like, enough tricks, come at me like a man. So then this encourages Gyro to like gain that drive that he was lacking, and he comes at Ringo directly and kills him in the duel, beating him. But Ringo's like, yeah, now you've entered the real man's world, and he fucking dies.
Man's world.
But now Gyro has that drive he needs to really win the steel ball run, so they move on. Yeah. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. So afterwards, Gyro heals up Johnny and Hot Pants with that zombie horse thing I talked about earlier, and they move on. Yeah, but they move on to Kansas City, where they run into Poco Loco and Sandman. They talk for a bit, and through this conversation, they find out that Diego has already found the location of the next corpse parts. So, ooh, shit. So, meanwhile, Lucy Steele teams up with Johnny and Gyro and gives them the spine. Meanwhile, after, like, Ringo... Oh, yeah, before he dies, Ringo sends out a message to Valentine. About, like, hey, they're underway or some shit, I guess. And, like, Lucy, she does some snooping around, like, a government building. And then she's almost caught by Valentine. And one of Valentine's minions, some guy named, like, Blackmore. What was his first name, Roland? Something Blackmore, or is it just Blackmore?
I think it is just Blackmore.
Yeah, this guy named Blackmore.
Are you talking about the guy with the rainbow mask?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just Blackmore.
No, just Blackmore. Okay, so team up with Blackmore. But then, like, she's almost caught, so she's forced to team up with local pedophile Mountain Tim. Oh, man.
Oh, shucks.
So they both escape for a bit. Lucy gets the spine back. They go for, like, a local landmark, Green Tomb. But Blackmore discovers them. And, like, Tim's like, oh, Lucy, my beloved, sweet 16-year-old underage child. You have to get out of here. So she runs away, and Mountain Tim fights Blackmore with his fucking rope. This idiot. Meanwhile, Blackmore fucking obliterates Mountain Tim with his much cooler stand, Catch the Rainbow.
Please explain what Catch the Rainbow is.
So Catch the Rainbow is honestly another one of my favorite stands. It's really sick. What it does, he's only able to use it while it's raining, but while it's raining, he's able to freely manipulate the raindrops.
Oh, cool.
Whatever he wants. It's pretty sick.
He's like walking on the rain.
Like the way he's introduced is like Mountain Tim is walking around, and then he notices it stops raining in his like general area, and he looks up and he sees Blackmore standing above him on the raindrops and shit. It's sick.
He just stops the rain in midair.
Yeah, but Blackmore is able, while it's raining, he's able to like freely control the raindrops, turn them into like weapons and shit. He's able to like travel along the raindrops.
Dude, that's so cool.
Like he moves himself along, he turns into like rain and like moves along it with it. It's pretty wild ability.
Hell yeah. And then he fights Rope Guy.
Rope Guy has to fight Rain Man. and naturally, Rope Guy gets fucking obliterated when Blackmore just makes like a clean sheet of rain and cuts him in half. Just bisects him in half, kind of raw.
Mountain Tim's kind of raw now that he's just meat.
But yeah, so that happens, and then like Blackmore catches wind of like Lucy and their plan, so he goes to chase after them. A fight ensues during the rain, and like Johnny and Gyro like pump this dude full of holes, but while it's still raining, he uses the rain to like plug up his wounds and keep on fighting and shit. And they don't really beat him, rather they just like outlast him until the storm eventually passes, and then with no more rain to like keep himself alive, he dies and shit. But during this fight, we get some really crazy shit going down. So like, God, what happens here? So during this fight, he starts doubting himself a bit. And then like while he's like surrounded by this doubt, Jesus Christ manifests behind him.
What? Go on.
Jesus Christ manifests behind him, gives him like a little pep talk, and then disappears.
But what does Jesus say?
I forgot.
If your heart is wavering, don't shoot or something like that.
No, isn't that in Civil War? He says that or something.
Oh, who's spoiling stuff now?
Civil War?
Anyway,
What?
Jesus shows up for a bit, gives Johnny a little pep talk, and then disappears again. So Blackmore's dead, and then this is where it's revealed that these aren't just any saint's corpse parts. Oh no, we're tracking down the corpse of Jesus Christ that were scattered across the North American continent for some reason. So rare
Mormonism is true.
Rare Mormon W.
Jesus is actually canon in JoJo.
Jesus is canon in JoJo.
Jesus is
Remember when we made that joke like several hours ago?
Yeah.
LMAO.
So yeah, eventually that happens. We get some more. They do like a quick inventory of their shit. Yeah. So they find the locations of the ears, the right arm, and the legs of the corpse. And then the duo also helps Lucy steal the heart that the president has. And then Gyro lends his right eye to Lucy so they can do this. And yeah. So Diego meets up with some of Valentine's henchmen. And afterward, he reveals he knows about the traitor within Valentine's entourage that there apparently is. Oh, what's up? What are you doing?
Keep going.
Yeah. So apparently there's a traitor amongst Valentine's Mist, and Diego teams up to find out who the traitor is. Ooh.
There's a traitor among us?
Among Us.
So the gang are now somewhere near Mississippi, and like Gyro and Johnny, they get attacked by some of Diego's dinosaurs that he's able to create now. So Diego teams up with Sandman, I forgot. So Sandman's ability is just Echo's Act 2, where he's able to like make sound effects, and then it has like the sounds and like sizzle, and then it burns and shit. But this is where it gets crazy. So Diego is able to turn these sound effects into dinosaurs. And then he has the dinosaurs chase after Gyro and Diego. So they're like, what the fuck? There's what's up?
Just a little bit of clarification. The big difference between Echo's Act 2 and Sandman is that Sandman actually has to make the noise for it to...
Sandman has to make this physical sound.
So, like, he waves his hand in the air and it makes a whoosh sound and he can use that.
Yeah, he pulls out a knife and, like, slices, and then he uses that sound effect. And then, like, Diego turns Slice into a dinosaur. So he chases after them, and anything it touches just gets shredded instantly. So they're running around. Oh, by the way, these dinosaurs, they don't have faces. It's just, like, the sound effect. And then it's attached to, like, a little dinosaur body. So, yeah. So they're Kind of raw. So they're dealing with that for a bit. Oh, yes. By the way, Sandman's stand is called In a Silent Way. So, yeah. That's happening. They fight for a bit. Johnny reminisces on like his youth, and he like blames himself. This is how to know. He kind of blames himself for his brother's death, and then how poorly his father treated him after his brother died.
Oh yeah, that's a whole other story.
Yeah, and he sees what's happening to them now is like payback from the universe, and he like loses hope in himself, and this causes Tusk to become useless as he's no longer feeling himself. So there's no vibes, bad vibes all around.
We're still using Act 1, right? Well, you just shook your head.
I mean, he is using Act 1, but it's not as effective because he's in a pretty
Yeah, I just didn't remember if it evolved yet or not.
Yeah. So Gyro gets mad and he's like, Johnny, snap out of it. Okay, Johnny, I'm going to teach you a little something called the golden rotation. So, Tyler, you're familiar with the golden ratio, right?
I am, but to our viewers who are not.
So the golden ratio, it's like this thing that pops up in nature, and it's seen as like the perfect thingy, like
the perfect ratio.
Perfect ratio is like it's like a rectangle, and then it's like a spiral that lines up perfectly with like all the edges and corners of the rectangle, and it's like math. Beautiful.
Flower petals tend to grow in the golden ratio.
Yeah, flower petals.
The Mona Lisa was painted in the golden ratio.
Western beauty standards and female faces tend to favor people whose faces match the golden ratio.
Yeah, shit like that. So Gyro explains that you can use this golden ratio to achieve the golden rotation by like referencing like objects in nature and applying that to the spin. So Gyro used that, gets them out of their binder in. And then Johnny realizes Johnny realizes this too, so he's like, oh wait, it's like, he starts thinking, and with this newfound realization, he upgrades to Tusk Act 2. Woo!
Woo! Wow!
Yeah. So, Tusk Act 2, what does it do again?
It's like Tusk Act 1 with golden rotation, right?
Tusk Act 1, harnessing the power of the golden rotation. Does he get like the little holes yet? Or is
No.
Yeah, it's
wait, he does get the holes, but he can't really do much with them.
Right.
Okay, I can explain this.
Yeah,
so
you-
now Tusk is able to make a hole in
So I can,
something,
like, mix-
but with the golden rotation, the spin allows him to move the hole wherever he wants it to
Right,
go.
he's able to like shoot bullet holes, and then the bullet holes themselves move and do damage.
So he can shoot you in the leg and then move the hole to your heart so it kills you.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Doesn't have 2 more fun.
He has 2 more upgrades after
Two more
this.
upgrades after this.
Good man is a god.
Literally.
So yeah, Johnny uses this to kill Sandman.
I do love this because he shoots a butterfly, puts
He
a hole in
kills
that.
Sandman?
The butterfly flies over to Sandman and he moves the hole.
Yeah, the hole travels from the butterfly to Sandman.
That's so
and then it
cool.
travels to his heart and kills him.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, thank you, Roland.
No problem. That's like my favorite thing about this.
So Johnny and Gyro are like, fuck yeah, we did it. I've learned how to master the spin a little bit more. So then Hot Pants pulls up, knocks both of them out, and steals all their corpse parts.
What?
We're gonna have to kick.
I mean, she steals all of their corpse parts, but she leaves Johnny with the spine. So
Fuck
yeah.
off, hands.
This at this point, Araki has an entire chapter dedicated to how stands work in this universe, and it's largely the same. It's just they're like,
Yada yada yada.
He explains that like shit like the stone mask and the ripple and the spin were created to like emulate the power of stands for those who were unable to manifest a stand on their own and shit like that. So yeah. To accept loss, so we're at the beginning of the 6th stage now. Ooh.
Woo!
Oh, I completely forgot about the race.
Yeah. So Gyro. So they come across they come across this little girl underneath this giant ass, weird ass, funky ass looking ass tree.
Oh, this stand, no.
And this girl's name is Sugar Mountain. And she's living at this giant tree.
She's a stripper.
God, I just stand.
And she's like, so out of nowhere, she's like, hey, you guys are cool, and decides to like test them on their honesty and shit. So how this happens is like, what does Gyro lose or something?
His balls.
Like his steel balls.
Okay.
Yeah.
This stand is like,
Steel ball.
so this is based off like an old like folk story. I forgot where exactly, what country of origin, but
Tell me the story. I might know it.
so like a guy is coming along. He notices like I think it's a lumberjack. He drops his axe in like a river or something, and then like this lady pops out the river holding his axe and like a super good like shiny new axe. And you're like, which axe was hey, I found these 2 axes. Which one is yours? So the guy picks like his axe. He's like, wow, you're so honest. Keep your axe and this really cool new axe too. So then another guy shows up, and after he hears that, he drops like a coin in there. He's like, hey, I found this coin and like this bag full of fucking money. Which one of these is yours? And the guy's like, oh, the bag of money, that's mine. They're like, you're a fucking liar. So she takes both of them and he loses both of them. It's based off of that story. But basically, Gyro like drops his like steel balls in like this spring near the tree, and the girl like takes out the steel balls, and then she also takes out like
Golden balls. Right?
No, not the golden ball. She takes out like the ears and the right arm of the corpse. And you're like, hey, you seem to drop something. Which one was it? The steel balls or the corpse parts? So Gyro's like, oh, the steel balls. You're like, wow, you're so cool and honest. Here, take this. So then Johnny does the same thing with money, and he gets a bunch of money, and it's pretty cool. So, Sugar Mountain Spring. This stand's kind of wild, because the stand user isn't the girl, but rather the tree she's been living under, and how it works. is that it submits someone to that same test of honesty, and then afterwards that person has to give away the object they gained from being honest. And if they aren't able to give it away by the end of the day, the tree like sucks them underground and turns them into a fruit on the tree, and then makes them, and then it's like basically the girl Sugar Mountain, she's a victim of the stand. She's forced to like give this test out. So when someone else gets sucked into the tree, she's free to go. And she's there, so 2 other people would like it would free her parents who are like right behind her and shit. So take her place as the guardian of Sugar Mountain Springs.
It's not that you have to give the item away, it's that you have to make a fair trade for that item.
A fair trade, use it up, give it away.
Some sort of exchange has to happen.
Yeah, so now knowing this, they have to give up the corpse parts, or else like get sucked into the tree and like, yeah.
Well, there's an obvious workaround here. You give it to a third party, wait for a day, and then take it back.
Yeah, but then there's also the matter of like the shit ton of money Johnny just bought. Johnny just got. So he tries to get rid of it by like just burning it on dumb shit. Like he buys a building, he buys a bank or something, and he's like, yeah, that'll do it. Then he makes more money from the bank. And he's like, oh no! So yeah, that happens. Oh god, there's a stand battle on top of this. What the
like, long story short, they go to a casino and gamble all the money.
They gamble their money away. At this casino, there's like a guy, his stand name Tattoo You. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, that's where the fuck Tattoo You comes in? God damn it.
How do they manage to get in a fight in the fucking casino?
Because more Valentine's assassins are in there. They use the stand Tattoo You to fight them. Tattoo You, don't worry about.
I don't honestly know what Tattoo You does.
I don't feel like explaining it. It's not important. But basically, 11 people end up dead, and like they gamble their money away. So now that just leaves the matter of the corpse parts. And Johnny's like, no, we can't give these up. We came so far. And as he's like arguing, like roots start like trapping them on the ground and like pulling them underground. And it's like, ah, shit, fuck. So Gyro's forced. Johnny's forced to like give away the corpse parts to the last remaining assassin, and that stops the effect of Sugar Mountain Spring. And now they're stuck back at nothing. So yeah. So now we're somewhere near Lake Michigan. Diego meets up with Mike O, the head of like one of Valentine's security staff. And Diego reveals that the traitor's probably a woman because he's a misogynist. And this causes every woman close to like Steven Steele and Valentine to be like interrogated and shit, and it's pretty crazy. Meanwhile, Lucy, she's doing like some investigating of her own. She runs to the first lady of the United States, like Valentine's wife, Scarlett Valentine. She's also a pedophile and a lesbian. She tries to hit on Lucy Steele. She specifically asks Lucy Steele to sit on her face. It's kind of crazy.
Weird fetish porn with female characters.
Oh, it should be mentioned that this is no longer in Shonen Jump anymore.
Oh yeah. Oh shit, I forgot to mention. So sometime during Steel Ball Run's publication, Araki's like, fuck all this shonen shit. So he makes the jump from being weekly published manga in Shonen Jump to being a monthly published manga in like what Shonen
Ultimate Jump.
In Ultra Jump, yeah. So at this point, Steel Ball Run becomes like published like a new chapter once every month instead of once every week.
And now it's labeled as a seinen, not
it's
shonen.
labeled
So it's
as
for
like
older.
a seinen manga.
So they're gonna get a lot more risque.
And did he have the clout just to do that?
Yeah.
Also, I remember in the comics history lecture you mentioned that Jojo is no longer with the company.
Yeah. That's why they're working with Ultra Jump now. That's what
Ultra Jump is a completely different company than Shonen Jump.
Yes.
Got it.
Watch the comics history lecture.
Yeah, so anyway, that happens. Lucy Steele's about to get like taken advantage of by an older woman, but then Hot Pants comes by, kills the pedophile, Mike O dies or something, yeah. And Lucy, she's Hot Pants helps Lucy disguise herself as Scarlett Valentine with Cream Starter. She like sprays like the flesh thing as like a prosthetic mask.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's kind of gross, like kind of cool, you know.
Bro, kind of base though. Hot Pants kind of top tier.
So yeah, Lucy, she, as disguised as Scarlet Valentine, manages to sneak past Funny Valentine, who wants to have sex with his wife, but that's not his wife. And it's like, oh god. And Lucy's like, I'm not your wife, I'm 16. And Valentine's like, age is just a number. And he's like, oh god.
Jesus.
It's just a place.
Oh, what's up?
So prison's just a place.
So yeah, but Lucy manages to like beat the shit out of Valentine and like run away with the ears of the corpse and the heart of the corpse. But she has to leave the right arm because it's too big for her, so she's like, whatever. So anyway, Johnny and Gyro, they're walking through like some frozen ass wasteland, and they run into 2 more assassins sent by Valentine. Some dude, a guy who used to be a royal guard of Naples by the name of Weka People.
Woo! Roland really likes the Italian character.
Weka People is kind of sick.
Weka People goes kind of hard though. Feel free to screenshot.
And then there's like another guy, Magenta.
I thought it was Magenta.
Yeah, Magenta. My bad.
I think this might have been where I left off in the manga.
Yeah, so you got to learn today.
Yeah.
So, just like Gyro, Weka People is also skilled in the art of like hurling steel objects at people. But his are special because they're like covered in like these nubs, and whenever they like hit something, it sends out this shock wave and it triggers out like the secondary effect. This isn't a stand ability, this is just a thing.
He does not have a stand.
Yeah,
That's what makes him
this
so
is important.
cool.
Weka People does not have a stand.
And he just goes around fucking with stand users.
Yeah,
he's
crazy.
he's fucking.
So he's able to-
He's Batman.
He's Batman.
So what the secondary ability whenever he throws the steel balls is called Wrecking Ball. And basically how it works is like it just causes people to like lose like feeling in like their body parts and shit.
In the left side.
In the left side of their body. And it's really cool how Araki illustrates this, as when Johnny and Gyro are under the effect of it, he just stops drawing like the left side of their body. So you have a scene of like Johnny freaking out and it's just half of him, and like Gyro's there's also half of him, and he's telling him like, stop freaking out, Johnny. I really like this clip because I remember someone made like Rick and Morty shit.
Calm down, Morty. It's just left side ataxia.
Yeah.
It's not that your left side is missing. It's that you can't feel or sense it anymore.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Fucking love that image.
Got on.
So yeah, they're suffering from like left side ataxia. It's kind of crazy. So meanwhile, Magenta, he jumps in. Uses his stand, 20th Century Boy. So 20th Century Boy, it's kind of like I count it as a wearable stand, right?
No.
Is this a musician reference at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I forgot if it was a song or.
I'm pretty sure it's this story was written in like the mid 2000s. So I'm pretty sure it's a song by Bad Religion, 20th Century.
I think it's this played on Futurama at one point. I think 20th Century Boy. Yeah.
Is this more rap genre?
No, it's like rock.
Like a 20th Century Boy. I don't remember. Whatever. What does the stand do? Ed?
What it does, it like appears around. So how it works, Magenta has to like enter like this pose, right? And like whenever he's in that pose, his stand appears around him, and he's immune to all damage. In fact, the damage is redirected outwards. So he takes advantage of this by lighting a stick of dynamite, assuming the pose, and then when the dynamite explodes, the concussive force is projected outwards away from him.
Nice.
So they fight for a bit. They're fighting on like a horseback carriage or whatever. Something happens. Steven still dies, I think. Yeah.
Don't worry.
Big fight happens. Weka People and Gyro reconcile. They're like, hey, you're cool. You're Italian. Mamma mia. So they
Join the
make
Air
their
Force.
peace. But Magenta, he doesn't have that luck. Johnny's like, fuck you. Knocks him into like the nearby lake. So Magenta assumes the position to keep him from drowning. And he's like, don't worry. I'm cool. Diego and Weka People are going to come and save me. Yeah. They didn't come and save me. In fact, he stayed at the bottom of the lake for so long that he just stopped thinking eventually.
Oh, third time.
This is just a way to kill characters. Is just by making them stop thinking.
Yeah.
I feel like Araki's philosophy is that death is when you stop thinking.
Who else? I know it happened in Cars. Who was the other?
Angelo?
Anubis.
Oh yeah, Anubis.
Angelo.
Not Angelo. Anubis.
Yo, Angelo.
Anubis was the sword, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They like toss it into a lake. But yeah, so yeah, that's that fight. Cool things that happened during this fight. Gyro uses like a snowflake falling, and he scans off. He gathers the golden ratio from the snowflake and uses that to beat up Wekapipo. So that's pretty cool.
How? Because if
He looks at it and he like uses it as a reference for his spin.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Because
They
the
like
snowflake has
Yeah,
golden ratio,
because they can't use like the surrounding snow around them because it's too janky and fucked up. So yeah, it's pretty cool. So that happens. They fight a wolf for some reason. Oh wait, the wolf has the legs of the corpse inside of it.
Why?
So there's a quick fight. They're fighting a dog. They're fighting a dog for the legs of Jesus Christ. You know? And they eventually get the legs from the wolf, and yeah.
Now they got legs.
Meanwhile, Johnny and Gyro, they're finishing up the last leg of the sixth part of the race. They run up against Poco Loco, and like Poco Loco's like, "Hey guys, what's up? It's me and my stand. Hey y'all's like, "Hey guys, what's up? It's me and Poco Loco." So they team up for a bit. He helps them out, and yeah, that's it. Gyro finishes this stage in first place with Johnny in second. So we're making good progress.
That was stage 6, right?
Stage 6.
How many stages are there?
9.
Okay, so we get a little flashback now.
Does like the Dwayne Rock Johnson
No wait,
eyebrow lift.
Steven Steele doesn't die, quote unquote. Lucy does.
I think that
We get a little
Lucy's-
flashback. Lucy's body's recovered. Steven Steele is like, no, that can't be Lucy. That isn't Lucy. And then we get like a Stranger Things.
You can
thing
still use your
going on.
corpse.
Sure. God. So meanwhile, West Philadelphia, born and raised, Gyro and Johnny are lured in by Hot Pants to a local garbage dump inside of a building. Yeah. And meanwhile, Gyro and Johnny are suddenly attacked by like different objects they've lost throughout their lives. Like earlier in the part, Gyro has like a teddy bear that he sleeps with, and he loses it at some point. And then meanwhile, all of a sudden this teddy bear is back, and it's like sticking to his body, weighing him down, and it like melts around his face, and he can't breathe. This is crazy shit going on. I'm like, what's happening here? And then meanwhile, cuts to Hot Pants. She's like completely covered in this weird sort of membrane thing, suffocating and shit. And I'm like, oh man, ooh. So this cuts back to Hot Pants' backstory. So Hot Pants, she is a nun.
Didn't expect that.
Yeah, and she entered the Steel Ball Run race to resolve herself of what she considers her greatest sin. And that sin was, at one point in the past, she and her little brother were walking through the woods, and they were attacked by a bear. And to save herself, she pushed her brother at the bear and ran away. The bear killed her little brother.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and now that the weight of her sin, she became a nun because of that, to absolve herself of the sin. But it's still too much for her, so she believes gathering the corpse of Jesus Christ would be enough to like save her soul and shit like that.
What a sad, demented person.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the only way to like get this membrane thing off is to like purify yourself with water. It's like, ooh, religious. So where's this membrane coming from? It's this guy named Axl Rose.
Just straight up Axl Rose.
This guy named Axl Rose, who's another agent of Funny Valentine, and he's using his stand, Civil War. So what Civil War does, it's able to materialize objects of guilt, including the ghosts of other people, and then has them interact with the person, the source of it, and that's what causes the membrane to form and like suffocates the person.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool because it ties into his backstory where he was fighting in the Civil War. I think he was a Confederate soldier, right?
I don't know. He was fighting in the Civil War. War.
He was fighting in the Civil War, and like he was on guard to like watch this town and like he watched for like the other army. But like he overslept one day and like he sees the other army. He wakes up just to find the other army walking into town, and instead of like doing his job and alerting everyone else, he like becomes a coward and like hides, and there's like the screams of like all of the townspeople being murdered and shit. So he manifests that as like a horde of zombies to like attack Gyro and Johnny. It's pretty sick.
I love that he manifests his own guilt and trauma. That's pretty cool.
So what does Johnny do in this time?
Johnny, he's okay. This is the part where it happens. Johnny, this is where Johnny gets like Act 3, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Johnny gets Johnny. Blah blah blah. Things happen. Spin Jesus Christ corpse part. He gets Tusk Act 3. Ooh. So what Tusk Act 3
You
does?
skipped the whole part of Jesus coming back.
Yeah. Whatever.
Tusk Part 3.
Yeah, Tusk Act 3 happens when Jesus appears again behind Johnny while he's trying to shoot Axl Rose, but he's like having doubts again because like, oh God, I can't, what if I miss? So Jesus tells Johnny, if your heart is wavering, do not shoot. And disappears again. So Johnny's like, oh, I get it, and then Tusk Act 3 happens. So Tusk Act 3, it adds onto like the moving bullet hole thing. So now Johnny's able to just create straight up fucking wormholes with his bullet holes. Not only that, he's able to like stick his hands through the wormhole and have his hand show up somewhere else within the vicinity. So he's able to like trick shot people now.
Damn.
He just got a portal gun along with...
He essentially got a portal gun. So he uses that to kill Axl Rose, but it's not enough because Civil War is still active, and then as a result, Axl Rose is revived by Civil War because, as it turns out, Johnny felt a little bad about killing him.
Oh my fucking god.
So Axl Rose like, haha, Johnny, I see you still have guilt in your heart, and now I'll kill you. So he kills Johnny, but Johnny's revived by Civil War because Axl Rose still felt a little bad. So this goes on for a bit. They're trying to like steel themselves and like close their hearts and do what must be done, but they just can't. So in comes Funny Valentine. He's like, Axl Rose, you idiot, and he kills him and he stays dead. It was like, oh damn.
Wait, why is Funny Valentine helping? Oh, sorry.
Axl Rose was hired by Funny Valentine.
So I thought
He's
Funny
like, "You
Valentine came
dumbass."
and killed Axl Rose.
He did.
He did. Because he's like doing a bad job at killing Johnny. He's like right there and keeps on getting resurrected. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Gotcha.
Yeah. So
He
that
also
happens.
just killed the other guy, and then he wouldn't get caught in the guilt.
Whatever. Anyway, Johnny uses his wormhole hand to grab the piece of the corpse part, and he's like, "Oh, okay, we're out of here." Boo, 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 boo. Yeah. So anyway, Johnny and Gyro, they enter Philadelphia. Right behind Diego, because he got caught up in that fight, letting Diego get ahead in the race. So Diego finishes 7th part in 1st place. Man.
Dang. Do any of these even matter?
What?
Any of these, like in the 7th inning, he got 1st place. Does that even come back at all?
Not really, but it's whatever. Just so you know like what's going on. So yeah, anyway, that happens. Johnny and Gyro conspire to like confront Diego there and then and steal the left eye from him. Ooh boy. Meanwhile, Steven Steele, he's like sitting in this coach wagon. He's like, oh man, where the hell is Lucy? She disappeared. Lucy is still disguised as Scarlet Valentine. So that's why, okay. They like use Cream Starter on Scarlet Valentine's corpse to make it look like Lucy. Meanwhile, Lucy's running around as Scarlet Valentine. So that's where all the confusion's
Did a
coming.
little switcheroo.
A little switcheroo.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And another quick question: why does the president want Jesus' body
We're
again?
gonna get there.
Oh,
We're gonna
cool.
get there.
So we get a flashback of Lucy Steele, her previous name before marrying Stephen being Lucy Pendleton. Wow.
Woo.
Wow.
Woo.
Yeah, it's the same stuff I mentioned before. Like her father owed money to the mafia. To pay for that money, he was gonna sell off Lucy. That's when Steven came in and helped him out by marrying Lucy and giving him the money he needed and shit like that. With Lucy serving as like Steven's financial advisor, even though she's 16. But whatever. Yeah, anyway, meanwhile, we're at Independence Hall, and Valentine is, like, confronted with, like, Scarlet Valentine, which is just Lucy in disguise, and they're talking about, he's explaining his big plan, he's talking about, like, society and shit like that. We gotta be the first to take the napkin.
Yes, where the napkin speech comes in.
Big napkin speech. He's on his Joker shit. He's Joker pilled. Oh, boy.
Tell me the napkin speech.
I can't remember.
Alright, I remember this.
Something about...
So, when you're at a dinner table, right, everyone has a napkin to their left and a napkin to their right, but there are just as many napkins as there are people eating there. So the napkin that you take depends on who takes the napkin next to you. So who takes the first napkin? The answer is Funny Valentine.
Yeah.
Funny Valentine's philosophy is you need to be the person to take the first napkin because that decides what everyone else does.
Yeah, there you go. So he gives Lucy the whole napkin speech, and then this is when he tries to make a move on Lucy, and Lucy's like, I'm 16, and that's when he's like, age is just a number, baby. Ooh. And yeah, it's like, oh, jeez.
Oh, so like the real president.
Yeah, like the real So, but eventually Lucy Steele, she's overwhelmed, she gets beaten up and shit, and Valentine uses her for the next part of the plan, where he takes all the corpse parts that he's had in his possession and starts putting them in Lucy Steele. Oh no!
Put a little Jesus in her.
Put a little Jesus in her, you know. Yeah. So anyway, we get like a little joke from Gyro. We get the pizza mozzarella rolla.
Oh yeah, this is where the song comes in.
Pizza mozzarella rolla song.
Johnny
Johnny tells Gyro to stop making jokes. He's not funny. And yeah. Meanwhile, we're in Philadelphia now. Still in Philadelphia. We're somewhere near Independence Hall. Johnny, Gyro, they're walking around. They spot Diego and Weka Pipo. Oh no. So Gyro tries to sneak up on Diego, but then Johnny ends up getting shot by someone.
Whoa!
Like
this is where the Pennsylvania Avenue stuff comes in, right?
Johnny ends up getting shot by an unknown party, and he barely escapes with his life. He used Tusk Act 3 to sort of like portal out of there, and he's hiding out in the sewers right now. Meanwhile, Gyro is investigating, so he's going around asking people, hey, what happened to that guy? Before that happens though, another one of Valentine's henchmen, some dude named Disco, he fights Gyro, so Disco attacks Gyro with his stand, Chocolate Disco. Oh man. This is really funny because, at this point, well known, Araki likes to name stands and stand users after like popular musicians and stuff. Yeah. Like this goes back different like Japanese musicians like are like, hey Araki, you're so cool, haha, put me in Jojo. This was done when like I know Akira Otoshi from Part 4, like his design was based off of like a musician that Araki did an interview with. So Araki like put him in JoJo as a little treat.
Yeah.
So like this group named Chocolate. This group, I think they were named just Disco. They released a song named Chocolate Disco, and then they're like, hey Rocky, can you put Chocolate Disco in JoJo? And he was like, sure. So yeah, this stand, Chocolate Disco, it's like Battleship, like it's crazy. Like he projects like a grid onto the ground, and then he has like a little thing where he's able to like enter in like A4, B6 and shit like that. And so what he does, he like throws an object up in the air, puts in like a coordinate on the grid, and then the object teleports but it's giant now, onto that space of the grid. So he's using it to like fight Gyro. It's weird. He's
playing fucking duel monsters.
He's playing fucking like Battleship in the streets, kind of crazy. But Gyro beats him. Woo, woo, and goes back to asking like, what the fuck happens? So meanwhile, we get a flashback back to Joseph of Arimathea, or whatever, however you say it, and like so we find out what happened was that Jesus, after being resurrected, he begins traveling east, and he travels so far east until he reaches the Americas, and he makes friends with like the native peoples of America and shit. You know.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So upon his death, a bunch of natural phenomena happens that ends up scattering his body across the United States. And now that's why Funny Valentine wants.
That's why Jesus' corpse parts are in America.
Yeah, I get why his corpse carves in America, which, by the way, is the most mundane answer I think they could have come up with. But I don't get why the president wants them.
We'll get to
that.
It has something to do with taking the first napkin. So he's planning something big.
He's taking the first napkin, bro.
So anyway, we're back to...
This is my napkin.
So anyway, we're back to trying to figure out who shot Johnny Joestar. So Gyro goes around asking like 3 different people who give their own account of the event. So they're like, well, I saw... wait, what happened?
Oh, I remember this.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so he's like, I saw Diego. I saw that Diego guy. He shot him. Like, no, that can't be, because I saw Wikipedia shot him. Like, no, man, that's crazy, because I saw the president. He shot him. But that's crazy, because that would mean they all shot him all at once. But where are they? Oh, what's happening here? Ooh. So this is where it's finally revealed. President Funny Valentine's standability. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap. Or D4C for short.
Damn.
D4C is like a humanoid, it's like a blue bunny man, right?
Blue-pink bunny man.
Blue-pink bunny, like blue bunny man with like pink ribbons and shit, trans rights. And like, its ability is it lets the user travel to alternate dimensions whenever, like, travel to and like send other objects to alternate dimensions when they're like placed in between 2 other objects. And like, I feel like Araki went with like the bunny motif because it brings to mind like a magician doing like a magic trick, you know, like he actually references this where he takes like the first time we see him use it, he sends some guys like, hey, President Valentine, what time is it? So he like slams them like behind the door, and then he goes like, ta-da. like yeah.
Oh yeah, that's this thing, is like Dojan?
Yeah, he says Dojan, which roughly translates to ta-da.
Dojan.
Yeah.
Got it.
So yeah, it's revealed that he used D4C to bring alternate versions of Diego, himself, and Wekapipo into our reality and had them all shoot Johnny at the same time. That's why we get like 3 different accounts of what happened, but they're all right.
So D4C's ability is to like travel between dimensions and shit.
Yeah. The president is also able.
But only if he places himself in between
2 objects. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like a thing we see, like this is like his entrance in like some of the games where he like throws up a U.S. flag and like lets it land on him, and then he travels to another dimension when the flag goes.
Yeah.
But yeah. So that happens. We get to the bottom of that. They're fighting D4C. It's pretty confusing. Valentine then turns his attention to attack Diego and Wekapipo because they turned against them. They're the traitors. They're the sussibakas. Ooh. And in that alternate dimension, we see what happens when other people who aren't Valentine travel to an alternate dimension. So Diego in this alternate dimension runs into himself. And then the way D4C works is because only one of each person can exist in an alternate dimension. When 2 the same people from 2 alternate dimensions run into each other, they're forcibly like drawn to each other, and when they collide, they explode into like a Menger sponge.
Oh, what?
A Menger sponge.
Yeah.
What is a Menger sponge?
Like, I don't know, like some weird sponge square.
Like some like fractal shit.
Yeah, fractal shit.
Gotcha.
So yeah, Diego, that happens to Diego. He dies. Rip to the homie. Meanwhile, back at Independence Hall, Lucy Steele is pregnant for some reason. And she's like heavily pregnant, like 9 months. It's kind of crazy.
That's crazy.
So anyway, she's suddenly contacted by like a mysterious voice from beyond that's telling her to get away. And like through a series of like coincidences, she manages to incapacitate all the guards that are supposed to be guarding her, and she runs away. she finds Steven and they head out. So meanwhile, Gyro was like, yo, Johnny, can we cut out this corpse part bullshit? I just want to win this race and, like, go home.
Mom, pick me up, I'm scared.
We're way out of our depths. The president is able to hop dimensions. I don't want to do this anymore.
Cut. Go.
Alright, where was I? Lucy Steele grabs Steven and they head out. Yeah.
Oh god.
So, while they're making their big escape, they realize that the voice Lucy was hearing was actually Funny Valentine. He was using I think he was using like the ear of the corpse to like talk to Lucy, like, oh, you gotta get out of here. Ooh. But he was just luring them into a trap so he could set the final stage of his plan into motion. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
But why did he need to lead her into a trap when he already had her in his White House palace?
He was out doing shit.
He was out running around, so he was like, oh shit, I left the oven on. Lucy.
You left the oven on.
So yeah, that happens. Meanwhile, so yeah, they're on their way. They're following Lucy and Valentine. They're following to the last point on the map Joseph wrote that Valentine has. Yeah, and meanwhile, Diego and Hot Pants, they meet up, and they decide to like team up, put aside their differences, to follow the trail Lucy left behind. So they're doing that. Meanwhile, Johnny and Gyro are also right behind them. Oh shit. So Diego and Hot Pants, they catch up to Valentine. There's a fight that happens. Diego dies. There's like a bear or a train or something.
I like how we just catch.
Didn't Diego already die?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There's like a different there's Valentine's bringing multiple Diegos. There's like a bunch of Diegos running around. That's kind of fucked up. But this Diego dies. He dies for good. He like falls on train tracks, gets cut in half. It's kind of oh shit. Yeah. Meanwhile, Hot Pants I think also dies. Yeah. Meanwhile, so. Yeah. So meanwhile, during the fight, they do manage to land multiple fatal wounds onto Valentine, and he like collapses. But when he gets back up, he's good as new. So it's revealed here that he's using D4C when he's like shot with a fatal wound or something. He travels to another dimension, finds himself, explains what's going on, and then himself is like, I see. And then he takes his place and comes back to keep the fight going. So yeah, D4C is really crazy.
I'm tracking down Jesus, I need you to save him.
Yeah, he explains this, and then the other stuff's like, okay, cool.
That's so fucking busted. Oh my god.
So that's going on. He's functionally immortal. But now, so yeah, Diego Hot Pants out the way. So now it's just him and Lucy Steele, and with all the corpse parts pieces inside of Lucy, I forgot to mention, he put all the corpse parts, got them all together, sticks them in Lucy. This causes Lucy to sort of start to like crystallize, and then like this.
She turns into a fucking polygon.
She turns into like a PlayStation 1 model or something. Like she starts glowing and shit. Valentine picks her up and like, this is it. And like the conjunction of like the corpse of Jesus reacting to Lucy Steele, Valentine uses this to activate his big plan, D4C Love Train. Oh man.
Oh man, what's Love Train?
Some bullshit.
So what Love Train is, it's like this giant like wall of light surrounding Valentine. And like how it works is like any like harm that comes this way is immediately redirected somewhere else in the world. So this is shown when like I think Johnny tries to like shoot him with Tusk, and like the bullet, instead is like the misfortune of like being struck by a bullet is redirected elsewhere, where we see like two guys in Africa are out on a hunting trip when suddenly one of the guys accidentally shoots his friend in the throat, killing him. He's like, oh no, how could this happen? So yeah, that's what's happening. Like it's like taking misfortune, redirecting it elsewhere.
So America's redirecting its misfortune to Africa?
Yeah, Valentine plans to use this ability to like redirect any misfortune that'll come to America elsewhere, making America like this perfect utopia.
Oh, huh.
Yeah, so like truly selfless, kind of, yeah. But then as a result, it'll turn the rest of the world into like a shithole. So Johnny's like, hey,
Johnny's not British, is he?
he's American.
He is American, so he has no reason not to want this.
Yeah, but he's like, yeah, that's kind of fucked up.
Bro, you shouldn't do that. You're like the president. Dog.
So meanwhile, they're fighting in like the Atlantic Ocean that's now like splitting to make way for Valentine.
Are you telling me Valentine split the sea?
Valentine is splitting the sea right now. It's kind of crazy. Meanwhile, Valentine and Gyro start duking it out. It's not working. It's not working. It's not working out for Gyro. Gyro eventually gets shot with like another bullet similar to Johnny's like Act 2 thing where it travels. So it's traveling up to his heart, and meanwhile Valentine's like, yo Gyro, you're kind of fucked up. What if you like stepped into this light wall? You can redirect that somewhere else. Ooh, wouldn't that be sick? Someone else could take your place. But Gyro recalls how like the whole reason he's in this mess is to like save an innocent person from like an unfair death, and like stepping into the light wall and like sending his bullet wound somewhere else to have someone else die would like kind of defeat the purpose of all of that. So he stands his ground and takes that L like a king, and he dies unfortunately. Oh man.
And becomes a weird Christ figure.
Yeah.
Bro, there's some Christ-like figures coming up in JoJo, bro.
He dies, but not before giving one last spin lesson to Johnny. So he explains that using the rotational energy generated from a horse's run, Johnny can tap into like the true power of the spin. So Johnny hops on a horse and starts charging straight at Valentine, and then like using the rotational energy, he achieves the golden ratio, and then he achieves the golden rotation, which causes Tusk Act 3 to evolve into its final form, Tusk Act 4.
Forrest Gump!
Yo!
Now Tusk Act 4
It's busted.
is pretty busted, as now this is the only form where the stand has like a proper humanoid form now. So it's like a big pink dude, but it has like a poncho or
It's
some
like
shit.
6 arms or something.
A poncho. It's like it's funky. Roland, type it up on that computer.
All right, go
right
on.
now.
Go ahead, keep doing lecture.
So Tusk Act 4, it's fucking insane. Like so Johnny's like, fuck you, Valentine, and uses the combined power of like this horse and the spin and everything he learned from Gyro to like use Tusk Act 4. He sends it out, and it like the wall of light Valentine has protecting him, Tusk Act 4 grabs it and like wrenches it open.
How does Tusk Act 4 do that?
Damn. Big ass fucker.
Oh yeah, and this is him ripping up the light. No, whoa. Fuck out of here. This is him ripping up the light wall.
Yeah. So not even the power of God in anime is enough to keep President Valentine safe, as Tusk Act 4 wrenches open the wall protecting him, like the wall of literal fucking light.
That's
and
fucking
like,
terrifying.
it begins to beat the ever-loving shit out of Valentine.
Yo, why the hell is the stand so powerful?
We'll get to that. So in beating this shit out of Valentine, it inflicts him with the infinite rotation. And what this is, it causes every cell in Adam and Valentine's body to start rotating. This causes Valentine to like collapse, and because of the rotation of like every fiber of his being, it begins like digging him into the ground, like burying himself, and he tries to like climb out, but it's no use. So he uses D4C to travel to another dimension, tells himself what's going on, and passes on his stand. But in passing on his stand, he passes on the rotation to his other self. So his other self arrives and immediately starts sinking into the ground too. And then he keeps doing this over and over, but it's no use until he's eventually buried alive.
Doesn't he try to like grab onto a car or something at some point to get out?
I know, but it just travels to that object and then just or something.
It spins the object.
It causes the object to spin and starts burying him even faster.
Damn.
So the president, Funny Valentine, dies by being buried alive.
So once you get hit by Tusk Act 4, you're
You're
done.
fucked.
You're done.
You're done.
Yeah.
The only way to stop it is to
You're
like
done.
hit
You're not
yourself
back.
again with the
With an infinite row spin in an opposite direction.
Well, it's spinning in the opposite direction. So yeah. So yeah, Funny Valentine's dead. Johnny defeats him. He's now true spin master. And with this, he's able to like finally stand on his own. But he says that it like feels hollow, like it's a hollow victory.
He's a master of spin
Rip
jutsu.
Gyro.
Or Gyro, or my homie.
Lego Ninjago.
He becomes a
actually.
master of spin jutsu.
Like,
But wait, why does it feel like a hollow victory? He defeated.
Because he lost like his best friend, and then he killed the president, which doesn't. It's like.
But it's not over yet, is it?
It's not over yet because he still has to race to win.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck. The steel ball run. Oops.
Yeah.
that's the name of the thing.
He still has to win the steel ball run race. So, meanwhile, yeah, Valentine.
Did he get his body cured with Jesus powers? Or
Yeah,
anything?
he's like standing now, but he admits it's like a hollow victory.
Okay, got it.
Like he feels empty, but he still has to win the race. So he hops back on his horse, rushes back to New York, and now he's coming up on the finish line. Big old bridge. He's rushing. He's like way ahead of everyone else. It's crazy. Like he's actually about to win this when suddenly out comes Diego Brando on his horse. Whoa!
Whoa. Didn't he die?
He did die, but this is a version of Diego that didn't get killed off immediately. So yeah, this is one of the Diegos that was running around. He eventually got caught up on the situation and decided, like, you know what, fuck Johnny actually, and like enters the race. So now they're going at it. Johnny and Diego going at it. So Johnny's like, ah, shit, it's him. So he shoots at him, he shoots back, and so then Diego's like, fuck it, let's do this. So because this Diego is from an alternate universe where like he wasn't like fucked up with like Dr. Ferdinand and scary monsters, this is a version of Diego who manifested his true proper stand, the world.
Whoa! He
Wait,
has
the planet?
No, this is like the
from,
Like the one, like
from,
Dio
Steel,
Star.
from Stardust Crusaders.
The one that can stop time.
Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah.
I don't know if you realize
comes
this, but
the
Diego
fuck
is the
back.
alternate
Yeah,
version
so-
of Dio.
So now he just casually has.
Yeah, so
The world.
Diego uses the world in a fucking horseback race. Like, oh god.
I think
And Johnny can't stop time.
Johnny cannot stop time.
So he has to fight this guy somehow.
So there's a big fight or whatever. Johnny manages to avoid like a lit stick of dynamite Diego throws at him. It's kind of crazy. And then he's like, fuck it. Since he's still on the horse, he manifests Tusk Act 4, shoots him with the infinite spin, and it hits Diego. But Diego's like, ah! Diego like, ah. So then he like, what? So then I think he cuts off his leg that's now being affected by the infinite spin, and he throws it at Johnny. So now Johnny is afflicted with the infinite spin.
Holy
He's
fuck.
like, fuck you, Johnny!
Fuck you!
Damn.
So what now?
So Johnny is forced to eat shit and he falls off his horse.
You asshole, fall off your horse.
Oh my god.
And then because Diego cut off, because he got hit in the, like the world got hit in the leg with the spin, but he cut off his leg before the spin fully traveled through his body. So he's good. He's fine. He's not spinning. Johnny is. So this means Johnny falls off his horse and Diego is able to go forth and win the steel ball run. But before, Diego wins the steel ball run.
What?
Meanwhile, Johnny has to like shoot himself with a reverse spinning infinite spin to get him to stop from spinning.
Diego does not win the steel ball run.
He wins the steel ball run, but so basically afterwards they're at the finish thing. He's relaxed. He's like, haha, I did it. I beat the Joestars. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. And like Lucy Steele walks up on Diego and she has a bag, and in this bag is the head of Diego Brando from another universe. So when Diego fell off the train and got cut in half, Lucy Steele stopped by and like ripped his head off and it was like, this is a special masker tool. Later. So she pulls out the head. He's like, hey, Diego, eat shit, and throws it at him. And then because of D4C's rules, this causes both Diegos to blow up.
So Diego is disqualified.
Why did we casually murder this man just for winning a race?
Because fuck Diego.
Yeah.
Diego made Johnny eat shit and fall off his horse.
Yeah.
Fuck the Joestars.
Yeah, Johnny's kind of an asshole in this part, and I love it. It's kind of
Yeah, I love me some assholes.
So meanwhile, since the winner of the steel ball run sort of disappeared,
He was disqualified.
Runner-up prize goes to Pocoloco. Yeah!
Yeah!
Pocoloco won the steel ball run. Let's go. Black excellence. We did it.
What the fuck? I just love that. The fact that, like, out of everyone, the most useless motherfucker in the entire fucking series.
That's the power of Hey Ya!
And the follow-up, so that means second place would be some random-ass dude named Norisuke Higashikata or whatever.
Norisuke Higashikata.
Norisuke Higashikata.
Norisuke Higashikata is the second place winner of the steel ball run. And Johnny meets up with his daughter, I think, some chick named Rina Higashikata. They hit it up, they get it on, they get married. And so the part ends with Johnny, Rina, and Norisuke getting on a boat to Europe to deliver Gyro back to his family.
But why Johnny gets buried alive though, right? Because he got hit with.
Yeah.
No,
Johnny.
I literally said he shoots himself.
Yeah.
on the first spin.
Yeah. No, he did.
Yeah,
He did. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm fucking
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah, so the part ends, all of them on the boat to deliver Gyro's corpse back to his family. We get like a little like, where are they now moment, and it's so fucked up. So it's revealed that Norisuke agrees to lend Johnny some of the prize money, and he uses that to buy Marco his freedom. But then Marco catches the flu and dies anyway.
What the
Who's Marco again?
What? Marco was the guy that Gyro was trying to save this whole time.
Like the little kid Gyro did all this for. It's kind of
fucking Rocky, bro. This is what he did.
What happens to Johnny though? What happens to Johnny?
He lives happily. He lives the rest of his life in happy, merry bliss in Japan.
Okay. Yeah.
What was the rest of his
You thought there'd be something fun here? No.
The end.
That's it.
The end.
It's a good day.
Steel ball run. Yeah, that's steel ball run, everybody.
Steel ball run is my favorite fucking part.
So what's next, Edward?
The most recent part of Jojo.
Jojolion.
We're actually gonna learn what the fuck's on the board.
Yeah! Oh my god. I unironically thought that's how it was pronounced though for like the longest time.
It's Jojolion.
Jojolion.
Like Pygmalion.
Evangelion.
Evangelion. Alright. You wanna take a break?
I would like to take a break.
Let's take a break.
Go.
Okay, so like I forgot to mention this quick addendum, but Jesus is in fact a Jojo, because how it works is that his name Jesus, it's like what goes to like Yahshua or something.
Yeah, Joshua.
and then Yahshua is like the Jewish form of the name Joshua. So then you have his father Joseph. So then you got Joshua, Joseph, Jojo. Let's go.
Does this hold any significance to...
No, but it's just a really, 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 really funny thought.
It's fucking stupid.
We started!
Alright, go.
Part 8, baby!
Yeah! Jojolion!
Jojolion.
Dude, can I have some of your chocolate milk when I'm done with it? Oh,
Are you
fuck.
recording this?
Yeah.
Yes. Alright, part 8.
Oh, let's see.
Naruto 6? Jesus, okay.
we're still recording.
Oh wow, it's only 6 o'clock. I thought it was like 9.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta scroll down to part 8 in my notes. That's like page 134.
Our audience is not entertained, Ed. Do something while you're scrolling.
Can you twerk? Yeah, can you twerk for the camera?
Ed,
Go shirtless for part 8.
Ed, can you show us how many balls you have?
Oh my god. I know.
Whatever. Okay.
So
anyway,
Rabbi and a Jojo walk into a bar.
We're ready, right?
Oh, hey,
Like,
just in
in
time.
the driveway, and I'm like, how the fuck did they get to Royal Farms without their car?
The power of our stand.
Alright.
The fucking Sandman.
Alright, here we go. We are finally here. This is it. The final part in our JoJo lecture.
Jojolion.
Before I'm forced to make the next one in like a year and a
This is the
half
one
or
I have
so.
no clue. The only thing I know about this part is stone people.
Ooh, oh shit, the stone people. Okay, so anyway, without further ado, we got JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 8, Jojolion. Woo! Come on, everybody.
Can we start the lecture already?
Hey,
It's been 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
This is why this lecture is 14 hours long.
whatever. Okay. So our story begins, and we are back in Emporio. The year is 2011, and
fuck.
yeah, Emporio, Japan, 2011. Shit's kind of fucked up from that earthquake that hit Japan, but otherwise things are good. Things are good except for like the giant like land mass that grew in Emporio because of the earthquake. It's sort of like it created like a hill with like all these weird holes in it, and the people of Emporio started calling those the walleyes. Essentially, like weird shit happens at the walleyes. But enough about that. So our story begins. We see this young woman named Yasuo Heroes, and she's fleeing from like her. I don't know what is. She's fleeing from some other jackass named Higashikata.
Yeah.
And right now she's like Joshua's like, oh, Joshua's like big incel man, kind of lame. He's kind of mid.
Maybe autistic, we don't know.
Why do we think he's autistic
Yes,
himself?
Roland. Why do we think he's
We'll find out.
Because I don't know.
Yes you do. Let's continue the lecture.
Okay, sure. Anyway, she's hiding from this dude. She's running near the walleyes. When suddenly she like trips on something and she falls on the ground. It's like, oh. So she's like, oh man, what did I trip on? She looks and she sees like a dude. A dude like buried underground from like the waist down, and he's kind of like out. He's out of it. The only thing he has is like a sailor cap on. I was like, that's weird as shit. What the fuck?
See, this is a good JoJo arc. No lead into the weirdness.
It's just like a naked dude sprawled out in the middle.
Yeah, like half buried in the ground, sprawled out, sailor cat. You know the vibe. So upon closer inspection, she sees that this dude has like a star-shaped birthmark. That's weird. So she pulls the dude out of the ground. She's like, ooh, only to find that the man is completely naked. Like he was buried from like the waist down, pulls her out, nothing there, cock and balls hanging out. You know, shit.
Since this is for older kids, do we actually get to see his cock and balls?
No.
Unfortunately.
But we do find out that he does have 4 testicles. So that's cool.
Tyler just spat out his Did you just say aw?
I said, huh? I said, excuse me. Wait, was it
4
3 or
balls.
4? It was
He has 4 testicles.
4 balls.
Fantastic.
So he has 2 left nuts.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Rocky, for clarifying.
Do we know if they're in the same sack or if he has 2 sacks?
We just know while pulling her out, Yashua accidentally saw, and then she was like, "Oh God, it's burned into my head."
So wait, so how did they like say? Did she go like, oh my god, that guy has 4 balls, or did he like further explain?
No, he's still unconscious.
Oh, okay, great.
So it's just, oh man, that guy has 4
Madam, my
balls.
apologies.
Yeah.
I have 4 testicles.
Okay.
Prepare yourself.
So anyway, she pulls the dude out. Oh yeah. Another thing about the star-shaped birthmark, he has like a weird like fresh bite mark around it too. That's kind of weird. And then so anyway, she pulls him out the ground, covers him up, and she asks him his name. But the thing is, he doesn't know his name. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know who he is, where he came from, why he was buried in the ground. This man has amnesia. So a quick fight breaks out. So Joshu catches up to them. Quick fight breaks out. Joshu's like, "Hey, you weirdo, you naked pervert, you're trying to steal my girlfriend." And Yasuo's like, "You're not my boyfriend." And the guy's like, who are you people? So Joshu tries to beat him up. And then during this, like, the dude, weird amnesia man, produces like a soap bubble that flies into his eyes and like pops, temporarily like blinding him. And he's like, "Ah, man, ooh." And then all the excitement causes this dude to like pass out and faint. So Yasuo calls the ambulance and he's taken to the hospital. So yeah, anyway, later on at the hospital, Yasuo meets up with like the random dude again to like ask him where he is and blah blah blah. So like they start investigating his identity with like the first thing, like the only thing he has on his person, which is the sailor cap. So they look inside the sailor cap for any clue, and inside they see a name written on it. Inside of the hat, there's the name Yoshikage Kira.
Ooh.
Wait, that sounds familiar.
Part 4 antagonist. Guy that could blow shit up.
Yeah, the serial killer.
Yeah, so they're like, okay, so this is your hat, and this is probably your name, but you don't look like a Yoshikage Kira. You look more like a Josuke. And then she names him Josuke specifically because he reminds her of a dog she knew. And that was the dog's name.
I mean, this guy's gonna die.
Oh god.
We shall see.
So anyway, they look through the phone book or whatever, and they find Yoshikage Kira's apartment. Inside they see some weird shit. They're going through his stuff. He has sculptures of his hand and stuff up and around.
Oh my god.
Yeah, nothing too crazy, just like a bunch of like wax sculptures of his hand, that's it. But they're looking in the bathroom, and inside there's a naked woman in the bathtub. And so we're like, what the fuck, what's going on? They just Wong,
Is she like showering?
Or is she like
dead?
a corpse?
No, she's very much alive, chilling in the bathtub. Meanwhile, Josuke finds this. Meanwhile, Yasuo's looking, and he sees like a photo album containing pictures of the same woman with like erotic bondage gear and shit.
Yo, Yoshikage was fucking getting it.
This part is off to a great start.
With someone who appears to be Josuke. Crazy.
Wait, the renamed guy who's Josuke now?
The
Okay.
Josuke of this part. Our main protagonists, by the way.
So she's kind of freaking out because she's like, oh man, this dude's into some weird shit. And she leaves. She promptly leaves after that, leaving Josuke on his own because Josuke's like no memory. He asked the woman like, hey, why? To which the woman is like, shh, he'll hear you. Oh my god. So we get our first stand battle. Woo! Woo! So unbeknownst to them, unbeknownst to Josuke, he's currently under attack by the stand Fun. And what Fun does, it's like one of those really weird like Iraqi New Universe stands, because at some point there's like a very clear difference between stands from like 3 through 6 and then 7 and 8. And this is like one of the biggest examples. So Fun. It's like a weird tripod type shit. And like how it works.
Film's tripod.
Yeah, it's like
for
that.
example.
And how it works, so first off, the user has to be directly above the victim. And then secondly, the victim has to have like a wound. And then if they have a wound, they're marked by Fun. And then Fun can freely control that limb, I think, right?
Yes.
Why is it a tripod?
Nobody knows. It's
God.
just, whoa, it looks like a tripod. Ooh. Doesn't actually do anything. The ability is separate from the physical manifestation.
Yeah, and so so apparently whoever the Fun users is, he broke into Yoshikage's apartment earlier and like booby trapped it. So Josuke like backs up from the bathtub and he steps on the nail. And he's like, ah shit. So he leans on like the towel rack to like catch his balance and take it out. But on the towel rack, there's like shards of broken glass weaved into the towels. So he cuts his hand on that and like all it's crazy. Shit like that happens.
Well, he only needs one wound for him to be controlled, right?
I know.
Per limb.
Per limb.
Oh, got
Yeah.
it.
So that's happening. So then Josuke's like, you know what? Enough of this. I know what to do here. So he manifests. So the lady's like freaking out, like, what are you talking about? We're going to get killed by some woo 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 woo. So Josuke says, shh, soft and wet, and he manifests his stand, which is named Soft and Wet, by the way, like the Prince song. Let's go.
Let's go.
What the fuck? I want to know what that song's about. What the fuck?
Soft and wet.
Okay.
It's a song by Prince.
So soft and wet, and so soft. So what he does is he explains to the woman, who isn't a stand user by the way, that his stand ability is called soft and wet, and with that ability,
Ramblings of a man.
yeah, literally,
This naked woman cowering in the bathroom.
yeah,
He just points to it. This is my stand.
soft and wet. She's like, what?
The wall isn't soft and wet.
But yeah, anyway, so with this, soft and wet, basically, we've seen it a bit earlier with like the whole thing with Joshu, but basically it's able to produce these like bubbles, right? And then like anything the bubbles touch, it's able to like steal aspects of that object from it. So like when he used it back on Joshu, he like temporarily stole his sight with the bubble. So here he uses it on the wall and he steals the sound from the wall, letting him just bust a hole in it without the person in the floor above them finding out. So
That's
he
kinda
uses
cool.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. So he does that. They sneak out the bathroom. The dude upstairs still wandering around. He's like, oh man, what the fuck? Ooh. So anyway, they find the attackers, this dude named Ojiro Sasame, and this dude is like a surfer seeking revenge against Kira, but because like basically like Kira, so we get like a little flashback, like this man Yoshikage Kira, he walks up to Ojiro and he like calls Ojiro out for being like just a bum surfer who doesn't do anything with his life, and Ojiro gets like so upset that he like ate his own fingers, and he like,
How does this relate to the conflict with the bathroom again?
because Ojiro broke into Kira's house to use fun on Kira, but Kira isn't there. Josuke and some random lady is.
Got it.
Yeah, so he blames Kira for this. Eating his own fingers.
But he did that.
That's Kira's fault.
Why did he eat his fingers?
Because like Kira's words like made him doubt himself, and he had like a little mental breakdown.
So he ate his fingers.
Yeah,
Yes.
he blames Kira for it.
You fucking disabled yourself, you dumb fuck. What is it?
Part 8, everyone.
How the fuck do you guys just eat your own fingers?
Literally, what a
A
child.
lot of effort. I really thought you were gonna rip your finger off with your Jack.
Yeah, next time on Shaka University, we're gonna try to eat our own
We're
fingers.
just doing a lecture
How
about
he-
eating fingers.
Oh my god.
But yeah, anyway. That happens. Ojiro thingy, they call the cops. Ojiro gets arrested, and boo 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 boo. Meanwhile, back in Yoshikage Akira's apartment, they're still investigating. Josuke finds a picture of this Yoshikage Akira near the walleyes, the same walleyes he was discovered at. So it's like, ooh, let's go back and investigate. So they go back. Oh, what the fuck?
What? Ignore that.
Yeah, so they go back to the walleyes, investigate, and they find a second corpse.
Tyler, it's a fire hazard without that glass on it.
Oh shit, Tyler, you might want to.
Yeah, we should. I mean, it won't like immediately do it, but like.
This is Tyler's stand burning down the.
Okay.
This is
What,
my
you know-
favorite
Can I unplug
fire
this?
flames.
You know what? I think we'll smell burning before it
I don't want
catches
to
on
smell
fire.
burning though.
So I think it'll be okay until we
The
smell
smell of burning is our like.
I have a lot of
our
experience
warning.
starting fires with this light, and I know we're fine.
It would be so
Yeah,
far
it's
for the
fine.
forest
We
for us to
can
set a
continue.
fucking house on fire for our lecture.
Okay, so anyway, they go back to the walleyes where Yoshikage Kira took his picture at, and there they find the corpse of Yoshikage Kira. Interesting.
Damn.
Damn.
F.
So afterwards, they call the
get
cops.
anything up.
The cops take it in. They do a whole autopsy. They find out that Yoshikage Kira died of a heart attack. But there's something weird because his corpse is missing both of his testicles.
Damn.
That's an odd detail.
He ate them.
Bro, this guy's eating fingers, this guy's eating his own testicles. What the fuck's going on in this?
So anyway, Yasuo decides to hit up Joshu's family, specifically his father, because his father is a pretty cool guy. This guy named Norisuke Higashikata the Fourth, and so basically Norisuke Higashikata, the Higashikatas in this universe, they're like really rich, really powerful family. They own like this fruit parlor and shit where they get all their money from. And their fruit parlor, they pretty much got the money from like the prize money of the Steel Ball Run that like their great-great-grandfather Norisuke Higashikata the First won in the race. Yeah, you know.
Wait, so is this set in the same universe?
Yes.
Same universe. Yeah.
Same universe as Steel Ball Run.
Yeah. Yeah. So after meeting the rest of the family, their father isn't there yet, but he's talking with everyone else, and they more or less like adopt Josuke. So now he's Josuke Higashikata. Ooh. And yeah, so he's welcomed into their home, and like they make him like hang out with like the youngest daughter, Daya Higashikata, for some reason. Yeah, so they're hanging out with Daya, and Daya immediately begins to flirt with Josuke. It's like, oh, you're kind of funny, ha 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 ha, and all that shit. So she starts using her stand, California King Bed.
Just out of nowhere.
So she begins using her stand, California King Bed, like start stealing like Josuke's memories every time he like fusses over her and stuff like that. So like, oh, Daya, look out, and then he like loses a memory, shit like that. And then this is bad because like Josuke wants to keep his memories and like find the missing ones. So losing them seems kind of
How does losing his memories help her flirt with him?
like give him like something over him. Like, oh, if you want your memories back, I guess you have to kiss me. Yeah.
And he's like her adopted brother, right?
Yeah, adopted brother, already making moves.
Damn.
Oh yeah, so she tells Josuke that if he manages to make her step on his shadow, then she'll return her memories to him. And like a whole bunch of nonsense shenanigans happens, and he does eventually manage to make her like step on his shadow. He gets his memories back, and he's like, whatever, no hard feelings, and he moves on. Meanwhile, Yasuo's still doing like the actual legwork of finding out who this dude is. And she finds, she gets a DNA test done, and she finds that the DNA for Josuke and Kira is literally the exact same. So they are the same person. But that's weird because we just saw Kira's corpse in the morgue and shit. So like, And yeah.
Put your bets in everyone. Time travel or alternate universe, you're cloned.
Place your bets, everyone. You're all wrong.
Going all in. All three.
So yeah, eventually Josuke gets his memories back. That whole arc's over, and yeah. So yeah, he walks into like Norisuke's study because he sees like a symbol he's seen on like Kira's wrist at the morgue or whatever. And in Norisuke's study, he finds like a book, which is just like a family history book of the Higashikatas with like some Steel Ball Run stuff mixed in there. So in this, we see the family tree, and we see that Norisuke Higashikata's daughter, like Norisuke Higashikata the First, married a man named Johnny Joestar, and he's a direct ancestor of the recently deceased Yoshikage Kira. So he uses his more info he gets from the family tree to search for Yoshikage Kira's mother, Holly Joestar Kira, with Yasuo's help, and they find out she's a doctor at the local hospital. So they decide to head to the hospital. There they find out that she's actually a patient because like her brain's doing some weird shit or whatever. And And yeah. So meanwhile, what happened here? Meanwhile, I'm trying to remember.
You know, the next bit that happened.
Okay, so yeah, Josuke leaving the hospital, he opens a door, and like immediately, like some stand starts attacking him, right? So we find out the stand is called Born This Way, and basically what Born This Way does, it's like an automatic stand, and it takes the shape of like a dude on a motorcycle, and it's just chasing Josuke around now. But it's automatic in the sense that it only activates whenever like Josuke opens something. Not like his eyes or mouth or anything like that, but if he opens a door, the stand will come through said door and try to attack him until the door closes and shit like that. So it gets to the point, so yeah, meanwhile his GPS starts malfunctioning and he gets lost in Mario. And like but then like out of nowhere his GPS starts like talking to him directly, like he's cornered by Born This Way and the GPS tells him to go up. And he looks up and there's a ladder for him to climb up, so he's like, oh sweet. So he climbs up and this goes on, and then we reveal that the GPS is actually Yasuo's stand, that she's not really fully aware she has it yet, but it's like still helping out Josuke because she kind of likes Josuke.
But don't you need to go to this one specific spot to get a stand in this universe?
I mean, there's never like, you didn't need to get like pierced with a stand arrow in the old universe to get a stand, because some people like Abdul and Polnareff were just born with their stands.
Like you can inherit stands.
You can inherit stands or like manifest a stand if you get like hyped up enough.
Yeah, isn't
like
that why
guy
like,
from Part 6.
like everybody in the Joestar family was because Dio manifested his stand, so they all also manifested.
He manifested his stand though because
he manifested his stand through Jonathan's body.
Yeah,
and in that costume.
with a stand arrow.
Yeah, with one stand arrow, but then everyone else got it.
Yeah.
So
But
like
other people can just be born with.
So like we already established that they're all relatives to Johnny Joestar, right?
Yeah.
So like most of them.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that like everyone in this family would have a stand.
Yeah, but this is Yasuo.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
So it's implied Yasuo was just born with a stand, but never really like.
Yeah. Got it.
You know, since we're on this, so apparently according to Hirohiko Araki, Word of God, like even all the way before Part 3, back in Part 2, Joseph had his stand, but he didn't know what the fuck his stand was. So he just kind of never paid attention to it. So yeah, there you go.
And that's why he knew what everyone was doing. Well, the whole your next line is just because he was using her.
Because the stand later on reveals like the future and shit.
That's crazy.
So yeah, retroactive bullshit.
What the fuck?
But anyway, we're on Part 8, not Part 2, not Part 3.
They actually like canonically explained the fucking gag. Like, it's so funny.
So anyway, Yasuo's stand is helping out Josuke, and her stand is named Paisley Park, like the Prince song. And so Yasuo's stand, it's basically does whatever with technology, I guess. There's no set rules to it, just like technology, Paisley Park, go for it. But anyway, so Paisley Park is helping Josuke escape from like Born This Way. And like it gets to the point where like it's attacking him whenever he like opens like a window or he opens like a fucking pen cap and shit like that.
It comes out of the pen.
It comes out of the pen cap. It's crazy. But anyway, we eventually find out that the user of Born This Way is in fact the maid of the Higashikatas, Kei Nijimura. And then it's further revealed that Kei also has a star-shaped birthmark because she's Kira's little sister. Yoshikage Kira's younger sister, yeah.
How the fuck is Kira related to all these fucking people?
Through Johnny.
Yeah.
Where did the Kira name come from?
I don't know, they probably married a Kira somewhere down the line.
What the fuck? Fucking crazy shit. I might need more milk.
So she explains herself that she thought that Josuke was like an enemy trying to like attack her mother Holly while she was like incapacitated in the hospital. So they clear everything up, everything's cool, and yeah, that's it. They make peace. So to make peace, she decides to reveal like the nature of Josuke's existence to them. So she takes him back to the Walleyes and she's like, hey, check this out. She takes out a lemon, She takes out an orange, digs a hole, and she buries both of them in the same hole. She buries it, and they wait for a bit. So afterwards, she takes out the lemon, she takes out the orange, and she cuts it open. She cuts open the orange, and inside the orange, you see bits of the lemon spliced into the orange, and then the lemon is like the same thing with the orange. They like fuse together. So she explains this is what Josuke is, a fusion between Yoshikage Kira and some other dude.
You were all wrong. Give me your money.
Yeah, it's funny. I already knew this stuff.
Wait, what other dude, and why is he a fusion? And
We're gonna find out, baby.
Yeah.
Oh god, what was the other guy's name?
and how did she do that with
you
the
actually
oranges
want me to
and
tell you?
lemons?
Huh? What's up?
And how does she do that with the orange and the lemon?
Oh,
She
because
buried
that's
near
the
the walleyes.
property of the walleyes.
Oh,
So like, do we find out what his name is now? I don't want to spoil it. Cause like I know what his name is. If you need help remembering it.
Oh no, it's still a mystery at this point.
Okay.
But they realize that the stand also should have been, because if he was a fusion of Yoshikage Kira, then this stand should have also been Killer Queen, because that's still Kira's stand in this universe. But it's not. It's soft and wet. So the mystery of like who the other guy is still a big mystery. They're still trying to figure that out. Meanwhile, Yasuo enters the hospital, talks with Holly, Joestar, Kira, and she's kind of losing it and gets distressed and all that shit. So Yasuo gets kicked out by the security, and yeah. Meanwhile, Paisley Park leads Yasuo back into the hospital, into a room right next to Holly, where she sees like the full extent of this disease, and like she see that her brain has like perfectly spherical like holes in it. So there's something going on in her brain. We don't know exactly what. But later on, like about a week later, Norisuke asks Joshu to take Josuke down to the high school to see if he can be enrolled there. Because if he's going to be staying in his house, he wants him to get like education, big brain, and all that shit. So on their way there, they cut through a place, a little road called Shakedown Road, where the residents of the road somehow make Joshu and Josuke's just do like random acts of property damage without them knowing it. And shit, really weird shit.
like with stand magic or just?
So basically how Shakedown Road, this place works, is that the stand is tied to the location, not a single person.
So
and
the
the
street literally has a stand?
Yeah, more or less. Like basically the stand is tied to like the leaves that fall off the trees there, and they're scattered around. And like if you step on a leaf, it activates and the leaf like carries you around. So so it shows on a video camera like Joshu like stepping on a leaf, and it carries him over, and he like crashes into a window, and then it carries him back to where he was. Like this all happens really fast. He doesn't really notice. But the people that live there know it, so they use it to like start like extorting money from them. It's like, hey, you broke my window, and Josh is like, what?
Cut. Ask now.
How old is Josuke in this universe?
I'm pretty sure he's not that old here. He's like 18, I want to say.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, 18, 19, around that. He's not that old here. Like just a little bit older than like original Josuke. And yeah. So yeah, they figure out, so eventually Joshu and Josuke figure out how the fuck Shakedown Road is doing all this. And in this, they learn, oh yeah, Joshu reveals his stand, Nut King Call, which is based off of like Nat King Cole. And like, it's basically like a Kamen Rider looking stand, because he's like a big otaku nerd guy. And like what it's able to like place bolts and stuff, place bolts and screws on objects and like unscrew them to make them fall apart. So like a guy, like he uses this on a guy and like makes his finger, he like unscrews his fingers and shit.
It's kind of like Superman, but with screws.
Yeah, kind of like Sticky Fingers, but with like screws. And
I literally said his fucking English name. I didn't mean to.
Zipperman. All right, but anyway. And then afterwards, some old guy is like, "Ha, you kids, you whippersnappers, you sure got us. Here's some more." So anyway, they fuck more. So yeah, the shop owner shows them like he brings them to a memorial built to Johnny Joestar,
Ooh. Was that Steel Bell Run?
Steel Ball Run,
Yeah.
guy.
Okay.
So, memorial dedicated to Johnny Joestar. And here we figure out what exactly went down with Johnny after the events of Steel Ball Run. So, after Steel Ball Run, and after he takes Gyro's corpse back to Italy, he married Rina Higashikata and went back to Japan, and they had a nice life. But then Rina was struck with a mysterious disease that began to like turn her skin into stone, and she started losing her memories and shit. It was really fucked up. And apparently this is a disease that plagues the Higashikata family. Like it's like the firstborn of every generation. And this disease kicks in and it's like, oh my god, it's so fucked up. So like desperate to like save his wife, Johnny returns to the US and steals back the corpse parts, which was like all in the US, like just, like Valentine sort of wins in that regard, and where like the corpse parts are in the watch of like the US government and shit like that. But he goes there, steals it, and brings it back to Japan so he can use its power to like cure Rina. But in the process, he does cure Rina. He does like this whole like exchange thing or whatever. But in the result, this causes the disease to fly out of Rina and into his like near his son, who was watching nearby. What was his son's name? George, right? Let's say George. His name was George.
His name's George.
George lecture win.
George Joestar, perhaps?
Yeah, George. His son nearby, George Joestar, is suddenly stricken with the Higashikata rock disease. And like Johnny, terrified and mortified at what he's done, he takes his son and he like he hops on a horse, starts riding it, and he manifests Tusk Act 4. And his plan is to use the combined power of Tusk Act 4's infinite spin with the power of the Holy Corpse to sort of like get rid of this rock disease once and for all. But it backfires, and like all this crazy energy goes all over the place. And it does cure his son, but as a result, he takes it into himself. And like things are so fucked up. He eats shit. He falls off his horse again. Oh man. He eats shit, falls off his horse, and like all the resulting stand holy Jesus energy creates the phenomenon of like the leaves moving shit around. Because this is on like Shakedown Road. This is how Shakedown Road is.
So
created.
they created a stand.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
With
crazy.
remnants of Jesus become a bunch of leaves that create property damage.
Yeah, and one of the first things these leaves do is like a nearby boulder is suddenly dragged and dropped on Johnny's head, killing him.
Why why?
That was the life and death of Johnny Joestar.
Truly unfortunate calamity.
He got
if I have
fucked
to
by a
say
rock.
So.
The fuck? That's so sad.
So it's tragic. So yeah, that's what happened to Johnny Joestar. But because of like the original exchange he did that place where the walleyes are now, and that's what turned it into like holy sacred ground that was revealed during the 2011 earthquake. So that's why the walleyes are so fucked up and are able to just like swap, like exchange shit between people. Because that's where he did the exchange with like Holly and the corpse parts and the rock disease. So yeah, there you go.
I'm sensing a theme of tit for tat.
Tit for tat, eye for an eye, the flow of calamity and all that shit, whatever. So anyway, flashback, cut to the pet shop owner. He finishes telling the story. He's like, oh, it's just a legend, whatever, man. This ain't real. Yeah, so meanwhile, what the fuck? I'm trying to figure out where the fuck this shit came from.
You can't read.
This is your notes, dude.
I'm reading. I barely remember the plot to part 8, so I was writing this down in
At like 3
days.
fucking a.m.
I was like, huh? What the fuck? So anyway, we cut back to Yashiro, and she's like walking to like this pine tree near like I think it's like in the back of the Higashikata estate, because she's investigating some news stories about like a fucking baby or some shit that washed up there back in like the 1900s.
Is that related to anything else?
I don't even know. I don't even know. Baby, Octung baby, or whatever.
Green baby.
Green baby.
Baby.
So anyway, Yasuo's walking around this tree. She's exploring and shit. Well, suddenly she's like grabbed from like by a hand from inside the tree and like dragged inside of it. So she wakes up. She's in this room with none other than Tsurugi Higashikata, Narisuke's grandson. And Tsurugi reveals that they're in like this underground facility used by the Higashikata family, where they like, okay, so basically because of Johnny, and like instead of affecting like every firstborn child of each generation, it just affects like every firstborn son instead. So for the past few generations, they've just been forcing like every firstborn son to like live in this room in an attempt that the rock disease would like pass over them or something like that. Not only that, they raised the son as like a girl or whatever. So like Tsurugi's like in a little flower dress and he's like, I hate it here. My life is shit. He's like, I hate this shit. Yeah.
Is it ever explained why the Higashikatas like have the rock disease? Like why it happens to them?
The Johnny Joestar thing. Because Johnny Joestar.
I mean, like where it first started before Johnny.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
No, it doesn't. I don't think that's ever explained. That's just a thing.
Yeah, it's just there was a rock disease and Johnny was like, fuck this.
Yeah.
And then he fucked everything.
And then he made it 10 times worse.
Thanks.
Well, no, he made it better because it used to be every firstborn
Yeah, but now
child.
it's every
now
son. Yeah.
that's an improvement. You got
Now
to put
it's
gender out of it.
sexist.
Now it's misogyny.
But
It's
now we get a bunch
misandrous.
of guys in a factory dressed like girls, so win-win.
Hell yeah.
So meanwhile, Tsurugi's explaining everything, and it's like, oh man, my life sucks. But he like forms a bond with Yasuo because it's like, oh, big sister type shit. So it's like, oh, okay. So they hang out for a bit, they vibe for a bit in like Tsurugi's weird basement room. But Yasuo was like, hey, I gotta go. But Tsurugi starts pulling pranks. So he uses his stand, Paper Moon King.
Paper Moon King.
I got prejudice.
So Paper Moon King, he's able to like just take shit and fold it into origami or whatever. Like Roland.
Do you want me to explain?
I know about like all the illusion stuff, but
Okay.
it's just,
It manifests as origami. It's not like he makes things into it. It just
Yeah.
manifests as origami. Yes.
yeah. So he's able to like create illusions using like this origami frog or whatever. It's kind of wild, kind of trippy. So he plays a prank on her by so Yasuo's like, all right, Tsurugi, I gotta go. She walks outside and now everyone looks like Tsurugi. Like it's
How does paper origami do that?
It's like a secondary, like the physical form of the stand is like an origami frog, but then the main ability is just illusions. And
Got
shit.
it.
So now she starts freaking out because everyone looks like Tsurugi. She's like to the point where she has like a mental breakdown. She starts crying like, "Oh God, Josuke, help me!" So Josuke runs in and like Tsurugi uses his power on Josuke. So now they're both running around, not being able to tell anyone apart. Shenanigans ensue, and then they eventually go back, play with Tsurugi, and he's like, "All right, I'm sorry," ooh, and he lets them go. So that's that.
I like how like all the stands in this part so far, like they're just being used to like fuck around with people.
Yeah.
Like we're not even like fighting. We're just like fucking. Like we're just like
We're just inconveniencing you.
Funny prank. Kiss me.
So Tsurugi apologized and he admits to like targeting her with a stand because he just wanted someone to play with and he didn't want her to leave and all that shit. Blah blah blah. Water under the bridge. So anyway. So basically, Yasuo finds out about Tsurugi's impending rock disease, and she's like, "Hey, that sounds kind of familiar to what Holly, Joestar Kira, is experiencing in the hospital. What's that about?"
The person in the hospital we've been talking about.
Yoshikage Kira's mom.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Did I miss that?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah,
You might have been getting a cup of milk.
Yeah, that's probably what it was.
Meanwhile, so Yasuo finds this out, and Tsurugi's like, "All right, bye." He heads out. Meanwhile, this weird-looking dude named Yatsu Yagiyama appears, and he starts attacking Yasuo. Oh man.
Why?
Ooh, we find out. But meanwhile, Josuke spots Tsurugi heading toward the garden or whatever, and he follows him. And then meanwhile, Norisuke is also there, and he's like, "Oh, I'm Norisuke." He tags along too. So
Norisuke's the big daddy of this.
yeah, the head of the Higashikata estate. And so Josuke starts asking Norisuke, he's like, "Hey man, what's going on? What's all this sus behavior? You're kind of imposter." So Norisuke explains that he doesn't want to hurt Josuke or anything, and that he was actually working with Yoshikage Kira, to find a cure for the rock disease plaguing both of their families. So he hoped to learn. So he wants to help Josuke get his memories back, because maybe those memories would have like the cure, like Kira's memories. So basically, those would have like the cure they need to like find the cure.
Why would Kira have the memories of the cure?
Because Norisuke was working with Kira at that point, and he apparently made like a big breakthrough before disappearing and turning up dead.
Got it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we also get like a really funny scene between Josuke and Norisuke, because Josuke's like, "All right, Norisuke, enough games. What's the nature of your standability?" To which Norisuke spawns, "Well, you see, Josuke, my boy, a stand is a lot like an asshole, and you wouldn't go around showing it to just anybody."
Is that a literal line of
Yeah. Like
You don't go around showing people your asshole.
yeah, so yeah, Norisuke, funny man, funny guy. But eventually, they both run into Yatsuyu Yagiyama, who's attacking Yasuo. And the weird thing about this dude is that he can turn into a rock. What? That's not a stand.
Just Kirby's downbeat.
I like how we keep getting abilities that people just have. Like,
Yeah, fuck it.
There's a guy just walking on the ceiling before.
Yeah. So basically, his stand. Fuck, jeez. So he has his stand ability called "I Am a Rock." It has nothing to do with him turning into a rock.
Song.
But basically, what it does is whenever Yatsuyu makes contact with a person, they sort of become magnetic in a sense, but not just to like iron and metallic objects, but just like anything in general. So like bushes and leaves are starting to like come at them and stick to them, and then it comes to a point where they start like digging into their skin. So that's bad. Ooh. So Yatsuyu, he's like throwing like poison and gasoline at them. It's like, oh geez, big fight. Norisuke, he hides. Yatsuyu hides himself. So Norisuke decides to bust out his stand, King Nothing. So King Nothing. Humanoid stand, and its ability is that it's able to like visualize scents. So like it like unfolds into like all these like little puzzle pieces, and then like when it picks up a scent, it like goes to where that scent was, and then like remakes the object producing the scent as like a little like out of like little puzzle things. It's cool visual effect. So they use this to find out where Yatsuo is. They fight for a bit. Fight. Yeah, so then they fight for a bit. Josuke manages to like run in. He gets a clean hit in with soft and wet with his stand cry, aura, you know. And then like this causes Yatsuo to like fly back and he dies. But the weird thing is he starts crumbling into like rocks and shit like that, like a statue or something.
Because he is a rock.
It's about to dry.
So Josuke is like, what the fuck is that? Norisuke is like, what the fuck is that? Yasuo is like, what the fuck is that? No one knows why this dude just turned into rocks. So yeah, we're gonna...
Kind of crazy.
So yeah, basically a little bit later, Norisuke reveals that Yasuo was actually impersonating someone in reality but he doesn't really have an identity of his own, so that's weird. What's that about? Meanwhile, Norisuke, Josuke, and Tsurugi, they find like fuck. Wait. Did I skip something? I think I skipped something. Did I skip something? Okay. So we first get our first mention of this fruit called the Rokakaka fruit, and that's important because Anyway, fast forward a bit back to what I was talking about.
Wait, what do we learn about the Rokakaka fruit?
It's what Yatsuo was looking after. He believed he could find the Rokakaka fruit at the Higashikata.
You mean Norisuke?
No, Yatsuo. Yatsuyu.
Oh, Yatsuyu. Okay.
Yatsuyu. Yeah.
Is this related in finding ingredients to the original cure for the stone disease?
Yeah, this is a pretty important finding the cure. I mean, because it's the cure. But anyway, Norisuke, Josuke, and Tsurugi, they find another. They find like a fruit, and then they find the fruit along with like this dog that can also turn into a rock, I guess.
Okay. I accepted the universe being reset 3 times. I can.
And meanwhile, Norisuke makes King Nothing memorize the scent of the fruit, so they can like start tracking him down if they have to. And Tsurugi adopts the dog and he names it Iwasuke. So there you go. Say hi to Iwasuke. Everybody.
Hi, Iwasuke. Hey, that dog was named. Wait a second.
Oh, jeez.
No.
So, to investigate the fruit further, Norisuke invites Josuke to come on down to the fruit parlor. In the back rooms, he has like this encyclopedia with all these like different plants and shit. They're going through it, they're like investigating, but then they're interrupted with the return of Norisuke's firstborn son, Jobin Higashikata.
Uh-oh.
Ooh. Jobin Higashikata is like this rich, big shot. He wants to be a big shot type guy. He's like, oh, I'm so rich. It's kind of like Elon Musk, but cool.
Elon cool.
And he's like out giving gifts to his family because he's just been traveling around the world. And he gives Josuke like a rare stag beetle, even though he just met him. So he seems pretty cool. And then Norisuke is like, oh, my son, oh. They have a good time. Blah, blah, blah. But unbeknownst to him, King Nothing actually detects the scent of the fruit on Jobin's handkerchief. And this is something only Josuke notices. So Jobin has something to do with the fruit that Yatsuyu was after. Oh man. So then we move on to this arc that everyone just calls Beetle Tendency. And in this arc, Josuke asks Tsurugi, like, hey, how can I ask your dad shit without coming off as sus? And he's like, well, my dad really likes stag beetle fights. Maybe if you could beat him in a stag beetle fight, he'll tell you. So Josuke challenges Jobin to a stag beetle fight.
But Jobin is not aware of the expectations that if he loses, he's supposed to tell him anything, right?
Is he? Not really, no.
Okay.
He's like, you do something for me, and like Josuke, they like, Jobin like bets his card and shit. It's crazy. So anyway, they start the beetle fight. Beetle Tendency kicks off, and like the beetles, they like do beetle things or whatever. And then at some point, they start using their stands to cheat. So it becomes a stand battle through beetle proxy. So of course you have Josuke using his stand to like take away the friction from the floor, so Jobin's beetle starts slipping and all sliding all over the place. Meanwhile, Jobin uses his stand, Speed King. So Speed King, it's a pretty cool stand ability. It controls heat. So basically, it's able to like stop the flow of heat and like let it build up at a certain point before he like releases it again. So, but this means he can like build it up off of anything. So, I guess the best example of this is like if you left like he taps like the surface of this table or whatever. So he starts letting all the heat just build up in the glass of the table. So then you like go to touch it and it's like scorching hot, even though everything else is like room temperature because all the energy is flowing into it and not flowing out. That makes sense?
Yep.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay. So yeah, he uses that to sort of poison Josuke's beetle, and it's like, Meanwhile, because Jobin's getting like really into
I'm sorry.
Meanwhile, Jobin's getting like really into this beetle thing, so he doesn't notice when like Josuke starts like using his stand to like do other shit behind his back. These other things include like taking his car keys and like he puts it in a bubble and he sends it to the garage where Tsurugi is. And then this is when Yasuo comes in, so Tsurugi makes Yasuo help him like break into his dad's car.
Wait, isn't Tsurugi supposed to be in the tree base?
I mean, he's supposed to be in the basement, but he hates it there, so he just sneaks around.
Got it.
And he uses like his stand to like stay hidden in plain sight and shit like that. Yeah, pretty cool, pretty cool. So they're investigating Yasuo's car and Jobin's car. They use Paisley Park on the GPS, and they find out where exactly Jobin's been, and they see that he's like took like some weird tree to go visit some weird guy, and he gave the tree to an unknown man. So now Jobin is sus. Ooh. And so Jobin is sus, and then meanwhile Jobin begins to like become sus of Josuke, because he's like, hey Josuke, you're kind of into Beatles, more like hey ooh. So he goes to make a move to like kill Josuke with Speed Cane, but Josuke escapes. So do Yasuo and Tsurugi. So that ends Beetle tendency. Ooh. Woo! Woo! So meanwhile, we find out. So Yasuo finds the discovery of the dude that Jobin passed the weird free truth onto. This dude named Aisho, last name, and he's a security guard at the local Emporio baseball stadium. So Yasuo uses like her phone that's like souped up by Paisley Park now, and like Paper Moon King also there because she's there with Tsurugi. They like team up to like sneak around and shit the stadium, and they find that this Aisho guy is actually like selling this tree, and not only that, the tree is actually growing like that weird fruit I was talking about earlier. So they're like sort of like they find him doing like a sort of drug deal with this fruit to like some old guy. So they like give the guy, so you see him give the guy the fruit. The guy gives him like a shit ton of money in return, and he like takes a bite out of the fruit. So then out of nowhere, so then all of a sudden the guy, the old man he sold the fruit to, like who's like an amputee or whatever, just miraculously grows back his missing leg.
What?
Because he ate the fruit.
That's crazy.
So we're like, holy shit, what the fuck happened there? And meanwhile, Aisho like discovers them. He looks like, hey, there's the presence. I sense it. So he sends his automatic stand, Dubiwa, after them. So Dubiwa is kind of like, God, how do I even describe it? It's like it takes the shape of like a little like whirlwind tornado type thing, and it's weird because it's like manifested out of like his target's breath in this case. So like Yasuo and Tsurugi like exhale, and then that breath swirls together and forms like Dubiwa, which starts chasing them. There's a whole fight or whatever. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But they do manage to get away with him. There's like a big chase scene, but they manage to like finally like get out of that situation when Tsurugi uses Paper Moon King on a nearby bus, and he makes it look like Jobin. So then Aisho sees Jobin walking down the street, and he's like, "Oh, yo, Jobin, we got an issue." So he runs out into the street, and then he gets hit by the bus.
Damn.
Yeah. So yeah. So meanwhile, the next day, we got Josuke. He's walking around doing something, I guess, and he runs into this lady named Carrera Tsukunami. Ooh.
What is Josuke trying to do at this point?
I mean, he doesn't. He's just wandering around. It's part 4 vibes. He's just wandering around and shit happens. So anyway, he meets up with some lady, Carrera Tsukunami, and this lady's important because she actually knew like Kira. She was actually like friends with Kira before he like disappeared and died. So they start talking a bit, and like so anyway, long story short, she reveals some info he needs about like no wait, she wasn't friends with Kira, she was friends with like the other dude. My bad. So she reveals to us the name of the other dude, a guy by the name of Josefume Kujo. Ooh man. Ooh.
That's a Jojo.
Josuke.
Yeah, that was his name, Josuke Kujo. And then meanwhile, these two random dudes are playing like soccer nearby. The Aphex brothers. They track down Carrera and they start attacking her and shit.
Did you just say the Aphex twins?
No, the Aphex brothers.
Then you mean the Aphex twins?
No, there's two of them and they're like identical. They're brothers.
They're twins.
Also, I forgot to mention, this isn't really important, but Carrera's Tsunami stand is Love Deluxe, and she's the alternate version of other girl whose name I forgot from
Yukiko.
Yukiko, yeah. Ooh. So anyway, this next chapter, Araki reveals what these weird people are, and they're in fact rock humans. Ooh.
Rock people.
Not to be confused with the Pillar Men. But yeah, basically how like people and humans are like carbon-based life forms, the rock humans are silicon-based life forms. And they're like pretty identical to humans. The only like physical difference is that they're able to like turn back into like stone statues and shit. And they what's up?
Don't they also live like much longer than humans?
They live way longer than humans also, due to being like stone people.
Yeah.
Where the fuck did they come from? Okay.
They're just people, dude. We're
They spend a lot of time as rocks. We just never noticed them.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they say. They like hide in plain sight, shit like that. When they like hibernate, they turn on like rock statues and boulders.
That's
or whatever.
nice.
And
So,
somebody
yeah.
puts an outlet in them.
So yeah,
Go.
So now we got like a rock human situation going around. Meanwhile, we're trying to get to the bottom of the fruits and the stone disease, and it's like, oh geez, what's happening here?
Yeah.
So yeah, anyway, a fight breaks out between Josuke and the Aphex brothers. And Josuke, oh yeah, their stands are like, Jesus Christ, what are their stands? They're
You need help? Francis Scott Key 1 and Francis Scott Key 2. Those are the names of the stands.
Yeah.
Named after Francis Scott Key, who wrote the American National Anthem.
Why?
Roland, can you explain their stand abilities? I do not remember this fight.
I have a vague idea of what their stands do. So Francis Scott Key 1 is like a lack of a hand with like stone at the stub. And then Scott Key 2 is like a little dude that eats things. And then whatever it eats creates the hand of Scott Key 1.
So after the fight, Josuke kills both of them.
Did.
Thank God.
So after the
That's I
fight,
need to exist.
so after the fight, Josuke kills both of them, and because they're both being rock people, they crumble into dust. Ooh, wow, 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 wow. And then, meanwhile, Carrera's watching, and she finally realizes that Josuke and Josefume probably did like a equivalent exchange of some sort. But then she heads out before Josuke can ask her anything else, like what the fuck did you just say, and blah blah blah. So meanwhile, this is when Araki decides to introduce the mysterious Rokakaka tree. My bad, because it's not Rokakaka, that's a translation error. It's actually Rokakaka, because you know like Japan and like R and L and shit like that.
Yeah, Lali Lulelo.
Rokakaka sounds cool.
I know everyone calls it Rokakaka, but it's Lokakaka. So Rare Rocky L, I'm calling it Rokakaka. So anyway, the mysterious Rokakaka tree is introduced. And like, so this tree is like, we get some history on this tree. It's like native to New Guinea, and it was like used by the people of New Guinea for like all sorts of things. Like basically, this fruit has the ability to invoke like an equivalent exchange in whoever eats it, meaning like you got like something, like you're missing like an arm or some fingers and shit. You eat it and you get that finger or arm back at the cost of something else that like turns into stone. Like an example, I think that's used as like an old guy, like the old guy back at the stadium, right? The guy that got like sold the drug deal fruit. He ate the fruit and he was missing a leg, so his teeth turned into stone and fell out of his mouth. But he grew a new leg. That's equivalent exchange, baby.
Bro, we got alchemy in this bitch, right?
So yeah, that's what the fruit is, and that's why Norisuke and everyone wants to get their hand on the fruit to cure the rock disease, because that's like a clean food. Meanwhile, so yeah,
What do you have to give up or to get not turning into a stone for the rest of your life? That sounds
like it's random too. It like picks a random thing all the time. So like your brain can turn into like stone and oh jeez.
Oh man.
Oh jeez.
Oh jeez.
So anyway, we get this about the tree and how like the Australians discovered it in 1938 and they bought it, they used it, blah blah blah. Curious berries ailments. It was used in World War II a bunch, and then it just kind of like disappeared off the face of the earth. So yeah. Anyway, back at the Higashikata household, Josuke's chilling and he's talking with Yasuo about whatever and shit. Meanwhile, the oldest Higashikata daughter, Hato Higashikata, she comes home after a bit and she has her brand new boyfriend, Tamaki Damo.
Woo, Tamaki, woo!
So she's going on like, oh my god, Tamaki Damo-chan, you're so hot and sexy. Family, this is my boyfriend, Tamaki Damo. And then you look at him and he's just like...
He's a creature.
Like I can't.
He's another goblin.
He's a goblin. Like someone look at him. Just he looks like fat Elvis Presley. Like, ran through like the Skyrim character creator, and then they ran him through like the Oblivion character creator for good measure.
What's his last name?
Damo Tamaki.
Continue.
The fuck?
Yeah, so meanwhile she's going like, oh my god, my boyfriend's so hot. Hee 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 hee.
It's so weird.
Bro, you're telling me you don't want any piece of this?
Yeah, and then they start and then like yeah, and then they start talking about like the crazy sex they have. Do you want
well, what crazy sex do they have?
They don't say this like, well, sex is so crazy between us, right, Dama? And he's like, yeah, babe. And like, meanwhile, everyone else is just really awkward. Like, we get this really great reaction shot from Norisuke. I love it.
Oh, he's just staring.
Norisuke's like disgusted, visible disgust on his face. It's incredible.
Put an image up here.
Put an image like right here, just Norisuke disgusted. Like right here, yeah. So anyway, things are going things are just going. Like everyone's uncomfortable, visually disgusted. They don't like Damo because he's kind of a weird dude. And then soon, everyone just starts kind of melting in the puddles.
What? People are just melting, you know?
So it turns out Damo Tamaki is yet another rock human, and he's working with the other rock humans because he's trying to track down this fruit so he could get back to like growing it and trading it again on the black market. So the reason he hooked up with Hato was so he could like get inside the Higashikata estate and confront Norisuke directly.
Bro, you were fucking a rock, dude.
You're fucking a rock, girl. Get out of there. Ladies, get your
men in check.
So anyway, he's doing all this with the help of his stand, Vitamin C. So basically, Vitamin C, it's like a humanoid stand that goes around leaving like smears and fingerprints all over the place. Really gross looking stand. And then like if you like happen to touch these smears and stuff, your body starts to soften to like this weird living liquid. Like
fuck?
Yeah, no, we see this how he uses it on Norisuke, and Norisuke's body starts like melting and stuff until he's a puddle, but he's not really a puddle, he's just like really soft. Because we know he's still solid, because like Vitamin C, not Vitamin C, Damo interrogates him on like the locations of the Rokakaka and shit, and he like takes like $1, folds it up, and then starts like cutting through Norisuke.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's crazy, pretty brutal shit. Yeah, so basically it's like, oh man, they're fighting. So it's no, wait, not, no.
Hato is, right?
No, Hato's not here for a bit. It's like Josuke holding his own. Josuke and Keijo holding their own for a bit. And like, at some point, Yasu was also there, but Josuke gets her out of there by like putting her in a giant bubble and having her float outside the house to go get help. So she runs, she gets Hato, explains everything, and I was like, no, my boyfriend, he's so sexy and cool, he'll never do that. But he is doing that. So it's time for she face backs, she faces her boyfriend. She doesn't like indirectly facing her boyfriend, because instead what she does, she uses her stand, Walking Heart. And Walking Heart's abilities to just make shit, like just extend shit or whatever. So she uses that on her heels to like, she extends her heels and like walks up the side of the house, walks on the roof, and then she walks to above where Damo's sitting and like extends the heel through his head from the ceiling.
And like it like thins out too, so it turns into
Yeah,
a
it
spike.
thins out, so it's like a spike into like through his head.
And then you can do this with whatever object.
So Damo realizes he's found out. Oh wait. Oh wait, no. Before we do this, Damo explains to Norisuke what's going on. So we find out that 2 years before the events of Part 8, Yoshikage Kira, still himself, he discovers Aisho like in his rock form while he's working on a ship. And then he's curious, curiosity gets the better of him. He starts investigating and he comes across like this whole like Rokakaka underground fruit trade. And he's like, and then through this, he meets Josefume Kujo. And it turns out this is the first time he met Josefume, because like Kira's like pretty old. He's like way older than Josefume, by the way. Because when they first met, he was like a teenager, and Josefume was just like a little kid. And like Josefume was like at the beach, he was drowning or some shit. So, and his like arteries got all clogged up. So Kira used Killer Queen to like send explosives through his veins and like blow up the explosions, blow up like the clottage in his veins or whatever. It was like crazy shit. Real crazy shit.
By the way, Killer Queen is different in this universe.
Oh yeah, Killer Queen.
Like,
oh wait. Okay,
yeah.
so Killer Queen functions differently in this universe because like they were born like from the same person but different motives and shit. So in original universe, Kira wanted to live a quiet life and murder people. So and as a result, Killer Queen's explosions can only be seen and heard by stand users. So that's something I also forgot to mention. But in this universe, his explosions like can be seen and heard by everybody. Not only that, instead of like focusing on like a direct target, they're just fucking explosions. So like on the ship they're on, but I mentioned like Kira blows it up with Killer Queen. It was pretty crazy.
Killer Queen's such a cool stand.
Such a cool stand. And like the ship sinks, ships goes down, blah blah blah. And
Is
yeah.
it stand or stand?
Stand.
Like, you know, like I stand up.
Gotcha.
You went through 13 hours of this lecture and you didn't know?
I wasn't sure because the D is always really quiet.
Stand.
Stand up.
Stando.
But yeah, anyway, young Josefume, saved by Yoshikage Kira and his mother Holly Joestar Kira, and he starts to like worship the ground they walk on, and he owes them his life and shit like that. So they meet up again in the future, and like they're cool. They decide to take over the drug game. We don't need the rock humans. We can sell this dope on our own. So they like agree to like they plot against the rock humans, but that backfires. They're found out. They're beaten within an inch of their life, and they make their big escape. And then this brings them to like the Walleyes, where they have their final stand. But Yoshikage Kira is already like fatally wounded, and he tells Josefume to get out of there. But Josefume's like, no man, we can do this. So Josefume in the
I
Rolling.
that so clearly.
wait, where did I last leave off at?
Bingus.
Cut.
So Kira's fucked up, and Josuke's barely hanging in there. Meanwhile, I should have specified this at the beginning, but they're being chased specifically in this moment by Damo Tamaki, the Aphex brothers, and like Yatsuyu, because like they tried to take over the drug game, but then it fucked up, blew up in their face, and now they're coming to kill them.
So the stone people are coming to kill him.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, and they're at the top of the cliff where the Walleyes are, by the way. I forgot to mention. Yeah. So in an act of desperation, Josefume takes one of the fruits they have in their possession, and he bites it, hoping to like perform an equivalent exchange with Kira. Perform an exchange with Kira in an attempt to like save like both of their lives, sort of like split the pain 50-50, all that shit. But like right when Josefume takes the thing, the cliffside they're on sort of like collapses, and then they fall a bit, and then they're buried underneath all that, under the walleyes. So then that's how Josuke was formed. As while they were buried, like they kind of like fused and exchanged bits, and then creating Josuke from Josefume's body, leaving Kira's body without his testicles.
The important thing.
Yeah, everyone got all that.
So, does that mean Josuke is just Josefume with extra testicles?
Yeah.
Wait, what was? So he got his new stand wet and slippery.
Okay, so soft and wet and slippery. Yo, you're on the Jojo localizing?
This is my stand hard and dry.
Okay, so this is crazy eventually because of the fusion, their stands also kind of fused together also. So like
It's fucking wild.
so Josefume's stand was soft and wet, and he just had the ability to like produce the bubbles, and whenever the bubbles touched, he stole stuff. That was it. But like because like they're fused with Killer Queen, the bubbles when they like pop also do damage and shit. But like Josuke doesn't really use this aspect of them. But that's what they say there. It's implied. Yeah.
But doesn't the wall itself cause things to combine? So why was the fruit necessary?
Because the fruit also has the properties to like the fruit also has the same properties as the wall, like the ground around the wall eyes for exchanging shit. So I guess both of them just sort of like they didn't know what the wall did. So he just ate the fruit. They ended up buried in front of the walleyes, and then the fruit with the walleyes just like super fused them together.
Super fused.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. Everyone got all that.
Yeah.
Got all that. So yeah, Damo is explaining all this to Norisuke, and that's why he's there, because he tracked down Josuke, aka Yoshikage Kira, aka Josefume Kujo, to like finish them off, find out where the fruits are and all that shit. But Josuke doesn't know shit. And so cut to Hato using Walking Heart to stab Damo through the head, and he's like, ah shit, the jig is up. At some point, Joshua gets flushed down the toilet, I just want to mention. Like, he gets melted down and like flushed down the toilet. It's pretty funny. And so Damo makes a break for it, and then meanwhile Hato's like distraught because like her boyfriend never really loved her, and is like, oh man, my boyfriend, ooh. Meanwhile,
I forgot, at some point, didn't Damo like throw a goldfish into someone?
yeah, Damo like threw a goldfish, and like I'm pretty sure it was also Joshua. He like tossed a goldfish into Joshua, and the goldfish was just swimming around inside of him while he was melted. Like, yeah.
Yikes.
That was fun. But yeah, so the jig is up. Josuke, look, yeah, the jig is up. Damo, like he doesn't die from like getting pierced in the head because he's a rock human and he's built different. So instead he flees the scene. Josuke, meanwhile, as everyone starts to like reconstitute themselves, Josuke's like having none of that. He's pissed, so he takes off after Damo. So then we get this kind of raw scene of like Damo like stumbling down the sidewalk, and you see Josuke run up behind him with like Soft and Wet out. And then I think is this the one where Soft and Wet has a fucking shovel, or am I thinking of something else?
I don't know, honestly. I don't remember Soft and Wet with a shovel.
No, it's not. Okay, so then we just get a shot of like Damo, he's terrified now, he's walking, he's stumbling down the street, Josuke's right behind him, he turns around, and he gets like a fist of just like Soft and Wet's fist just going like, punching him in the face, going straight through his head, and he like crumbles there and then in like public, this is happening in the public square.
Public execution of Damo.
Josuke executes Damo in the public square. It's crazy.
Kinda raw.
Kinda raw. Josuke.
Man, I hope
What?
my Mr. Beast burger isn't raw.
What time of day did it happen?
Like broad daylight.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that gives me another question. How do the stone people look like people?
I
They're
don't know.
people.
Powers.
They're
Just
people
like
that just
imagine
made out
like
of
a
silicon.
normal human but made out of like silicon instead of carbon. It's like that.
Okay.
Things
Got it.
can look like other things.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
They look like us.
We don't
You know how there's a face on the moon that some people see?
Some people don't see a face on the moon.
Oh God.
Oh. Whatever, you get what I'm saying.
There's a face on the moon.
Yeah. Did you know there's a smiley face on Mars?
Floor dropped.
New Earth lore just dropped. Okay, so anyway, yeah, Josuke executes Damo in the public square. He's pretty raw. Might go for real. And
In order to take over a drug trade, right?
in order to take over the fruit trade, yeah. I say drug trade, but it's the fruit trade. But drug trade sounds funnier.
I mean, it's illegal fruit, so it could be a drug. It is also used for medicinal purposes.
Wait, why is the fruit illegal? Sorry, did you say that and I missed it?
I mean, the fruit isn't explicitly illegal. They just keep it on like the hush hush
Okay.
because it can like cure cancer and shit. And, you know,
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in exchange, you'll make something in your body stone.
Yeah.
Yep, got it. No, I got that.
Yeah, so that happens. Damo's dead. Meanwhile, so everyone's like kind of reeling from what happened. It was like, oh man, are you okay, man? There's a fish swimming around with me. Oh, shit. And like, meanwhile, so afterwards, like the end of the arc, we get like a scene of like a sewer grate rattling, and then it pops up, slides over, and out climbs Joshu. Because he got flushed down the toilet earlier. But he's good now. He's better.
Is he covered in poo-poo?
I would like to think so.
Like sports match.
Okay, so anyway, meanwhile, while all this is going on, Norisuke's ex-wife, Kato Higashikata, is just finishing up her prison sentence, and she's preparing to leave. But so the first thing she does, she grabs the phone and she calls up her son Jobin in order to plot against Norisuke. Oh shit! Oh man, what's happening here? So, meanwhile, we get a little interlude. So 2 weeks... What the fuck? Why is this 2 weeks prior? Whatever. Okay, so I guess there was like some gap time. We're just filling gap time or whatever. This is like a kind of filler. Like the Italian food arc.
So we're going through filler right now?
I mean, it's not... I wouldn't consider it filler. It's just like a fun little aside. Like the Italian food arc. From
Okay.
Part 4.
You got me. I'm
Okay.
Italian.
So, 2 weeks prior to Kato Higashikata's release, Joshu hits up Norisuke for some money because he wants to go out and buy some idol products based off like his idols and stuff that he loves and stuff, you know. Like you're familiar with like idols and shit.
Oh god.
Like pop stars.
Like
shit
idols.
That. Yeah. So he heads out to an idol meet and greet, buys some posters and figures and shit like that because he's just otaku trash. And like... So meanwhile, he gets into like a heated argument with like a fellow fan there, and he steals his wallet out of revenge.
Damn. That's crazy.
So he then uses. So this is fucked up because Joshua's rich, by the way. So he just steals some random dude's wallet and then starts going on a shopping spree with it.
That's crazy.
That's kind of fucked up. But anyway, he goes on a shopping spree. And then, like, while shopping money, he's, like, spending money, just spending and spending it. But then he's somehow also getting more and more money in the process to the point where he's, like, literally unable to spend all this money. And he's like, where's all the... Okay, I don't want this money anymore. Help. Someone help.
Don't tell me that this is a fucking...
So it gets to the point where people see him with all this money, and he's trying to like, hey, do you want this money? Can I buy this? And they're like, whoa, no way, man, I don't want your money. Oh man, I don't want your money. That money's fucked up. So here we find out about the Stan Milagro Man. So Milagro Man basically...
Does the word milagro translate to something?
Miracle.
Got it.
So, Milagro Man, it's basically a stand made, born from, like, I guess you can, they explain it as, like, a curse, essentially. Basically, how it started was, like, some dude got rich from, like, more or less blood money, like, he was selling weapons and shit, and he got rich off of that. And then, at some point, his life started to spiral, things got really fucked up, until all he was left with this money, and then, like, all his negative emotions regarding money and the accumulation of it, like gathered together and manifested into like this stand ability of sorts.
So this doesn't even come from the walleyes. This is
just like hate. It's similar to like a curse from like Jujutsu Kaisen in that sense. Yeah.
That's
So-
a really cool power, though.
Yeah, but it's like a power no one can control. It's just sort of happens. Like it's treated like a urban legend, almost similar to like Shakedown Road and stuff. So yeah.
Cut.
Do it.
Oh man, I could go on. Dragon Ball Slander Lecture, that's my next one.
Alright, continue. Milagro Man, right?
Milagro Man. Okay, so did you catch everything I just said beforehand?
Sure.
So, I mean, like regarding Milagro Man and like the origins and shit like that.
Definitely.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, continue.
Okay, so anyway, that's the nature of Milagro Man. It's like this curse that causes people to like accumulate more and more money, more than they could possibly spend, and then it gets to a point where the money physically starts attaching to them and weighing them down, threatening to crush them under the weight of all of that money, suffering from success, truly. So Joshu realizes that to get rid of this, he's going to have to go back to the guy he got it from, because the guy whose wallet he stole actually was suffering from the Milagro Man curse, and he let Joshu steal his wallet to pass it on to him eventually. So he tracks him down. He's like, bro, come on, take this back. Take back these. It spreads, I forgot, specifically through like a cursed dollar bill. Like a specific dollar bill that's cursed, and that's what triggers it.
Is it a dollar bill?
I mean, it's like it's a cursed bill, they say. I don't know. But yeah.
Cursed on.
So yeah, he eventually Joshu tricks the guy into taking it back when I think he like accidentally tears it, causing him, I don't know, he tears it or something. It's back on him now, and Joshu gets away while the dude is like buried under all this money and shit. Meanwhile, Joshu ponders his true worth in the world or something, and that's how that arc ends. So yeah. So back on the main story, Josuke manages to confirm that the second half is in fact Josefume Kujo, and then he finally goes see Holly Joestar Kira again, but he's actually able to have like, not really, but he's able to like see her without getting like thrown out the hospital or something, whatever. Yeah. So, but he finds that her condition has deteriorated drastically, and he's kind of shocked that the hospital staff isn't really doing anything to take care of her. So he feels bad for her, and then he swears to find a cure to secure her and like pay for her treatment in the meantime. So meanwhile, back at the Higashikata estate, everyone's freaking out because Kato Higashikata is finally returned after like her, how long was her prison sentence?
Like 10, 20 years?
Yeah, 20 years. Like her 20-year prison sentence, right?
Do we know this character from anything before?
No.
No, she was recently revealed to be a player in the game. Yeah.
Different from Hato.
Yeah, this is Kato. Hato's
Not
mother.
Yeah.
Jobin's mother. Yeah, Norisuke's ex-wife, in case you didn't get that. Yeah. So basically, we find out from the family and their gossiping and stuff that the reason Kato was in prison for so long was because she actually went there for a murder, specifically murdering a child. Oh man. And like the big meeting's ruined because Joshu and then Kato, they storm out the house and then something happens. Some things go down. Everyone's uncomfortable with Kato there. So Joshu does something to like break the tension, and then she gets mad and leaves. Yeah. So meanwhile, sometime later, Josuke talks about Holly's condition to Norisuke, and then also that Jobin might be complicit in the whole like Rokakaka smuggling operation, the rock humans going on. And Norisuke refuses to suspect Jobin because like, that's my son. I raised him better than that. He wouldn't do that. He's a good boy. Ooh wow. Ooh wow. So Norisuke tells Jobin to go seek out the company's plant appraiser, this dude by the name of Mamezuku Rai. Ooh. So yeah, go find Mamezuku. He's Norisuke's most trusted plant appraiser, and he can definitely help them get to the bottom of this whole Rokakaka business. So anyway, Kato's eavesdropping on them, and she immediately runs and tells Jobin of what they're planning to do. So that's bad. So Jobin, in turn, seeks out another rock human named Dolomite, who he asked to go attack Josuke. That he under the belief that like he'll help Dolomite fix his body, because Dolomite is a rock human, but he's pretty fucked up. He looks more rock than human at this point. Like, dude's been through it and shit. So he goes to attack. So he agrees to help Jobin on the grounds that Jobin will help him like fix his body, get him looking like a person again. So meanwhile, this causes Jobin to summon up his stand, Blue Hawaii. Ooh man. So this is a pretty cool stand, because like since part 8 is already like a remixed version of part 4, Araki decides to use this to like recreate the Highway Star fight in a sense.
Wait, how is 8 part 4?
Morio, Josuke Higashikata,
Yoshikage Kira.
Yoshikage Kira.
I get the character references, but are the plots mirrored?
Similar like big mystery, find out who's who.
Okay.
Yeah. So considering it's almost like a remixed retelling of part 4, Araki uses this arc as a chance to sort of like redo the
Highway Star
fight, in which like it's like a constant chase to find a user and shit. So Dolomite stand Blue Hawaii. So Blue Hawaii is like a stand. The way it works is that it like infects people and it turns them into like almost like wandering mindless zombie, and then that effect is spread to like anyone that touches them or anyone they touch. So the goal is to like have these zombies spread and track down Josuke, essentially. So Josuke, noticing all these people start acting weird, puts 2 and 2 together and realizes, oh, what's up?
They can also only move in a straight line.
These zombies can only walk in a straight line. I forgot to mention. So that's the rule we're working with here. So yeah, throughout this fight, Josuke, like, even though they can only walk in a straight line, Josuke does like some crazy shit to get away from them, because he ends up like trapped in a bathroom at one point. And I was like, oh man. He ends up, like, he sees a baby get infected, and the baby jumps out the carriage and starts walking at him. And so then Josuke, being built different, just punts the baby. But yeah, this happens. Big chase through downtown Morio as Josuke's like running on foot, trying to like find a stand user. He eventually tracks down Dolomite, and then like he's like, hey man, and then he beats the shit out of him. Yeah. So anyway, Yasuo's there, keeps Josuke from like beating the shit out of Dolomite, and they just drop him in a lake and leave him there. You know.
Does he eventually learn to stop thinking?
I mean, he's a rock human, so I guess so. He's like, oh shit. So Dolomite neutralized, and but before that, he reveals that Jobin is in fact involved with the Rokakaka trade to Josuke, confirming his suspicions. Meanwhile, Josuke and Yasuo decide it's time to go. They go track down. They decide to like go home and then get their shit together to go find Mamazuke Rai. So they hop on the bus, only for the bus to be hijacked by Mamazuke Rai. And he's like telling Josuke, he's like a very straightforward, no nonsense guy. He like takes everything in stride. He's pretty cool, one of my favorite characters. So he tells Josuke that there's like a new group of enemies moving to kill them right now, and they just have to stop by Mamazuki's place so he can grab a few things, and then they're gonna be on their way. So they stop by a ski lift. So that's Mamazuku's house. He lives on a ski lift. Like the actual tower and shit. They go up there. He has like a bed he sleeps in, like the bathroom, the stove, all that shit. He just lives on the ski lift tower.
Kind of like how that guy lived in the...
Yeah, kind of like how that guy from part 8 lived on like the radio tower. Part 4 lived in the radio tower, Superfly.
Yeah.
Superfly.
So anyway, he then reveals his stand doggy style. Like
What?
like the Snoop Dogg song, Doggy Style. It's fucking
Here's my
Christ.
stand reverse cow.
I think it's an album.
Reverse. It's an album and a song.
Yeah.
So yeah, he reveals his stand in doggy style, and what doggy style is, it lets him like unravel himself into like a ribbon similar to Jolyne, how she's able to unravel herself into strings. So it's like, ooh, universal counterpart. Ooh. So yeah, that's cool. But unlike Jolyne, he's not able to freely control it after he unravels himself. He has to like physically throw it, make it latch onto stuff, where Jolyne was just able to like move it through the air like another hand or whatever. So yeah. But yeah. So he reveals his stand doggy style, and that's what he uses to like swing around on this little ski lift house and like go about his day to day.
Wait, why would the stand be similar to Jolene's?
Because it unravels him into like a fabric string.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, eventually they're chilling on Mamazuku's ski lift tower, but then they're attacked by a duo, 2 rock humans. Well. God, a rock human and like a rock animal, I guess. So you have Urban Gorilla and then his pet Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti Do.
Oh wait, this is where we're gonna get into the ones where their names are just sounds.
Yeah, the rock animals. This is funny. The rock animals are just named sounds. So, yeah. Oh God, I'm thinking of like the one later on.
Yeah.
You didn't think he could top fashion brands.
So Urban Gorilla and Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti Do. So Urban Gorilla, he's a rock human, and the other thing is his pet, and this pet acts like a little, like it's like a tank, it's like a weird living tank thing that he uses to like travel around on ground, underground, all that shit. And anyway, blah blah blah. So anyway, they get into a fight. He throws out like Urban Gorilla. His stand was like the weird little cube things, right?
Brain blast.
Or
Brainstorm. Sorry.
Brainstorm. That was a stand, right? Not like more rock animals.
Yes, his stand was Brainstorm.
Yeah, so his stand Brainstorm. It's like, I guess you can call it a colony stand. And there's in the sense that there's multiples of them, and like it's basically like these weird little cubes with like pyramid spikes on them, and whenever they touch something, that object just kind of like disappears. It like eats away the objects and shit. So he sends out like a bunch of these, and they're flying at Josuke, Yasuo, and Mamazuku. And it's like, shit, Mamazuku like loses a hand. I think it's pretty fucked up. Like you see it like disappear, and like it turns into like cheese and shit. It's really bad. But anyway, they managed to like. Since they're fighting near Mamazuku's home, they managed to like grab some gas he has lying around. They dump it on Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti Do, and they ignite it, and it explodes, causing the death of Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti Do and Urban Gorilla. So that's that. So meanwhile, back at I think it's at the Higashikata estate, or somewhere near. Yeah. Meanwhile, Jobin's having a shady meeting with Urban Gorilla's boss, a man by the name of Poor Tom. And he wants, Poor Tom is also a rock human, but he looks like a baby. He looks like a baby man. Poor Tom, the baby man. And he wants, Jobin wants Poor Tom to head to the Higashikata estate, because that's where the Rokakaka is. And he wants to use Poor Tom's stand, Ozone Baby, to get it. So cut back to the gang, the trio. Mamazuku tells Yasuo to get out of go home. It's not her fight. Stay home. Blah blah blah. But meanwhile, the big fight causes her to remember a thing from like her past or whatever. I don't know. This is really weird. I don't think this plot point goes anywhere. But she's 13. She buys a hair clip in anticipation with the weekend with her father. But the hair clip is actually a rock animal, ooh. And like it does something, and then she forgets something. I don't know.
What character are we even talking about?
We're talking about Yasuo's backstory. It's not really that important, if I'm being honest. So yeah. Anyway,
Who is Yasuo again?
Paisley Park.
The girl who's been tagging along since the beginning. She pulled Josuke out the ground.
Yeah,
got it.
At the beginning, she's been tagging along. Yeah. Like this universe's version of Koichi. Yeah. So anyway, that whole flashback happens, and in the present, Yasuo's like, no, I won't go home. Josuke's my friend, and we gotta fight the enemy. Ooh. So meanwhile, back at the Higashikata estate, it's breakfast time. Everyone's eating food. Meanwhile, Joe.
Tyler, the light's smoking.
It's fine.
The light
Is it
burned
That wasn't
something.
me that time.
Is it fine? All right, whatever.
Maybe
Continue
a-
the
What if
lecture.
that was like a fly?
Yeah, fly.
That probably was, honestly.
God damn, okay, I'm glad you saw that too.
Yeah.
I saw it.
Yeah, I saw it.
Continue.
I
Continue.
saw it
Damn.
just started smoking.
Damn, rip to the homie. Anyway, back at the Higashikata estate, it's breakfast time. Everyone's eating food. Everything's good. Meanwhile, Jobin with Jobin has poor Tom stand Ozone Baby, and he plans to bury it in the backyard so it can activate, and then he's gonna use the chaos to steal the Rokakaka branch. So we find out that there is another Rokakaka fruit, and it's growing on like a Rokakaka branch that Mamazuku Rai helped Norisuke graft onto one of the trees in the orchid. So that's why Norisuke wanted them to get Mamazuku, because Mamazuku, the big plant man, is the only person who could pick it out amongst the various fruits and shit in the orchid. Everyone get that? Everyone get all that?
Why did he know he'd need the fruit?
Because like everyone's like starting to make a move, and he's like, "Oh,
Got
shit.
it.
Yeah, this is a fruit that everyone wants, and it's just starting to come out.
Yeah,
Got
the fruit
it.
is finally about to like mature and start growing.
I believe at this point there's like even a timer on the
Yeah. At
that's
this
counting
point,
down, like
Araki starts and ends every chapter with like a time until new Rokakaka grows, like 5 hours, 2 hours, 10 minutes,
Got
shit
it.
like that. So yeah. Oh,
Wait,
also,
I have another question. So, why are we rooting for this group of people to gain control of the berry trade?
which people?
the like Josuke.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like they're trying to gain control of the Rokakaka fruit trade. Rather, they just want to use the Rokaka fruit trade to like get rid of their family's issues. And shit.
Got
Yeah,
it.
they're trying to cure the rock disease.
Yeah,
The rock people just want to make
the
money. I
rock
believe.
people just want to like sell the fruit and make money off of it, make bank. They actually want to use it to like help their family get rid of this like curse that's been plaguing them.
Got it.
Yeah, okay. So also another thing I didn't realize was poor Tom Stan Ozone Baby. This shit is ridiculous because it doesn't take the
Can we talk about what form it takes first of all?
Yeah, so basically, for some fucking reason, Ozone Baby takes the form of like a
You want
like a
to
Lego replica of the White House.
What?
Yeah, it's just a Lego White House.
It's just the Lego White House. And then, so yeah, Jobin buries this, and he awaits poor Tom to activate it. He's gonna use the chaos to steal the fruit. So yeah, anyway, meanwhile, after he buries it, he goes to the shed to do some checking on shit, but he's confronted by Tsurugi, because he's like, Daddy, why are you doing mean things? This isn't right. Daddy, please, ooh, wow. So Jobin reassures Tsurugi that he's doing all these terrible things. Oh. Yeah. So
What a ringtone on.
So Jobin reassures Tsurugi that he's doing all these terrible things for the greater good. Yeah. So meanwhile, poor Tom activates Ozone Baby and it begins its assault. So Ozone Baby, what it does, it like affects the air pressure. I think it like increases air pressure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, increases air pressure, so everyone's like bleeding, eardrums are popping. It's pretty fucked up, pretty nasty shit. Ooh. So the Higashikata estate is like the entire place is like, yeah, like surrounded by like this air pressure aura from Ozone Baby, and everyone's falling unconscious except for Jobin because he's like trapped in the shed with Tsurugi. Oh my fucking god, please. So yeah, anyway.
Do you need an intermission to call someone?
Do I need it? Yeah, sure. Oh. Alright, quick intermission.
You are good to go.
So Ozone Baby's in effect. Tsurugi's asking like, Daddy, why are you doing all this mean shit? That's not the way. And like Jobin's like, come on, Tsurugi, I'm doing this all for the greater good. You gotta trust me. Ooh. So Tsurugi like reluctantly decides to go along with his dad's plan to like get the fruit transferred or whatever. And meanwhile, everyone else in the Higashikata house is like passed out unconscious due to the effects of ozone baby. And yeah. So for some reason, Jobin is also confused, like, why am I being attacked? Even though he's the one that like planted it there. But it turns out the rock humans, they're done with Jobin. They don't need him anymore, so they're turning on him, and that's why he's under attack from this ability too now. Oh man. Yeah. So determined, Jobin decides it's time to set the family orchid on fire. So there's a big house fire, all the fruit trees are burning, it's so fucked up, oh man. But, oh man, so they do this by like using like Paper Moon King and like Speed King. It's pretty cool father-son team-up attack.
Are there any parallels to the burning down of the mansion in Phantom Blood?
I mean, I guess you can say that's like a parallel because it's like this big family thing that they spent like generations maintaining and shit, and it's suddenly going up in flames, kind of. So yeah. So meanwhile, caught up all in the chaos, watching the orchard go in flames, poor Tom's watching from a nearby van, and he's like, oh shit, the branch, we gotta get that shit. So he runs out, he goes get it, where he runs into Josuke and Mamazuku, and they're like both protected from the effects of ozone baby, because like they're walking around like giant bubbles Josuke made, so you know. And Yeah. So Jobin and Tsurugi meet up with Mamazuku, and then right when that happens, poor Tom reveals himself, and then a fight ensues. Mamazuku gets taken out for a bit, but Mamazuku sees poor Tom seizes the Rokakaka branch, and he makes his way to get away, and he's being chased by Josuke. So then he gets like big brain tricked into canceling out his ability, and his allies show up, but then he's killed. But poor Tom's suddenly killed, as when his allies pull out, one of them shoots him in the head. Yeah, because they're like, fuck you, poor Tom. They like someone else, another person jumps out the van, takes the branch, they get back in the van, and they speed off. So yeah. Oh.
What happened to Rei Mamazuku during all this?
He's out of it. He's just kind of lying there for real.
Is he just lying there for real?
Yeah, he's like, oh man. Yeah, like everyone thinks Mamazuku's dead, but it turns out he's alive and he's like getting better and shit.
How did he survive?
What do you ask? I don't.
Okay, so what? Mamazuku almost dies, but then he turns himself into spaghetti, and that's what I was trying to. Like,
okay, shit. Yeah.
Wait, he turns himself into spaghetti?
Yeah, he survives. Okay. Like it's shown in a panel that he like explodes or implodes or something like that, and everyone's like, "Oh man, he's dead," but it turns out he just like unraveled himself to avoid the effects. So
gotcha.
Like Jolyne turned herself into like a Mobius strip to avoid like sea moves.
The implosion thing.
Yeah. So yeah, parallels. Ooh. So yeah. Anyway, Mamizuku's fine, but the branch is gone, and Josuke can only view this as an absolute loss. Oh man. So meanwhile, we cut back to the. Okay, so after the fire, everyone wakes up and shit, and Josuke explains the situation, how they only have 10 days to retrieve the branch and get it back and shit. Meanwhile, Jobin insists that like the hospital has clues to wait. Yeah, Jobin starts insisting like, "Hey guys, we should check out the hospital." And this somehow clues in Mamazuku into thinking that like Jobin was partially responsible for the fire and shit. So it was like, oh man, you're sus. So they decide to search the hospital, Tokyo General University Hospital, for like whoever was inside that van, because that's where they were speeding off to. It wasn't just the van, I forgot to mention, it was like straight up the fucking ambulance. So like of course it was the hospital. So yeah, they go check out the hospital. And meanwhile, we cut to Yasuo. Yasuo is walking around the hospital, and she sees Mitsuba Higashikata, Jobin's wife. She's walking around talking to like some dude named Dr. Wu Tomoki. And like she discovers that Dr. Wu is also a rock human caught up in the Rokakaka trade, and that she's like actually using the Rokakaka on his patients as like a term of like high quality treatment and shit.
How does he explain the fact that they have to give a part of their body up in stone?
See, that's. I mean, like he explains it's like equivalent exchange and stuff, but he has a way to circumvent this, right? So he does this. Yeah, so he does this with his stand. I think his stand is like same as his name.
Yeah, it's called Dr. Wu.
Yeah, his stand, Dr. Wu.
Is that a reference to anything?
The musician Dr. Wu.
Yeah. So anyway, using his stand, Dr. Wu, he's being a rock human. He's able to split himself into like smaller, fine, like stone particles and like freely move about. So he uses this ability while performing like rokakaka surgeries and shit by like having the patient eat the fruit. Then he breaks himself down and enters their body and like blocks the fruit from like traveling to like any vital organs and shit. So it won't exchange like your brain or your heart or your lungs and stuff like that. He like blocks those off, and it'll take something like a kidney or like your teeth or shit like that. Yeah.
Which still sucks.
Which still sucks, but it's not as bad as dying.
Yeah.
So yeah. So this is crazy because Mitsuba's doing all this while she's pregnant, so she's really playing like the danger game here.
But this doctor is doing exactly what we want. We should like be trying to help him, right?
I mean, he was like in the ambulance with the guys that murdered poor Tom, so maybe he's not on the up and up. Exactly. Yeah, but anyway, that's his ability, and like Mimo Yasuo sees this, intervenes, and like and then like a fight breaks out because Dr. Wu attacks Yasuo. It's like you. So a big fight breaks out. He starts trying to like enter their bodies to kill them from the inside out. But this is countered by Mitsuba's stand, Awakening 3 Leaves. No one knows what it's named after. That's just what it's called.
Okay.
Can you talk about why the theme between all the Higashikata?
Another thing. I guess you guys might have noticed, but all the Higashikatas, their stands have like the word king in the name.
I did notice that.
Form.
I did notice that.
So like King Nothing, California King Bed, Nut King Call, Paper Moon King, and then here you have Speed King, and then Awakening 3 Leaves.
Wall King Heart.
Wall King Heart, yeah, shit like that. So that's
why?
There's like symbolism. We'll talk about it at the end.
Yeah, this caused everyone to believe that Josuke's stand would evolve into a King Crimson. But
King Creole.
What?
King Creole.
King Creole? What?
It's a Elvis Presley song.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, but yeah. That wasn't the case though. So anyway, using Awakening 3 Leaves, she manifests like these arrows, right? And like anywhere she places the arrows, and then like shit just moves in that direction. So she uses that to sort of like toothpaste squeeze Dr. Wu out of their bodies and shit. Yeah. But in the process, her baby gets equivalent exchanged. Oh man. And now she got a little stone baby.
Rest in peace and peace.
Rest in pieces.
Rest in pieces, Stone Baby, Bozo.
Part 9, Stone Baby.
Yeah, but yeah, baby gone.
No baby.
No baby.
Baby gone.
Anti-baby pilling. So yeah, anyway. That happens. So after that happens, Yasuo was like, man, was that fucked up or what? And she runs into like this dude named Toru, her ex-boyfriend. Oh man. So afterwards, Toru's like, yo, Yasuo, you remember that time you were dating? Ha ha ha. Pretty awkward. And then like Josuke is like, oh no, but I like Josuke now. And then, yeah, that's a whole thing. That's weird. But anyway, they're fighting Tomoki. I forgot to mention, yeah, Josuke's also there watching this dude flirt with like his non-girlfriend, and he's starting to feel some type of way about it. So, anyway, Toru fucks off, and then the gang does some more sneaking around, and they find out that the head doctor of Tokyo General University is this weird dude named Satoru Akefu, and he's 89 years old. Why?
But how is this man 89 years old?
Damn!
This gets mentioned like 20 fucking times.
Yeah, so they see him walk by. He's like, there he is. Let's track him down and ask him some questions.
Like, why he's 89 years old.
So they start like chasing after him, and for some reason they're just unable to catch up with this dude. Mamazuku's like, is this guy really 89 years old? I don't believe it. There's no way he's 89 years old. And like they're unable to catch him because like weird shit keeps happening. Like they get close and then they like trip over a table, or they get close and then like someone bumps into them and they get caught up in a crowd, and then they come out and then he's gone. It's like, what the fuck's going on? We can't catch this dude. Oh man.
I have a theory.
Yo.
Yeah.
He's a stand user.
That's a good theory.
Meanwhile, yeah, they're unable to catch up with this dude, and like, and Yasuo's like, you know what, guys, I don't like this. Maybe we shouldn't chase after this guy. I get bad vibes. But they're like, no, man, we gotta go. So they go get him. Blah blah blah. He escapes, and when after they like lose sight of him, Toru pops up again, and he's like, oh, come on. Yasuo, don't you remember we were dating that one time? Wasn't it nice? He. And like Josuke is like, I don't like this guy. He's the enemy. He's the enemy here. And Yasuo's like, come on, Josuke, don't be jealous. Ooh. And he's like, oh man. Araki tries his hand at romantic drama. So yeah, that's fun. So yeah, the gang immediately like throws Toru to the side and continues chasing after the head doctor. But then suddenly there's like a guy. He approaches them and is like, "Whoa, dude, what are you doing?" They like touch him, and then like the guy's neck just snaps. So then this looks bad, and the guy dies. Everyone thinks Josuke killed the man, even though he did it. He very clearly did it. But it's like, sheesh, what do we do here? So Josuke and Mamazuku get arrested by the police. Meanwhile, Yasuo finds herself alone. And now, so the group ends up splitting up because of this.
Have I missed anything major? Is Yasuo largely unimportant to the plot?
I mean, she was important early on because she was the one actually doing the investigating into Josuke's past. And then now, I guess she's just here for the ride. And then it's made clear multiple times that she has feelings for Josuke, and like vice versa. So it's like, oh, will they, won't they, kind of thing going on right now between the two of them. Yeah.
She saw his 4 balls. His things planted into her mind. She can't let go.
Not fuck him. Yeah. They're arrested for murder or whatever, and yeah, that's just kind of fucked up. So meanwhile, the new Rokakaka continues to mature in the grasp of the villains, and it seems that Akefu keeps lurking near like Mitsuba, and the Higashikata family begins to start having like this massive string of bad luck, and it's so fucked up. Like at school, Tsurugi's accused of like trying to kill a kid by shutting him in between these 2 iron doors, and it's like, it's a big mess. So then we get like a quick aside. Mitsuba gets into like a heated argument against one of the other mothers at the school. It's just some lady, Mako, not really important. Mako returns to her house and it's like, those Higashikatas, I can't stand them. They're rotten and dirty to the core, ooh. And she's saying all this to her boyfriend, Jiro Sasame, the guy all the way from like the beginning of the part with like fun. So it turns out they're like, they're dating and they're in cahoots because they're working with like the Rokakaka people. And it's like, oh man, things happen. Jobin uses his, what even happens here? Because this is where the story gets like really foggy for me.
Where are we right now?
Oh, okay. So
is this any more confusing than the ends of other arcs, or is
this is just still relatively new to me. I had less time to like ruminate on these than the other parts. So yeah.
For context, I read like part 7 and understood what was going on throughout that. I don't understand what's happening.
Because we were also reading this while the chapters were coming out like once a month instead of reading it all in like one go, and we're like, So yeah, we have to like remember shit from a month ago and then apply it to like the next month. Yeah. Yeah, so anyway, Ojiro, eventually, for some reason, Mako and Ojiro decide to break into the Higashikata household and steal the fruit that isn't there. They break in, and they immediately get killed by Jobin and his stand Speed King, because he's not playing around anymore.
What did Speed King do again?
Stops the flow of energy and lets it build up as like heat at one point. Yeah, so he does that, kills both of them, and Norisuke learns about this, and he's like, oh man, is my son really evil? Oh god. So while this is going on, Mitsuba's suspicions about like all the string of bad luck the Higashikatas are having, she's like, you know what, something's off here. And then this is the moment when Tsurugi reveals that his rock disease is starting to take effect. Or rather, it's been taking effect, and he's just been using Paper Moon King to look like he's fine. So, but eventually gets to a point, at this point in the story, where he's not fine, he can't hide it anymore. So everyone's scrambling now to like help Tsurugi. It's like everything's like shit's just hitting the fan all at once. There's just this one calamity after another. Like just a string of bad, like no one knows what the fuck's going on. Why is this happening now? So meanwhile, Josuke and Mamizuku are in prison, not prison, they're like in some holding cell at the police station or whatever. And Rai learns that the head doctor is going to give like a big presentation at the hospital in 2 days, and they got to get out of there, maybe find a way to investigate them, blah. And then they eventually work out. They find out more info. They like piece together more info about Satoru's stand and like what triggers it and shit. So they realized his stand activates when they think about pursuing him, like thinking or engaging in the act of pursuing him. So to like get to him, they have to like not really care about pursuing him. So it's like, oh geez, how do we do this here?
It has to be through happenstance.
They have to like, they just have to like run into him through like happenstance and shit, not through like directly like I'm coming to you, shit like that. Oh man. So while they're piecing this together, like the stand manifests nearby, and Josuke goes to attack it, but then he fails to land a hit, and then he gets like heavily wounded and shit, because it starts raining, but then the raindrops hit Josuke and then they like pierce his hand as a result of him trying to like attack the stand. It's like, oh shit, Jesus Christ. Shit's really bad here. Meanwhile, cut to Yasuo, and Toru's also there, and like they're talking about the head doctor, and it's like, yo Yasuo, remember that time you were dating? And he really wants to get back with Yasuo for some fucking reason. This guy is kind of a creep, kind of an incel. I don't like him. And yeah. So yeah, anyway, while they're talking, Yasuo's digging around, and she's like showing a picture of the head doctor and Mitsuba. So this means that they probably know each other, and she decides to like do some more investigating back at the Higashikata household. So 2 days later, Josuke, after getting like almost killed by the fucking rain, he wakes up in the hospital. Meanwhile, the head doctor is giving his big lecture on his brand new medicine, Rokakaka 6251. Ooh, what is it? Meanwhile, Josuke, he's trying to get out of bed, but he's still fucked up from the rain. And so that's kind of that's his situation. Kind of fucked up.
This is all the same hospital, right?
All in the same hospital. Yeah. So Josuke, realizing that like with the head doctor's stand ability, getting close to him is just straight up fucking impossible at this point. So he's lying in the bed, wondering how exactly he's going to get himself out of this one, when he suddenly runs into Holly Joestar Kira, who's now up and about, walking around, perfectly fine. It's like, oh, okay.
Perfectly fine, you say?
Perfectly fine, quotation marks. So Holly manages to lead him to like this secret laboratory where there's like different samples of like the new Rokakaka medicine the head doctor made, and he's like she uses one of those samples to like heal Josuke with like an equivalent exchange, and yeah.
What does he lose?
What does he lose? I guess like he takes it, all his wounds are patched up, but then like part of his eye turns into stone, so he gets like a cool like like cool new design, I guess.
Stone eye kind of thing.
Stone eye going on until like a Rocky.
Damn, the other guy lost his teeth. That fucking sucks.
Are you not going to talk about how Holly is like covered in notes because she can't remember anything?
Oh yeah, the reason Holly is supposedly fine is because she started like writing notes and stuff on her body. So it's not that she's remembering everything, she's just like learned something new, writes it on herself. So when she does forget it, she can just check on herself. She's like, okay. So that's what she's been doing. That's why she's like walking around and shit. She's just walking around the hospital covered in like notes and whatever. So, yeah, she's fine. And it's after this where Holly begins to fully succumb to like the effects of like her rock disease. So she gets out of the picture, incapacitated for a bit. And yeah, and Josuke vows to like save her and shit with some new resolve. You know how it is. So afterwards, meanwhile, Mamazuku manages to escape from jail, and he arrives at the Tokyo General Hospital just in time to join with Josuke and like find a way to come after the head doctor. Oh yeah, no wait, because no, okay, yeah. So this is, I forgot to mention it. So Josuke uses like the exchange as a means because like he knows the head doctor wants the sample, so he breaks to so that's why they go to the room. He willingly takes the sample, does the exchange, and now because he has like the Rokakaka in his body, he knows the doctor's gonna want to come to him. So yeah, that's how he solves that. He gets the doctor to like come to him to like stop him essentially.
Can the doctor send to Rokakaka?
I mean he knows something up because he's on his way there. So
Okay.
It's like yeah, and then this is when Mamazuku arrives and they join up to like take on the head doctor. Oh man. So back at the Higashikata estate.
Do we know why the head doctor is bad yet?
He's selling Rokakaka. He's with the rock humans. And he's like packaging a Rokakaka into like medicine and like planning to sell it off after he had that like press conference.
I believe the idea is that they're going to sell the Rokakaka as like a cure-all medicine, and then people will take it, and part of them will turn to stone, so they'll have to buy more Rokakaka to cure the part that got turned to stone.
Oh, so they're intentionally withholding that information.
Yeah.
Yes.
Couldn't this problem more easily be solved by just telling everybody this? Instead of fighting them and stopping the
But we
operation?
also want the Rokakaka.
Well, we can buy it from them when they sell it, mass market.
Fuck the head doctor, bro.
They're already killing people. That's wrong, Tyler.
Got it.
Even though Josuke like punted a baby. Okay.
You can see why this part got a little confusing for readers, especially when you're reading it month to month.
Yeah.
It's just, this is the villain right now. We gotta fight the villain.
This is the villain we're talking about here. The main villain of the part.
Has he killed the dog yet?
Wow, has any dogs died this part?
Yeah, I feel like it's been a little while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
We had a dog that was named.
Yeah,
What
we
happened to
had
him?
some dogs.
Oh yeah, the
died.
dog that was named the Rock Dog is like living like alive. It's chilling. It's like chilling
Wow.
with Tsurugi. Yeah.
And all the dogs were fine.
Yeah, after the universe reset, people stopped killing dogs. So
Nice.
yeah,
Bro, that's crazy.
Pucci did do something good.
Pucci the goat for real.
Pucci the goat.
Yeah. So anyway, back in the Higashikata household, another calamity strikes as Norisuke is gravely wounded and by something, and Jobin is like, oh shoot, how did that happen? Woo-hoo. So meanwhile, Yasuo finally arrives at the Higashikata house, and she like sneaks in, and she's like snooping around trying to find the new Rokakaka. She knows it's there because she used like Paisley Park. She sent it forward to like scan the house through its cameras or whatever, because that's just the thing it can do now. And she's sneaking in, she's sneaking around. Wait, she like puts Paisley Park in Joshu's cell phone, and then has Joshu walk into the house, and that's how she's able to like see what's going on and shit. But she sees that Tsurugi's pretty fucked up by the stone disease, and she's like, oh man, Tsurugi, oh baby. Meanwhile, Jobin catches Paisley Park just hanging out at Joshu's cell phone, takes the cell phone and throws it in the toilet with Paisley Park in it.
Oh no!
And because of like this, because the nature stands, Yasuo starts drowning, even though she's standing outside because her stand is in the toilet. And it's, oh man, it's fucked up. I remember this bit because like there were like lots of memes coming around like, oh man, is Yasuo gonna get out the toilet this chapter?
there would just be months on end, which was just Yasuo was drowning in a toilet.
Ooh, whoa,
Let's go.
At some point, I remember seeing like a meme where it's just like flushed away and like Yasuo getting pushed into the toilet. God, it was great, funny times. But yeah, so
does the writer play into the online culture at all?
No.
No.
I feel like that's for the better though. Yeah. So Yasuo's drowning in the toilet. Oh man. Meanwhile, Jobin's like watching her drown in the toilet, and Mitsuba wants to help, but she's being pressured by Jobin and watching Yasuo drown in the toilet, and it's pretty fucked up. Oh man, it's like a big calamity. Ooh. So we look outside, we see the head doctor. He's walking near the house. He's walking towards the house for some reason, and because of this causes like the like all the disasters and stuff to like amplify even more because Yasuo wants to find the head doctor and he's getting close and it's like, oh shit. So anyway, Narisuke manages to confront Jobin. And like they have a fight because Narisuke is like, Jobin, I know what you're doing, and this isn't the way. We can't do this anymore, Jobin. You gotta turn yourself in, be cool. So Jobin responds by using Speed King on his own father, causing Narisuke to like suffer a heat stroke, and he passes out. And oh man, everyone's like, oh geez, Narisuke's dead. He does this in front of like everyone, by the way. So it's like a mask off kind of situation, like true nature revealed. And like he intimidates the rest of the family into like following him, shit like that. It's pretty bad. Things looking bad for the Higashikata. But luckily, during all this confusion with Narisuke, Joshu does manage to like reach into the toilet and pull out Yasuo's stand. So Yasuo is no longer in the toilet, everybody.
Yeah!
Let's go, we did it. Yasuo toilet arc finished. There's like 3 chapters, by the way. There's just Yasuo in the toilet. That's 3 months. I think they skipped a month too, so 4 months of Yasuo drowning in the toilet.
Cut.
Wait.
You are on camera. Start whenever.
Okay, I'm ready. Okay.
He's so sick of Jojo.
Okay. Pukes.
Wait, did we ever figure out what SpongeBob was about?
Yeah, that's
It's Josuke.
That's the main character.
We never even talked about the fact that we call Josuke Gappy.
Oh yeah, because Josuke shares the name with like Josuke from Part 4. Everyone calls Josuke Part 8, like in the fandom, Gappy, because he has gap teeth.
That's kind of funny.
Gap? Like the clothing brand, like Gap?
No, because he has
like Gappy.
Gap in his teeth.
Like the clothing brand?
No,
Yeah, like the clothing brand, yes.
Sure, like the clothing.
The clothing brand.
And like Josuke's main outfit, he runs around in a little Sailor Boy outfit. It's pretty nice, kind of Sailor Boy outfit with like the Converse on. It's kind of drippy.
That's
as hell.
a drippy shit.
Like drippy as hell. I gotta admit, such a flex.
Josuke with the Converse.
This
Holy
man
cow.
has no memories and he chooses to flex on us anyway. Just saying. But yeah. So we're still on, right? Okay.
Yep.
What was the last thing I said?
That wasn't it.
Excuse me.
Cut. You're on.
So there you have it. After 4 real-world months, Yasuo finally manages to come out of the toilet. We're so proud of her. Yes, Queen. Okay. So anyway, Joshu takes advantage of the confusion, takes Yasuo out the toilet. She stops drowning in the front yard, and meanwhile, the head doctor stand comes in close. Acts and causes a calamity that leaves that causes Jobin to like start bleeding out in the corridor. So yeah, he's really reaping what he's sown. Oh man, ripped dummy.
When I reap, holy shit, holy fuck. Me when I'm sewing, fuck yeah.
But yeah, Yasuo's still drowning in the front yard for a bit because she has like a shit ton of water in her lungs from drowning in the toilet. So things are still bad. She's there gurgling. She's calling out for help. She's calling, Toru, help me, please. And we get like the funniest shots. in the part of like a Toru like standing behind a tree nearby watching all this go down. He like sees like Yasuo writhing around calling out his name. So he puts he puts in his fucking AirPods, pulls out his iPhone, and he like scrolls to like this Elvis song, Wonder of You, and then he just starts jamming out to like Elvis Presley while his girlfriend drowns in the front yard.
Oh my fucking god. Based.
He's kind of. Oh my god.
He's kind of fucking with it. I don't know.
Wait, my thing just got.
Well,
I think there's a stand that does this.
But yeah, so we got Toru jamming out to Elvis Presley while Yasuo continues to drown in the front yard. And was like, huh, what's that about? Wasn't he cool? Whoa. So back at the hospital, Josuke and Mamazuku finally realized the true nature of the head doctor. The person they were chasing, Satoru Ukefu, isn't a person at all, but rather it's a stand.
whoa!
And the
I
stand,
was wrong. He's not a stand user.
And the stand's name
He's a
is
user
Wonder
stand.
of You.
Whoa!
Why is that?
Because that was the song Toru was listening to
Oh.
when Yasuo was drowning in the front yard. So it turns out Toru is the true mastermind behind all of this. Yeah, pretty
Why?
Toru was funny antagonist though.
He kind of funny.
The fuck?
Wait, why did he do this?
The thought plickens.
Because Toru is in fact a rock human, and he's the head of the Rokataka trade.
What?
What?
So he's like owning both
tied
sides
its offense.
in order to ensure
Okay.
Rockman dominance.
No. Wait, what do you mean? What makes you think he's playing both sides?
He said he was one of the rock people, but he was the head of the trade.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the rock people are part of that trade.
The rock
Oh.
people made the fruit trade.
Got it.
The Rokataka fruit trade, yeah. Yeah, so it turns out Toru was the mastermind behind all of this, and Josuke and Mamazuku figured this out like when he reveals his stand. Oh yeah, also Wonder of You.
Molesting the panda.
Go on.
Wonder of You, humanoid stand. Are any of you guys familiar with Rene Magritte?
No.
Yes.
I am.
Oh, he's
Art
so cool.
students.
He's
Yeah,
so
yeah,
cool.
so-
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
He has paintings where like men in suits just fall from the sky like
Hey,
rain.
guess what Wonder of You looks like?
No. Oh my goodness, that's so cool.
Like literally for one of the chapter covers after this reveal is like a homage to Rene Magritte with like Wonder of You's like plastered all over the sky and shit.
Oh my goodness, it's so cool.
I'll show you
Started
after the
fanboying.
lecture. I'll show you. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah, Toru, big bad guy, and now Josuke Mamazuku fighting Wonder of You at the hospital. So if you haven't put two and two together, Wonder of You's ability is that it's able to like control the flow of calamity, essentially.
What the fuck does that mean?
How are we supposed to put that together?
So basically,
Yeah,
remember
control.
when they were like chasing this old man through the hospital, and like a series of coincidences kept them from catching up to him, leading up to like some dude dying, and then them getting arrested,
Yeah.
and then getting caught in the rain, and then the rain like almost killing Josuke and shit like that. That's all because of Wonder of You's ability, and it's like causing these calamities to like crash into the gang as they pursue him.
That makes a lot of things make more
Yeah.
sense in hindsight.
So it's like fucking love train.
And then that's why like shit immediately started going down in the Higashikata household. Like when he was like lurking around there. That's why Yasuo was stuck in the toilet for 4 months. That's why Norisuke got blown up by Jobin. That's why Jobin fucking died. Yeah, that's why the rock disease started flaring up. Like everything, all of that Wonder of You. Alright, so we're all clear on that?
So this dude just really just is the entire part. Like he just did everything. Damn, that's crazy.
Fucking wild.
Yeah, so anyway, Mamazuku, oh god.
I see why this was so confusing to read and would be a
as
lot
it was coming out, yeah.
And then it just like all makes sense all at once.
When you read it at once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, Mamizuku, Josuke fighting Wonder Review at the hospital. Wonder Review explains his big boy plan and shit. And he's like, you know what, I'm done with you guys. That's why I laid a trap with my rock insects.
Oh no! God damn it, I forgot about this!
So similar to rock animals, rock insects are just things that do shit for some reason.
Like good description.
What's the name of this first rock insect?
So he sicks a rock insect onto Josuke and Mamizuku by the name of Doo-doo-doo de da-da-da.
I want to remind people that this fight against Doo-doo-doo-da-da-da happens for months on end.
Months on 3 months, baby. Let's go.
So for 3 months, we're just fighting a fucking stick bug.
The literal stick bug.
Da-doo-doo-doo-da-da-da-da.
I hate it here. I hate it here.
This is only the first rock insect we fight in this fight. We fight multiple.
Oh, you think that's crazy? Wait till you find out what this thing fucking does.
Down the fucking road.
I don't fucking know, and I read it.
I'm on the verge of fucking tears right now. I can't stand this.
We're finally fucking losing it after 14 hours.
I'm losing my fucking mind.
What the fuck does do?
So it attacks.
Literally fucking devolved. Like,
Every time I hear this fucking word, I'm losing brain cells. I'm gonna go home, start like eating like.
Your parents are gonna like bust into your room. They're gonna find like
Give me a fucking mental asylum.
Okay, everybody good? Everybody.
Yeah.
So what does he do?
So it attacks by filling you with asbestos.
What the fuck?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, yep.
Doesn't he make like fucking weird sculptures and shit?
Like it God, fuck! It looks like this weird. It looks like this weird like contraption or whatever that like swings around and then it like causes asbestos to start pouring out of Josuke's mouth or something. And the head doctor explains how this is the mechanism it uses to hunt animals in the wild.
This is a stick bug made of
Wait, are you looking it up?
Yeah, what the fuck?
you looking at it?
Yeah, it's a bunch of popsicle sticks.
Yeah.
This is not a stick bug.
what the fuck?
This is a rock
Looks like a
insect.
6th grade art project.
This is a rock insect redeemer.
It's named after a song.
This is killing Josuke. Josuke is dying.
This thing is beating Josuke's ass, by the way.
Fucking Christ.
The police song. Guys, song by the
How the fuck do we beat the do-do-do-da-da-da?
It's like, that's cool.
I don't even remember. That's the crazy part.
I think we just punch it to death.
Wait. Jesus Christ, I'm losing
Oh, is this a liquid?
Yeah, it's Vaseline.
No, like, because it's near the heat. Vaseline on its own.
Oh,
is
yeah,
not a
it
liquid,
probably
it's
did melt.
gelatin. But it's not. It's still pretty cold.
Alright, what's going on, Ed?
So yeah, Doo-doo-doo de da-da-da uses his asbestos power and it almost kills Josuke. But Mamizuku Rai manages to kill it somehow. And he confronts the Wonder of You stand. So anyway, gosh, jeez. So Wonder of You then reveals that it played a part in the unlucky death of Mamizuku Rai's parents. And then this, because it long story short, Mamizuku's parents got fucked the fuck up in a series of unfortunate events, which happened to be Wonder of You fucking them up and shit, cause fuck him. So this pisses off Rai even more. He goes to attack it, but he's grievously wounded because Wonder of You activates and it causes a calamity to happen to Mamizuku Rai. This specific calamity being one of Josuke's errant soap bubbles comes back and it hits Mamizuku, but as it hits him, it rips through him, killing him.
Okay.
So while he's dying, Mamazuku realizes that this is a good thing because now he's able to pinpoint the true nature of Josuke's ability, and he notices that his bubbles aren't bubbles at all, but rather a single piece of string that spins around in such a fashion that it looks like a bubble.
Is this when he starts really combining the Killer Queen abilities?
No. Remember the spin from part 7, Tyler?
Josuke's bubbles are the spin.
What? Josuke's bubbles are the spin!
Wow.
What the fuck does that even mean?
I know, you sound just like Roland because this chapter came out and I texted Roland. I was like, Josuke's bubbles are the spin! And Roland
They're
was
just
like, what?
spinning!
Roland's like, what is the fuck are you talking
The fuck does that
I read the chapter and I was like, what the fuck? They're just spinning. That just counts as the spin?
Yeah.
The
What
fuck?
else could the spin be but spinning?
Were you here for part 7?
Yes.
I thought you needed to write
It was like a
No, you
special
need- you
ability
need
that
the
required
horse.
you to look at nature and
No,
shit.
you need the horse and all the nature shit for like the advanced shit, but the spin, you just spin shit.
Well, you know how Plato said everything has a pure essence, and in a higher dimension is the purest essence of that, and that's the essence of magic? Well, the purest essence of spinning is the perfect spin, and this is the perfect spin, thus the source of the magic for spinning.
What? I'm trying to fuck up and continue, Tyler.
Anyway.
Continue, Edward.
God, okay, so anyway. Fuck. Shit.
So what does this do for Josuke?
We'll get back to that, because meanwhile, at the Higashikata household, Joshu bursts out the house. He's holding the potted Rokakaka, and he declares that Yasuo, I'll save you, whatever. So Yasuo explains how the equivalent exchange works, and Joshu is not listening. Oh God, this man is not listening to her. So he eats the fruit, grabs Yasuo's arm to save her, and then like as he like heals her and stuff, his left arm starts shrinking as a part of the equivalent exchange.
You're skipping some shit because Joshu is like really horny about this too.
No, because he's like caught up in his fantasy of like saving Yasuo. He's not really.
No. He's like, man, this must be better than sex if we're combining our bodies together. Like
I thought you stopped reading up to this point.
No, I read this shit, Ed. I started reading at like Ozone Baby.
Whatever.
So I skipped some shit.
You're skipping shit. I read the whole thing. Be quiet.
Demerit.
The merit.
No, the first demerit of the lecture.
Roland, you've gotten at least one before.
Yeah.
No, this is the first demerit of the lecture.
No, I gave you like a few like the other day.
Oh yeah, because I kept spoiling
this
shit.
section
Never mind.
of the-
This is your third demerit.
Okay, Roland needs to be punished in some Shaka University style for 3 whole months.
God, no.
Okay,
Put him in
so
the toilet for 4 months.
No!
so meanwhile, Yasuo's trying to explain to Joshu how exactly the equivalent exchange works, but Joshu is like down bad, down horrendous, and he is not listening to her. So he goes through with the equivalent exchange and is suddenly upset how something has been equivalent exchanged away from him. Like, he heals her at the cost of, like, his arm, which, like, shrivels up and gets all gross and wrinkly now. And he's like, wait, I don't want this. Yasuo's change back, switch back, and be ooh. So, meanwhile, they're watching this. Meanwhile, this is going on, Toru's watching from nearby. Remember, Toru's nearby.
Yeah.
Hiding behind that tree. And he decides to let the exchange happen just to see if, like, the fruit really works or shit. And naturally it does, so he makes his move to go in, but Yasuo realizes that Toru's there, and that she puts 2 and 2 together because everything's going to shit, and then she realizes that Toru is the stand user responsible of this, and blah blah blah.
How did she know that was the stand's power?
I mean, like, Toru's, like, lurking, like, nearby behind a tree, like, skulking behind a tree, so she's like, you know what, And then also remember, ever since, like, this shit started like running into them at the hospital, Toru was there.
Gotcha.
Remember they happened to run into him, and then he was like, oh yes, well, let's get back together, ooh, like that. So yeah. Yeah. So yeah, meanwhile, Toru Yasuo confronts Toru about this, and he's like, "Ooh man, it's you." So me, fuck shit. Okay, I forgot about this part, but this part like absolutely like killed me when I was reading it.
All right.
Fuck shit.
And I was telling Roland about it, like I was barely able. I was like literally dying. Okay. So while Yasuo is expressing her desire and resolve to stop Toru, his ability activates, and meanwhile the narrator's like, meanwhile over the skies of Morio, a plane.
A plane?
A plane?
Underground?
Like a plane experiences a malfunction, causing a panel to fly off and plummet.
No, it's the plane door falls off.
Yeah, the plane door flies off the plane due to a malfunction, and the door is plummeting straight towards the Higashikata estate.
How do the
Yeah.
passengers do?
No, I literally saw this panel. I was like, no fucking way. Are you dead ass, Araki? Don't do this to me. So now we have this plane plummeting towards Yasuo.
A plane door.
Plane door plummeting towards Yasuo because she talked back to her ex-boyfriend. Oh god. Fuck. So meanwhile, Yasuo, undeterred by like her impending doom and shit caused on by the calamities sent by Wonder Review and Toru, whips out her cell phone and she calls up Kei Nijimura, and explains everything to her. Meanwhile, back at the lab, Josuke continues to bait Wonder Review because he's back in the lab, like he defeats the thing, blah blah blah. He starts going around destroying samples of the Rokakaka medicine, like cause Wonder Review to like leave Yasuo alone and come back to him. Meanwhile, but like the head doctor's ability begins to work against him as well. And then Wonder Review's back, they're fighting. He can't really hurt him because like his ability to like keep things from hurting him and shit. So suddenly Born This Way enters the room. You guys remember Born This Way, right?
Yeah.
No.
Born This Way was when you open
motorcycle.
something, a motorcycle fucks you up.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the head doctor opens the door to walk, not the head doctor, you know the stand. Wonder Review opens the door to walk in, and when it happens, Born This Way bursts through and starts attacking the head doctor. And it's like, oh shit, Kei Nijimura, ooh.
And like this was really hype reading this because
This
it was
is really
like
hype.
an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, and we were excited to see what would happen.
It was really hype. Anyway, Kei Nijimura dies, so...
Wait, what?
That
Kei
sucks.
Nijimura dies.
But she manages to land a good hit on the stand, causing Toru to start bleeding profusely from his head. So it wasn't for nothing. And then not only that, so I forgot to mention this. Born This Way's other ability, despite aside from like being a motorcycle that runs you over, is that it's able to use the speed from moving to create like chilling winds that like freeze objects. So when Born This Way attacks Wonder Review, it works in conjunctions with like Josuke's spin bubbles, and then like the bubbles hit Wonder Review in the head. That caused Toru to bleed. So the bubbles bypass Wonder Review's like bullshit counter system, and then this is when Toru starts getting scared.
How? How did the bubbles do that?
Because like the spin and shit.
How? What? How? How does the spin do that?
I don't fucking know.
So I'm right then that this makes no fucking sense.
I mean, I just gotta reread it. Roland, whatever.
You were supposed to reread it for this lecture.
Well, I did it,
Is this really your logical problem with this? Is this far at the
Yes,
very
because I
end?
read
is
this
the
and I was
logical
so
issue?
confused. Why the fuck do those bubble spinny things beat out unmovable objects?
Why the fuck is there a guy why the fuck is there a Lego White House that can
Because it's the stand of poor Tom, and that's what the stand's ability is.
Okay.
Well, the bubble's
Okay,
ability
great.
is to be better.
Is that true, Ed?
It's simply better. I don't agree.
It's simply
nowhere like it's impossible to explain anything at this point. We just fuck it.
No, fuck, dude.
No,
Not
everything
this
so
point. This
far-
point is not fuck it. Fuck it from the very beginning, in
Everything's
which there's
so
a
far-
guy gets mashed into a fucking rock and then stops thinking.
Everything so far has had like a scientific explanation.
Scientific.
It's true.
Yeah.
Like, oh my goodness, how did you stop seeing
Scientific.
the unstoppable attack? I turned myself into a Mobius strip. Fine by me. Oh my goodness, how did you beat through my impossible defense?
How did you get off the giant ship that's actually a turtle's fucking imaginary manifested ship, and then the turtle also fucking drifts off into space and stops thinking?
Because we beat
How did that
because
happen?
we beat the gorilla to shit.
Why'd you turn into a fucking dinosaur?
All right, Ed, ready?
Half of the part 8 lecture so far, part of this lecture has just been us like bullshitting, like talking about how like fucking stupid this part is. Jesus
Well,
Christ.
by the end, it's kind of unavoidable.
A little bit. It really has reached a peak. I really thought that like the weirdness would like peak at part 7 with like the Dirty Deeds on Dirt Cheap. No.
I feel
We haven't even gotten to the other rockets.
Zipper Man.
I feel like every level of this has to push the weirdness bar, and we finally gotten to the point where it's too much to handle.
We reached
Okay.
the singularity.
Let's just get this over with.
The bizarre singularity.
This is
All right,
bizarre.
okay,
JoJo's
so
incomprehensible adventure.
fuck the bubble spin shit. Could you please continue?
JoJo's whack.
But yeah, so anyway, Born This Way works in conjunction with Soft and Wet to land a good hit on Wonder of You. This causes Toru to begin panicking because now he's starting to see the potential of Josuke's spin bubbles. Ooh.
Spin bubbles.
The attack on Wonder of You causes like a cane or something to lodge itself in Kei Nijimura's eye. She dies and shit because like calamities. And then meanwhile, Josuke picks up her phone to call Yasuo, but Yasuo's already calling Kei Nijimura. See how that works out? Ooh. And Yasuo tells her everything about Toru, how Toru is the stand user of Wonder of You, and all that shit. So Toru decides, like, alright, I'll cut my losses, and he, like, calls Wonder of You back to him so he can properly deal with Yasuo and then get the fuck out of there. And Toru tells Yasuo to, like, before she gets crushed by the fucking plane door that's still falling towards her, to at least give her the fruit and shit so that won't be destroyed. And then Yasuo's like, fuck you, you suck shit. Meanwhile, Joshu jumps in and tries to defend her, but he's a dickhead and he trips on Yasuo, causing them both to fall, and then Toru manages to take the Rokaka and he starts to make a run for it. Yasuo finally notices the giant plane door falling towards her, and she's like telling Josuke on the phone about it, causing Josuke to like chase after Wonder of You and shit. So then, remembering what Makizuku said about the spin bubbles, Josuke conjures up a singer bubble and shoots the bubble at Wonder of You. Meanwhile, a bubble comes out of his birthmark, his star-shaped birthmark, and proceeds and is like, whoa. Soft and Wet go beyond. Ooh.
Plus Ultra.
This is what I'm talking about because this comes out of fucking nowhere. He just like super
But
saiyans
yeah,
this
harnessing
shit.
the power of the spin, Josuke manages to conjure up a bubble that goes beyond logic and reason, and for that reason, it's able to pierce through Wonder of You's barrier.
Is that literally how they explain it?
Yeah.
Fuck you. No explanation. You don't get one.
Fuck you.
I have a rough explanation, but if I try to give it now, it's gonna sound really scuffed and incomprehensible. You guys want to hear it anyway?
Yes, of course we do.
Why would
It's like, god damn it!
Why did you say yes?
All right, come on.
Okay, so basically, my little fan theory. God, don't zoom in on me!
And explain. We're at the 15-hour mark. We just
Okay. So basically, remember back when Johnny Joestar was on what would be Shakedown Road and used the power of the spin in conjunction with the power of the Holy Corpse to perform that equivalent exchange, and how the resulting reaction of all that created Shakedown Road. Well, it's highly my theory comes from the fact that how Shakedown Road immediately killed Johnny, and I feel like that was the first example of this calamitous energy that he created as a side product, the negative and the positive energy, calamity being the negative energy left over, and that's what caused Shakedown Road to kill Johnny in return. So being now just a force roaming around in the JoJo universe, it was eventually able just Toru came around. It was eventually able to develop a stand to harness this energy for his own means, and then because of Johnny shot himself and shit, and that made an attack, and then that attack kept going through circumstantial bullshit to as a means to attack this calamity energy and destroy it once and for all. So then it spreads, it travels through the Joestar bloodline all the way up to the present, where we have Josuke, a man born from nothing, literally unattached to the Joestar bloodline, yet still being attached to it, I guess, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, because he's not by blood.
Not by blood, but still a Joestar in a sense, through unconventional means. And then because of this, how Josuke was created through happenstance, this is what leads to him being able to eventually overcome Wonder of U's ability, as it's not his attack that's coming after Wonder of U and piercing the calamity, but rather Johnny's attack from that moment when he shot himself.
What?
That's
fucking
so
cool!
much sense.
That's actually really fucking cool.
So
That was the craziest shit. There was no fucking breaks, just fucking words out.
So in that exact moment when he manifests the bubble from Soft and Wet Go Beyond, that was Johnny's attack finally transcending logic and reason and being able to pierce Wonder of You, as it's no longer related to the situation.
Holy fuck, that's cool.
That's
Johnny.
That really makes sense.
yes.
That really makes sense.
It made more sense than it defied logic and reason.
But that's just the theory.
Now, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
After reading I Divine
still
Cybermancy,
bullshit, but,
that
it
makes
makes
perfect
sense.
sense.
Yeah.
It's comprehensible
Okay.
bullshit.
Okay.
I would have rather the King Creole theory to come out. This is still good.
All right, I'm glad, because I was worried oh god, is this a reach? Yeah. Do I care? Not really.
It's absolutely a reach, but it makes things make sense, and every understanding of what's going on is a reach.
I mean, Soft and Wet Go Beyond is already a reach. Josuke
I feel like part
to win the fight.
has been a reach.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed that a bit. So anyway, Wonder of You, Go Beyond, Johnny's attack finally manages to reach its target after literal generations of bullshit, and finally becoming unrelated to the situation, pierces Wonder of You, causing him to actually land a good hit. And it's oh man. So Josuke shoots the bubble at him, but Wonder of You manages to summon up a new rock insect named
Obladi Oblada?
Obladi Oblada, and it deflects
Is that
the
a
bubble.
sound effect name?
Yes.
That's a Beatles song.
Oh, really?
Oh, bloody, oh, bloody.
Okay.
Yeah. Obladi Oblada.
I'm blued up.
So it deflects the bubble and it latches itself on the Josuke, and then the rocket insect begins rapidly multiplying on top of Josuke, and it's oh god, it hurts, ooh, wow. But thanks to Paisley Park, Josuke manages to have another shot at the head doctor, but Obladi Oblada gets in the way again, and Josuke misses a second shot. But Paisley Park manages to bring this invisible bubble that came out of Josuke's birthmark right back to the Higashikata household. So the bubble travels through the cell phone connection.
Paisley Park, right?
Paisley, this is already a bubble that transcends logic and reason because of Johnny shit. So yeah, why not? Why shouldn't it?
Is that airplane?
This is an old question, but what was the first stand's name? That was just the sounds.
Do re mi fa sol la ti do.
What was the second one?
Da-da-da-da.
That's a song by the Police.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So that's also a song. Okay, continue.
But what about Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti?
Maybe that's what
just
the Sound of
music.
That's
Music.
just scales.
Yeah, that is the
Okay,
scales, but that's
yeah.
also in the Sound of Music.
Yeah.
Is that airplane door still falling in the
It's
air?
Yes.
falling.
Yeah.
Manga time, baby.
Holy shit.
So this bubble travels through the cell phone connection between Josuke's phone and Yasuo's phone, and it comes out at the Higashikata household, and it flies straight towards Toru. Toru is naturally shook. He's like, "What the fuck is this shit?" And when the bubble strikes him, it knocks him into the path of the falling door.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So, to save himself, Wonder of You has no other choice but to like stop its attack on Yasuo to save Toru. So it curves the
Wait a second. Didn't Wonder of You create the chaos that caused the door to fall in the first place?
Yeah, but now Toru has been thrown directly in the presence, in the way, thanks to Josuke's ability.
Got it.
Yeah. So he has to like stop it from hitting Yasuo, or else it would hit him too, killing both of them. Yeah. So afterwards, the panel crashes into the house instead, but no one's hurt, everyone's cool. And Josuke manages to Josuke, meanwhile, covered in like obla-da, manages to find a shower, and he like takes a bath and like washes it all off of him and is like, ooh, gross, gross. Meanwhile, Toru's pretty fucked up, having been hit by like a bubble. He got hit by a bubble. It fucked him up pretty bad. So as a last-ditch attempt, he takes a bite of the new Rokakaka that he's seen is proven to work from Joshu and Yasuo's exchange. He takes a bite out of it and attempts to like forcibly grab Yasuo to exchange his injuries with her shit and like fuck her up but save his soul. But meanwhile, Yasuo's like, yo, get away from me, you're so gross. Ooh. And then, meanwhile, Josuke shoots yet another bubble that hits him, sending him flying back into the garage. He lands and is like, dude, thud. So, meanwhile, Kato Higashikata reappears, and she reveals that she only stopped by because she was cooking meses no mames potatoes, Jobin's favorite food. And she wanted to share Jobin's favorite food because she loves Jobin so much, her beloved child. Oh, But she finds that Jobin is fucking dead. What? So she's pretty fucked up. She's in tears. So naturally, she reveals her stand, space trucking. So space trucking, it's like a bound it's like a bound stand. Yeah, bound to like a deck of playing cards she has, and how it works, she's able to store literally anything between the cards in this deck. So like earlier in the part, she like pulls out like a chair and shit. She's able to like store like guns.
She just has a fucking bag of holding.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's essentially a bag of holding, limited to like a
But she's gonna do some wacky stuff with
She
it.
does some wacky things. So remember how Toru ate the new Rokakaka fruit that was proven to work and like properly exchanged it, right?
Right.
No, wait. Also, this version of the Rokakaka fruit, this is what Toru wants because it exchanges stuff without like turning shit into stone. So it's like a clean exchange from one object to another. Everyone got that?
Yeah.
Why is it so much better?
Because it was like grafted and like curated and shit like that. Like an improved version of the original fruit.
It was properly developed to
developed
work
and
this
shit.
way.
I forgot. That was important. I should have mentioned that earlier. It was like a special variant they made.
Guess you could say it was more
And didn't we fight the people who made it?
We fought the people who were using it at the hospital.
Yeah, but
who
like
made it?
Norisuke and Rei Mamazuku made it.
Yeah, Norisuke and Rei Mamazuku made this version
Oh!
of it.
Okay.
Right now, because the rock cubans were using like the fucked up version that turns you into stone, but this is like the pure good
Got it.
shit. I should have mentioned that. That's my fault. But anyway, Toru, having eaten the fruit, he wants to perform an not even an equivalent exchange. He just wants to rip the life out of Yasuo to save his own skin. not what's her name? What the fuck?
Kato?
Kato shows up with her stand space trucking, and what she does, distraught by Jobin's death and shit, she starts approaching Toru, but Toru activates Wonder of You again to send a calamity straight to her if she keeps getting close. But she doesn't care anymore. You killed my son, you piece of shit. I can't believe this. So she pulls out space trucking, pulls out the deck of cards, and then she opens it, and out comes Tsurugi. So flashback. She went to the home to give Jobin the potatoes. Found Jobin dead and Tsurugi turning into a fucking rock. Knowing what she has to do, she grabs Tsurugi, stuffs him inside space trucking, and runs outside to Toru, having already eaten the fruit, waiting for someone else to exchange with. So she takes Tsurugi out of the deck of playing cards and throws him at Toru, causing Toru to exchange the rock disease from Tsurugi into himself.
Oh my god!
Sadly though, because of this, Wonder of You is still active and it kills Kato, but but it does cure Tsurugi. Because, like, he exchanges the rock disease away.
Alright.
Okay, so Toru dies from the exchange, Kato dies from the exchange, but Tsurugi's all good, and Wonder of You crumbles and disintegrates. Let's go. Woo! Everyone, shout out to Kato, best grandma.
Yeah.
Hey, how's she doing, by the way?
She
Died.
But yeah, anyway, meanwhile, the gang calls an ambulance and Tsurugi heads upstairs to grab Norisuke's unconscious body. And it seems like everyone, like the struggle's over, the fight's gone, the curse that has befallen the Higashikata family is now broken. But Yasuo discovers that the head doctor's calamity energy has invaded Norisuke's unconscious body and is causing the heat stroke to start to kill him. But Josuke shows up and he like destroys the calamity for good with another bubble shot that transcends logic and reason. So everything's good, and Josuke and Yasuo like meet up and they kiss and it's like, So this is
they will there.
Oh, they will. Oh man. So here we have the penultimate chapter. Everyone's expectations are super high. They're like, oh man, what's gonna happen here? What's gonna happen here? What happens here
Is this the part where everybody thought they knew what was gonna happen and then we were all wrong?
Yeah.
What did everyone think was gonna happen?
we're just gonna get more closure, more info about what the fuck just went down before we finally wrap up the part in the chapter after. But instead, for the penultimate chapter, we get the Radio Gaga incident.
And when did this come out?
This came out, like, I think...
Like a few months ago.
Like, yeah, 6 months ago.
Yeah, literally.
So, the Radio Gaga already sounds like those fucking shit posts.
The Radio Gaga incident.
Radio Gaga. Radio, I was so, yeah.
I remember when we first heard the title of this before we could read
Yeah,
the
everyone's
chapter,
really
and
just
everyone was like,
making the
what the fuck? We have 2 chapters, you want to do the Radio Gaga
You
incident?
want to do this shit now, right?
The name like doesn't phase me because it's a Queen song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen it
But it's
so much.
so weird after literally everything that just happened.
What was
It's
the
like-
last chapter called? Or the last title?
I think it was Endless Calamity Part 9
Yeah,
or
Endless
something.
Calamity Part 9.
Got it.
So you go from Endless Calamity to
Yeah,
the Radio
yeah.
Gaga incident.
Alright, so explain the Radio Gaga incident.
Okay, so flashback. Oh, Tyler?
Nope.
Okay, so flashback. The year is 1941. Lucy Steele comes from America to S City to investigate a strange place. There, she meets a boy by the name of Fumi, who decides to like help Lucy after like a thief steals his wallet and shit. So Fumi hanging out with Lucy Steele, they go and check out this place, and this is when Fumi warns her about this place. Cause he's like, wait, I heard about this place. Haven't you heard about the Radio Gaga incident? Ooh, Lucy Steele, I don't know about this. Oh yeah, this is Lucy Steele, by the way, if you guys haven't figured it out.
Lucy Steele, yeah, you said
Yes,
Lucy Steele.
Lucy Steele, I just want to make sure.
The wife of the Jojo from Chapter 7.
The wife of Stephen,
The wife of Stephen Steele from Chapter 7.
Got it.
who had God in her for a little bit.
Yeah, she had like Jesus flowing through her.
Yep.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, so Fumi's telling her, is like, oh, you don't want to go there. Haven't you heard about the Radio Gaga incident? And like, so basically, it's like an urban legend of like how a girl who was there one day, she heard a strange voice by the guardrail, and then she walked towards the guardrail, began stripping herself down naked, and then she disappeared later. And then she just disappeared.
Do we see her
Hate when that
stripped down
happens.
naked?
No.
Yes, we do. In the chapter, we do see her stripped naked.
Yeah, we don't see anything.
Well, yeah, we don't like see her boobies or anything. She's just like naked back.
That
and-
still seems fairly unnecessary.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
It's gonna get more
But yeah,
unnecessary in a second.
she strips herself down and then she disappears, leaving only her clothes and a foot behind.
Just a foot?
Just a foot.
Wow.
So Lucy and Fumi eventually arrive near the Higashikata Fruit Company's orchard, like right next to the Radio Gaga guardrail and shit. So their driver starts getting out. He's waiting, he's walking around. When suddenly he starts to hear voices coming from the guardrail. So he walks over to the guardrail, and they see the guardrail suck this dude inside of it. like the guardrail.
Oh, I saw a meme because they were saying that he was stealing stuff from Stephen King at this point.
What? Oh shit.
Was this a Stephen King thing?
According to the meme I saw on Instagram.
Oh.
I feel like Stephen King is stealing stuff from a Rocky. So yeah, they notice the driver gets sucked into the guardrail, and then suddenly Lucy starts hearing voices, and she starts getting sucked into the guardrail too. But as she's getting sucked in, she looks closer and she knows that it's not a guardrail at all, but a rock animal by the name of Radio Gaga.
And the sound you hear from the guardrail is ga ga ga.
Ga 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 ga.
Yeah.
That's what the guardrail says. Ga ga.
That's what the guardrail says.
That's what the guardrail says.
Damn.
So Lucy still she yells out to Fumi, who's like watching in horror, but knowing what she knows and everything she learned from part 7, she's able to like feel something off about Fumi. She doesn't know what it is. She's like, Fumi, you gotta use that ability of yours. I know you have it. Help me. So Fumi manifests his stand, Hermit Purple.
Whoa!
Huh?
What did Hermes Purple do earlier?
So yeah, they're like, what? It's like vines, the vines.
Yeah,
Oh, got
the
it.
vines that Jojo
But
had.
unlike part 3 Hermit Purple, this one actually has a humanoid form.
Oh, wow.
So it's like a weird looking like vine man. It's pretty cool.
What the fuck?
Fair.
The fuck? It's like when the world came back in part 7. The fuck?
So he uses his stand to save himself and Lucy Steele, and they get the fuck out of there. So later on, it's revealed that Fumi's real name is actually Joseph Joestar. And he's actually the father of Holly Joestar Kira.
Well, it's Joseph Fumi Joestar.
Yeah, his name's Joseph Fumi Joestar. But like
Everyone
you know,
calls him Fumi.
Everyone calls him Fumi. Yeah, but yeah, you see Joseph.
Who is Holly again?
Joseph's daughter from part 3, which is also true in this universe, as Holly Joestar Kira is Joseph Fumi's daughter.
Got it.
So, anyway, while they're escaping, Lucy Steele badly injured, and Joseph Fumi's like, don't worry, you're gonna be okay, Lucy Steele, we got this, ooh. But Lucy Steele was investigating the Rokakaka. Oh no. And as a result, as they're driving down the road, it cuts to like, we see this dude walking down the road, and it zooms in, and it's Toru.
Yeah.
So we find out that eventually Lucy Steele went back to America, but for some strange reason, her injuries never healed, and she died soon after. But Joseph Fume also went there to like see if she gets better. She didn't. And like, so now Joseph Fume living somewhere in America. Meanwhile, blah blah blah. So yeah, fast forward back to the present. We get Josuke and Yasuo. They're at the. They don't have the cure for Holly Joestar Kira. Things pretty sad, but they run into what the fuck?
They run into
Some person. This is probably some super obvious.
I know what you're talking about.
Kiyomi Kujo.
Yeah, it's Josephume's mom.
Oh shit! Right.
I have no idea what's going
This
on.
is not this. We didn't really talk about this at all. It's not
Yeah,
really
I
important. We can
glossed
skip
over it,
this.
but
But they meet Josephume's mom, which is Josuke's mom.
Yeah, Josuke's other mom. He has 2 moms. Technically.
Oh, because he's 2 people now.
Yes.
Got it.
yeah, Kiyomi Kujo, and learns that she hasn't forgotten about her son who went missing. But nonetheless, Josuke at this point feels that he is neither Josefume or Kira, and he doesn't like reveal his true nature to Kiyomi and shit like that.
He's now his own person.
He's now his own person. And now Josuke and Yasuo, they head to the Higashikata fruit parlor where everyone else is, as due to like Josuke's help and shit, Norisuke is making a full recovery from the hospital and he's coming out soon. So they're all at the fruit parlor trying to pick out a cake. So they see Josuke walk in and they're like, yo, Josuke, come on, let's pick out a cake for Dad. So Josuke is like, you know what, sure. And they ask Josuke to pick out the cake specifically. So yeah, seeing that Josuke finally found a family for himself and like made his own identity, Yasuo leaves the parlor crying tears of joy.
The end.
The end.
That really doesn't help wrap up it.
God
Jojo
damn.
wins.
And just like that,
And so
Jojo
then,
Lecture's finished.
what's part 9?
So
No.
So JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 9, Jojo Lands.
Tentatively.
Tentatively.
Oh my god, there's more. That was the last one on the list.
There's no, that's it. All we know is that it might be called Jojo Lands, and that we are getting a part 9.
So
It's called Land
Okay,
Joe.
that's all we know. Do you promise that's all we know?
that's all we know.
That is
Okay.
the entire series of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. We went through it all.
Thank God.
through it all.
I'm gonna drink some coffee.
Roland, how were you first introduced to JoJo?
I was infected. And
This fucker was like, hey, there's a guy that turns money into frogs, and I was like, good.
Wait, what?
yeah.
Yeah, Jorna.
Oh yeah. I was like,